The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Lindstedt, House District 33.
Good morning, members. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Rep. Degree Kennedy,
Excused.
Dixon, Duran, English, Epps, Evans, Representative Evans,
Excused.
Frizzell, Froelich, Garcia, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Rep. Hamrick is excused. Oh, on the wall. Okay. Hartsook, Herod, Rep. Herod,
Excused.
Holtorf, Judah, Joseph, Kip, Leader, Lindsay, Lindstedt, Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, Marshall, Representative Marshall,
Excused.
Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, McLaughlin, Michelson Janae, Ortiz, Parenti, Puglisi, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Sharbini, Sirota, Snyder, Soper, Rep. Soper,
Excused.
Story, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Vigil, Weinberg, Weissman, Wilford, Wilson, Winter, Woodrow, Young, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 60 present, 5 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I walked into this chamber and it was very quiet. It's usually not quiet in here. It was, in fact, so quiet that I thought maybe I had wandered into the wrong chamber. So if you're a proud member of this House and you think that's unacceptable, vote yes. If you're okay with being confused with the lower chamber, vote no. I move that the Journal of Thursday, May 4th be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is adopted. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, members. This is an announcement about the work of the Judiciary Committee today. No, we're not done yet. I want everyone to pay attention to the calendar, make sure that our timing is a little bit unusual today. We'll have floor work. 2 other committees meet on adjournment of the floor. Judiciary meets on adjournment of Finance and Public Health. That's due to member overlap. So when Finance and Public Health are done, whenever that is, we will meet in the Old State Library to hear Senate Bill 296 and Senate Bill 109. There's at least one other bill that may yet come over to the Senate and be added to our calendar. Specifically, we're watching Senate Bill 158. So we'll do all of that on adjournment of Finance and Public Health sometime later today, Old State Library. I'll keep in touch with members. Thank you.
Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is about public and behavioral health and human services. We too will be meeting today, and we will be meeting upon adjournment in our regular room 107, where we will hear Senate Bills 298 and 299.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Finance will also be meeting upon adjournment in our regular place downstairs in room 112 to hear one bill, Senate Bill 23304. Thank you.
Members, we have a tribute. Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I would like to ask, we have a tribute, and I'd like to ask Mr. Schiebel to read the tribute at length.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the tribute.
The House of Representatives convened in the 74th General Assembly hereby recognizes and celebrates Cinco de Mayo. The Colorado House of Representatives celebrates and commemorates Cinco de Mayo, a day of cultural significance for Mexican-American, Hispanic, Chicano, and Latino communities. This day marks El Día de la Batalla de Puebla, the Mexican army, largely made up of indigenous Mexicans' unlikely victory over the French under the leadership of General Ignacio Zaragoza Seguin on May 5, 1862, and has come to represent pride, unity, resilience, and contributions of the Mexican-Americans, Hispanics, Chicanos, and Latinos to our state's community, culture, economy, arts and entertainment, politics, and advocacy for marginalized communities and communities of color. As many also identify with their indigenous roots, we acknowledge that the 5th of May is the National Day of Awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. We also recognize the 3rd week of July as National Celebrated Latino Conservation Week, created to support the Latino community in getting into the outdoors and participating in activities to protect Colorado's natural resources. Reverence and stewardship for the land and its natural resources are an integral part of Latino cultural heritage. The Colorado House of Representatives is proud to recognize Cinco de Mayo and supports the Mexican-American, Hispanic, Chicano, and Latino communities in their efforts to ensure every person is treated equally and can live with dignity and respect. On request of Representatives Serena Gonzalez-Gutierrez, Monica Duran, Elizabeth Velasco, Matthew Martinez, Javier Mabry, Mandy Lindsay, David Ortiz, Alex Valdez, and Lorena Garcia, given this 5th day of May 2023, State Capitol, Denver.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, please feel free to be seated. Thank you so much. First off, I want to thank everyone that was able to join us down in the West Foyer as we celebrated today. It was a beautiful event, and I just want to take note of the fact that I think there's a lot of, as you heard in the tribute, there are many misconceptions about what Cinco de Mayo is. And what it is not, right? So Cinco de Mayo is not Mexican Independence Day. And in fact, we know that people in Mexico don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo. They celebrate the 16th of September as their Independence Day. But those of us here in the United States, in particular in Colorado, have taken this day as a significance to our culture and our heritage, and a way for us to celebrate where we come from. And it's not necessarily where we come from, because many of us were already here. Colorado is home to notable figures who identify as Mexican American, Hispanic, Chicano, and Latino that have held elected office right here in this very chamber and across in the lower chamber. And they have also fought for change and justice in our communities. We recognize people like the first Latina State Senator Pali Baca, Paul Sandoval, one of the first, Casimiro Varela, during the Colorado Territorial. I also want to recognize the first Latino Speaker of the House, Ruben Valdez, and the first Latina Speaker of the House, Crisanta Duran. And those who took to the streets in the name of justice to fight for our communities, while the folks that were in here fighting under this dome, there were people on the outside who were fighting for our communities too. I think of people from my own lineage, my grandfather, Rodolfo Corqui Gonzalez, who led the Chicano movement in the southwest part of the country. Richard Castro, and of course, Los Seis de Boulder, who lost their lives. On this occasion, we pay tribute to the sacrifices and struggles of the Mexican American, Hispanic, Chicano, and Latino people who face discrimination and adversity. We remain vigilant in our efforts to combat all forms of discrimination and ensure that every person is treated with dignity and respect.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, as we heard in the tribute, today is also it's also Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Awareness Day. You see our guests over here. Some of them have a red hand on their face. Please stand. The red hand is a symbol of centuries of silence. Where family members have gone missing, have been taken, have been murdered, and there's been no justice. We heard in the chamber only days ago where we are taking action as a chamber here in Colorado. Thank you. And it's not enough. I identify as a Latina, as a Chicana. When you identify as a Chicana, you identify as a Chicana for activism because you believe in social justice and also because your heritage is indigenous. My heritage is Jicarilla Apache. That's where my family is from. My family has been here before it was called Colorado. We have no records of our family in this state because indigenous people have been silenced, ignored for far too long. This is a day of celebration for Cinco de Mayo, and it's a day of somber and awareness that we have communities in this state that are still not acknowledged, honored, respected, and given the justice that they deserve. Again, I thank this chamber that we are taking steps by enhancing the Office of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives. And we still have more to do. Thank you all for being here.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to recognize a guest that is here today for Cinco de Mayo, a graduating senior from Grand Valley High School in Parachute, Colorado. Let's give her an applause. I invited her to join me today and join us today on the floor because students in my district are being told by their school districts that they cannot attend graduation wearing a sash with both Mexican and American flag on it. My guest is being told that she cannot honor who she is when her family and community come together to recognize her accomplishments. Wearing both flags represent her bicultural heritage, and it's a beautiful thing. We are a nation of many immigrants, yet this expression of pride is being compared to wearing a Nazi flag, which we know is a symbol of hate and violence. This comparison is unacceptable. We know that graduations are important milestones with deep meaning, and we know that our cultural heritage is also deeply meaningful in those special celebrations. I also want to elevate Latino Conservation Week as the first Latina representative to be elected on the Western Slope. I am proud to honor Latino Conservation Week along with the Colorado Democratic Latino Caucus. The quality of our lives and our livelihoods depend on having a future with clean air, clean water, and thriving wildlands. As Latinos, we have a deep history or relationship with the outdoors. We are an integral part of Colorado's outdoors through recreation, work, play, and conservation, also climate justice efforts. So thank you so much, and thank you for coming to our celebration downstairs. It was really great to see everyone come and celebrate with us this beautiful Cinco de Mayo. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for third reading of bills, final passage.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Schiebel. Oh, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 75.
We will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 75. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 75.
Senate Bill 75 by Senators Fields and Exum, also Representatives Ricks and Titone, concerning the deletion of children's identifying information from criminal justice records released to the public and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority, Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to ask for permission for a third reading amendment on this bill.
Representative Titone, we do need to move the bill first, so
Okay.
feel free. You can move
I
the.
can do it. I move Senate Bill 75 on third reading, final passage, and then I offer.
That is a proper motion. Now proceed to the next.
And now I offer ask for permission for a third reading amendment.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So this bill, as you heard in second reading, is about a mom who's fighting for her daughter who was murdered and her friends. And what this amendment will do is change the short title of the bill to have her daughter's name. So ask for support for this amendment, or for permission at this time.
Members, the question before us is permission to offer a third reading amendment on Senate Bill 75. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Hamrick votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused, permission for a third reading amendment is granted. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment L009 and ask for it to be displayed.
One moment, Rep. Titone. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Well, we hoped to have Riley's mom here in the chamber today, but she wasn't able to make it, but she is watching online. And Courtney is Riley's mom, and we thought it would be fitting that she's worked so hard for this bill. That would name it after her daughter. And I ask for a yes vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This young girl that was murdered is from my district, and so I very much appreciate Representative from Jefferson County for bringing this forward and that we could do this for her today. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I wanted to add just a little bit. We heard this bill in the Judiciary Committee. I'm in support of this amendment. We don't do this very often here, to name part of a law after somebody. And we shouldn't do it often, but there are reasons to do it sometimes. We heard from Ms. Whitelaw in committee. She came up to testify. She emailed me and others on the committee about what had happened and why she was involved in this. And I think what I just want to say is what a deep act of courage it is for Riley's mom to remain involved in this way when anybody goes through a tragedy like this. It would be very understandable to step back from this world, this big conversation that we have here, and just attend to oneself and one's loss. But Riley's mother, Mrs. Whitelaw, is doing the opposite of that. She's leaning in, being public about it, and that's a deep form of bravery. It's worthy of being acknowledged, and her daughter is worthy of being acknowledged in this way. So thank you to the sponsor for bringing the amendment, and I hope that we can support it.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L009 to Senate Bill 75. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Hamrick votes yes. Representative Epson-Holtorf. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused, Amendment L009 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 75 as amended.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 75 on third reading, as amended, on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Hamrick votes yes. Representative Brown. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused, Senate Bill 75 as amended is passed. Co-sponsors. Representative Hamrick, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1194.
We will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1194. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1194 on third reading, final passage.
We'll have Mr. Schiebel read the title first. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title.
House Bill 1194 by Representatives McLaughlin and Puglisi, also Senators Simpson and Janal, concerning efforts to remediate risks associated with certain closed landfills and in connection therewith, creating the Closed Landfill Remediation Grant Program and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1194 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1194 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Hamrick votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 2 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1194 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 279.
We will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 279. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 279.
Senate Bill 279 by Senators Fields and Hansen, also Representatives Basenecker and Joseph, concerning prohibited activity related to firearms and in connection therewith, regulating firearms and firearm frames and receivers that do not have serial numbers, prohibiting manufacture of firearms frames and receivers by unlicensed persons, establishing a process for serializing firearms frames and receivers, and designating machine gun conversion devices as dangerous weapons.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 279 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Luck. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is, I get it. I get it. The continual cry for public safety, and that makes sense. Turning law-abiding citizens into criminals does not make sense. There are really, really strong historical reasons why we have the Second Amendment that is so enshrined with shall not be infringed. And it is largely around government confiscation. We've passed, not by just a few weeks, the anniversary of the shot heard around the world. My colleague mentioned the other day, that was precipitated by the British coming to seize firearms so they could fully implement government, what we would consider government overreach. The reason that we have the country that we have today, the reason that we have the liberties that we have today, is because of an innate, an inborn, an earned, a historical resistance to government intrusion. The ideas enshrined in our Constitution, that our just duties here, our just powers, are to secure the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's not the life, liberty, and the pursuit of frivolity. That's life, liberty, and the pursuit of what your own greatest good. Government has the ability to secure these things, but we've turned our prisons into bed and breakfast too often. And
Representative DeGraff to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
To the bill is that we are taking our first step, not our first step, this is a continuous step towards the idea, the promoted and even mentioned in this House now of abolition of the Second Amendment. If we look at history, And the thing about history that Hegel mentioned is that what we learn from history is that we never learn from history, something like that. And throughout history, registrations have led to confiscation, which have led to tyranny. Now, would that happen here? We would hope not. There's no way to see the future. But but history, I think, is best read as a warning from the past. Because when it is axiomatic that failing to learn from history is the surest way to repeat it. So why would we go down the path towards government overreach and tyranny through a registration? I get it. But then we're talking about 2%. 2% are these unregistered firearms. And the sponsors will tell you, it's like, this is not going to solve gun violence. And it's not. It's not a problem of the mechanics. It's not a problem of the machine. It's a problem of the mind. It's a problem of the heart. But we're going to try to fix it by registration. Now, I know nobody in this body feels that registration would be then used towards confiscation, but you never look at this. What you have to do is you have to look at the next legislation, and the next legislation, and the next legislation, because historically they do not follow one on top of the other. We are creating a legislation that ensconces the totality of the lives of Coloradans. This is one more step. This is actively usurping the sovereignty of the individuals of Colorado. Individual sovereignty is part, parcel, and essential to individual liberty, because you are not free if you're not dependent. What has made this country great is that we are free. I get the sponsor's intent with a very, very, very low likelihood, because the people that are inclined to follow this law are the same ones that are inclined to follow all the other laws. So this is another law that's being imposed on lawful gun owners. This law is outside of the scope of our charter. It is outside of the scope of our oath. It doesn't mean it's not a problem that needs to be solved. It's just this method is outside the scope and charter of our oath and our pledge. I urge a no vote, because the tyranny that follows the registration throughout history, and what's common throughout all those countries, is they never thought their government would do it either. They never saw it coming either. They felt that they were entirely safe, and that's why they felt okay with turning in their firearms. And that ideology has killed millions. Kills on average over 1 million people a year. The government kills its own people at a rate of 1 million a year. Over 100 million people. So yes, while this might we don't even have statistics that it will save a few individuals, the historicity of it is that it has the potential, it's not a guarantee, it has the historicity of that it will kill millions, because an unarmed people are slaves, are subject to slavery at any given minute.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning.
Good morning.
I think I would be remiss to not come up here and speak on thirds for the constituents in my community. There's a lot of gunsmiths in my community. There's a lot of people who like custom guns in my community. I spoke yesterday, 400 million guns owned in the U.S., and we know by the other gun debates that we've had, gun-abiding citizens are 100 times more likely to use their gun in self-defense. I don't understand how this bill is solving the problem. There's not a solution here. 2% of the population cause 50% of the crimes. What is this bill doing to stop that? What is this bill doing to prevent future victims of gun violence? To bring crime down, we don't ban inanimate objects. We don't reduce crime by having we reduce crime by having law enforcement interrupt the 2% of the population who's causing the crimes. These aren't law-abiding citizens that are causing the crime. The law-abiding citizens are the ones that are gonna go get serial numbers on their guns. What are we doing to stop the criminals that don't want to have serial numbers on their guns? This bill is not doing that. I'm all for stopping the violence that's running rampant in the state of Colorado. We've said to the community in Colorado, to our state, we're gonna continue to pass gun laws. And I told you guys, in the 2000s, we passed a universal background check. And then in 2013, the magazine ban came. 2019, we had the first red flag gun laws. 2021, we had safe storage in homes and mandatory reporting of stolen guns. And what did that evidence tell us? That in the last 10 years since 2012, gun violence has gone up 2 to 3 times. It's tripled. So what are your gun laws doing? Other than going after law-abiding citizens, you're not saving the victims. If we were saving the victims, gun violence wouldn't be up, tripled over the last 10 years. I'm asking you, I'm begging you to stop stripping Second Amendment rights from law-abiding citizens. Those are the ones that are obeying the law. This does not do anything to the 2% causing 50% of the crime. This is not the answer. We have to stop the criminals. We have to get more law enforcement in these areas to disrupt the criminals from doing the crime. We have become unsafe in Colorado, and that's not because of people like me that's a law-abiding gun owner. That's because criminals are going to do crimes no matter what laws we pass in Colorado. We're picking winners and losers, and the losers are the law-abiding citizens. The winners are the criminals, because they're gonna continue to do crimes with unserialized guns, and we're gonna continue to strip the rights of me and my constituents. When we focus on inanimate objects versus human behavior, crime will continue to increase, and we'll continue to see this happen over and over in Colorado. I beg you to start finding solutions and quit creating problems. Thank you.
Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, up here with a slightly different perspective, but still echoing the same sentiments of my colleagues. This bill, hearing it in judiciary, seeing the text and arguing and debating on it, still I haven't seen the answers that I think we as a body need to focus on as far as this bill is concerned. Biggest concerns I have, and I'm sure many people share this, are the unintended circumstances of the bill, simply because we are using language and buzzwords painting unserialized firearms as dangerous weapons. They are not dangerous. There's nothing inherently dangerous about an inanimate object, as my colleague just mentioned and characterized. It is an inanimate object. The dangerous weapon is what's behind the tool, what's behind the object. The person is the dangerous weapon. So characterizing any firearm as a dangerous gun or dangerous weapon is miscategorization. With that, we're using that to push more gun legislation like this that affects the law-abiding citizens, the people that are collecting and have their own do-it-at-home, do-it-yourself home gunsmithing, that build their own firearms and don't use them feloniously or criminally at all. They use them on their own property, or they use them at a gun range, or otherwise. They use them for their personal use. The minimal use of these in criminal activity is criminal. And if we're going to criminalize unserialized firearms, we're going to hurt more the law-abiding citizens than we are the criminals, because no matter what we do to ban anything, criminals are going to find a way to do criminal things. Criminals will find ways to get firearms and continue to get firearms illegally. Illegal possession of a firearm by a previous offender or otherwise, an offender using a firearm to do something illegal. The firearm is not what's illegal in that, it is the person using it, the person committing that crime. So those things concern me, along with the vague and otherwise convoluted verbiage of what needs to be serialized on the firearm, being receiver and the components that are listed in the bill. That doesn't break down, and it can refer to the federal guideline that needs to be cleaned up as well. But the fact that the state is echoing something that's already convoluted means that the state can manipulate it. We can manipulate it however we want to once it becomes law. So having to serialize every part and component of a firearm is uncalled for. And that's something that can easily be done if this bill becomes law. But lastly, these bills like this are continuing. And the sad thing is we all have constituents that stand firm against this. During my campaign, hearing from constituents that argue more gun regulations, more gun laws, and how can we do something to prevent this and that. And we all have those conversations. Every one of us in here, I'm sure, has had those conversations with our constituents. But these are not the answer. Bills like this does not solve gun crime. This is not going to fix gun crime. When I hear if it saves one life, you can save one life, but affecting every Coloradan to save one life, affecting everyone's livelihood, and some things costing more danger and risk to people. Not in this bill, so I'll get back to this bill before I get corrected and redirected. But this bill in particularly affects those people that are doing things for themselves, not to do anything criminally. It's making them criminals while criminals are still going to do criminal things. This is not the bill to fix that. We need to stop making legislation that affects law-abiding gun owners and those constituents that say, our state would never do this. We are doing that this year. We are doing those things that our constituents never thought we would take to the level we're taking it. This bill itself is doing that as well, and I encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I analyze this bill through a positive law lens, one of the concerns I have is the ambiguity of definitions. You'll hear from the bill sponsors that the definitions aren't ambiguous. They're dependent upon the reading of federal law. The trouble with that argument, though, is that federal law in and of itself is inconsistent at present. You have a statutory legal scheme founded under the Gun Control Act of 1968 that defined certain parts in one way. Last year, the ATF redefined those parts. And now there are cases in courts to try and determine what is appropriate. Which definition is actually law? If I look at this through a policy lens, we've been told that this is essential in order to minimize crime. And in the alternative, in the event crime happens, to assist law enforcement in discovering who done it. That latter point is interesting. It's interesting because we're on one hand told that our government doesn't maintain a registry, that the forms filed when purchasing a weapon are all disposed of. And yet, there have been reports that the ATF has been keeping a registry illegally that law enforcement can access. So which is it? Is the federal government going outside its legal bounds and authority and keeping a registry on gun owners that law enforcement can use in order to pull and understand where these unserialized and then serialized weapons are sourced, who owns them?
Or is the federal government abiding federal law and not maintaining a registry, in which case it really doesn't matter if these weapons are serialized because there's no notice, there's no knowledge, there's no record of who owns them. But thinking in terms of those weapons that are serialized, do we really believe in this chamber that having a few numbers stamped on a part of a firearm will prevent crime? Do we really believe that? Now, some might argue, well, they'll have to go through background checks. Yes, but the data on that doesn't suggest that hinders crime either. If I look at this through a historical perspective, we'll be told this is consistent with the text and history and tradition of America. And we'll be pointed to the early 1800s in some New England states who required markings. We won't, however, be told that those markings were required as a form of consumer protection, not registration. They were markings that told the consumer this gun has been properly tested to ensure that it's not going to blow up in your face. Home gunsmithing has been a common practice in America since before its founding. 400 years, people have been making their own weapons. And there are good reasons even today for that. Like I mentioned yesterday, the customization can help ensure the accuracy, can help ensure the comfortability. For someone who has arthritis, if you change the trigger weight, it makes it easier to pull the trigger. That's an important thing. From a principled standpoint, and this is being affirmed in courts across our country, the inherent right to defend oneself, one's family, the innocent around oneself, one's property, extends to the ability to acquire the means and tools necessary to do so. It extends to the right to create your own. This is not some common phenomenon. People haven't just started making their own guns in the last 4 or 5 years. These are hundreds of years of tradition. And less than 2% of the crimes we're seeing are done with these guns. As I mentioned yesterday, if you assume, which is a big assumption, but if you assume that every violent act done with a firearm is committed by one that is legally owned, that's 0.0048% of legally owned firearms that are being used in the commission of a crime. And yet, many crimes are not being committed with legally owned firearms. This bill creates a Class 1 misdemeanor if you have unlawful conduct involving an unserialized firearm. But if you have a second or subsequent offense, it's a Class 5 felony. That's higher than indecent exposure. Page 7, lines 21 through 23, for those who are curious. Do we really believe that not having a few numbers on a firearm, for those who are against the felonization of these crimes, is appropriate? Moreover, do we really believe that there will be a deterrent effect brought about by this bill? Do we actually think this is efficacious? Or is it just another good title to go home to one's district and say, we did something? I'm all for finding solutions, but the right solution is the one we should continue to pursue. This is not the right solution.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Esteemed colleagues, happy Cinco de Mayo. I will be brief. My daddy used to tell me, more laws make criminals out of all of us. And I thought about that when I was younger and kind of shook it off. As I've gotten older and think about it, a little bit of country wisdom. Something about country wisdom, though, is you got to think really deep into it to really understand it. It sounds like such a simple, common phrase, and you think it comes from a simple, common man. But oftentimes those things actually come well thought out and pretty deep in understanding. Here's the problem we're going to have in eastern Colorado. And I wish what we would do in this situation is just say anybody that builds any component has to have some numbers on it, and when it gets moved, I guess you're going to know, because those numbers are going to be from wherever that thing's made. That'd be nice. I don't care if it's an upper or lower. You know, we had to keep track of those in the military very closely. Extraordinary efforts to keep track of our firearms and those weapon systems. But what's going to happen as we promulgate all these things is there's going to be a lot more people that aren't going to follow these laws. They're not going to do it. Now, we understand what that means because there's a lot of people in this country that aren't following laws and doing very bad things. And some of them aren't bad people. Some of them are very bad people. So that's my fear. A lot of people in rural Colorado are gonna, that are firearms dealers and do this. They build the firearms, and it's big business for them. I've already had them tell me in my district that we're gonna have to leave the state. Now for us, they just drive over to Nebraska and set up shop in Nebraska or Kansas, Wyoming. It's not that far a drive. And the trading for those, I mean, I'll use the illicit drug trade as a comparison. If people want it, they're still gonna get it. It can be as legal as get out. It can be terrible, you know, a stack 100 laws against it. If people want it, they're still gonna get it. And they're gonna be criminals. Whether they get prosecuted is a whole nother question. But the point is, it's gonna happen. And I'm gonna have people, if they choose not to leave the state, that are gonna they're gonna do things that are gonna make them criminals. And unfortunately, these aren't bad people. Most of them are red-blooded American patriots who love their country and they love their guns. And they don't wanna hurt anybody. They just wanna live. Now that doesn't mean they're not afraid to hurt people. They're not afraid to fight for what they believe in. You know, this country was built on rebellion. There's a lot of rebels still in our midst. I can go to a few little watering holes back in my hometown area and I can sit with about 10 or 20 of them. And they're just regular people, country people. So it's really troubling to know that we're going to do this. And the comment was made, well, if we save one life, it's worth it. That applies only on certain public policy, not on all public policy, unfortunately, Madam Speaker. But I'll stick to the bill. This, as we do this, and we've done so many gun bills this session, it's just unbelievable. It's not going to stop crime. It's not going to stop gun violence. The guns are still going to be out there. It's going to push this underground even more. And it's going to make more criminals out of a lot of us. So I'll be a no.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, fellow colleagues. I've received a lot of comments from constituents in Loveland with regards to this specific legislation. I felt it appropriate to come down and give their piece. First and foremost, the bill sponsors, I appreciate the thought and the consciousness of where you're coming from. I understand wholeheartedly what you're trying to do and how you're trying to do it, and for that I want you to hear. When first coming down here, I thought very much that we were supposed to fix things permanently, not Band-Aid. And from what I understand, and doing statute readings with all the states that surround us as well, I'm finding at this point that this is not going to resolve a problem permanently. The additional element of bad actors and criminals doesn't get addressed either. The people that are committing these crimes, that are purchasing these things, are going to do that regardless whether this bill is passed or not. And I think by that standard, we have an issue. The fact that anybody can purchase parts, put something together that could cause disaster is wrong. And I think that's what we should truly at the heart address. We're on a slippery slope with certain things being infringed, and I think we're going to create precedents that is not exactly going to help us in the future. There is a very specific reason why the United States is the greatest country in the world, and I don't think any one of you would argue with me on that. We have the ability to protect ourselves and not to rely on government. I think if we start chipping away at those very, very small things, we start seeing a crumbling in our foundation. Again, I see the intent of the bill, and with respect to the bill sponsors, I see where they're coming from. But I think we should just take a small turn, do a little bit more research on this to find out how we can permanently kill the issue that's really a problem. As I say multiple times when I come down here, I sincerely hope that this is going to solve it. I do, with all my heart. But to not come down here and state the opinion that I don't think it's going to do anything, I think would be wrong. My constituents in Loveland have spoken very loudly and clearly via email and phone calls to my office. And for that, we stand in opposition. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, ma'am. You know, we've heard already today about the gunsmith community and that trade. It's a trade, it's a hobby. These are not the bad actors in this space. We have people who respond to changing technology when it comes to creating guns. You know, I'm kind of reminded there are people who like to do crafts, and they like to make things. They like to create, because that's kind of their space, right? That's what's important to them. And whether you're sewing curtains or scrapbooking, you're creating, and that's that piece of you. People who do gunsmithing for a hobby, it's their passion. It's something that they enjoy doing. And I understand that certain circumstances of that are not disallowed under this legislation. But I struggle when I talk to my DA, who came to testify on behalf of this bill because of the issues that they're seeing in the criminal justice system around ghost guns. And the other piece of what I see is that we are laying the responsibility of crime and the commitment of crimes on an inanimate object. We are not dealing with the root causes, one of which is an emboldened criminal who isn't held accountable because it's the gun's fault. And we're not addressing the root causes of mental and behavioral health issues, which are pandemic in our society right now. We're going after the inanimate object. I spoke about this bill yesterday, and I get where the hearts of the bill sponsors are. I really do, because you're trying to solve a problem that has literally been in our faces in this session. We have all stood to address the grief of families. But the problem is the people who aren't going to follow the law now, they're not going to change their behavior because of this bill. They're not going to change their behavior. I just don't share the optimism of the bill sponsors in this regard. I feel like we are penalizing people who are going to follow the law and give a total pass to those who won't. So while I do appreciate the efforts of the bill sponsors and the heart that they have on this matter, I'm afraid I cannot support this legislation. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like my colleagues that have stood here before me, constituents are emailing us and calling us. Growing up, I was around a lot of gunsmiths, did different work in the Army. I went through armor courses. I learned how to do some work myself. There's others that were much more professional about it than I was. And it was a lot of fun to sit and watch them do precision work, fine precision work. No different than woodworking, automotive work, anything that's precision. If we take an automobile and we turn it into a high performance. Drag racing is illegal, but you can still take pride in making that high performance vehicle. Forcing requirements of serial numbers on precision equipment to make a gun that is more accurate because you like to be in competition, or maybe you just like to go out and shoot for the day, or you like hunting. All we're doing is criminalizing people that do a good job, do a good work, and take pride in their craftsmanship. The criminals could care less. They don't care if it's a high precision weapon or a piece of junk. They're going to take, steal, manipulate whatever they can to break the law. Why? Because they're a criminal. That's what they do. And so the criminals should be put in jail, but not the law-abiding citizens and gunsmiths that do quality craftsmanship and work in our communities, that pay taxes, pay rent on facilities. And now we're going to add additional burdens to them, because we believe that putting serial numbers on everything is going to get people to comply. We have serial numbers on engine blocks. Doesn't stop people from drag racing. We have serial numbers on everything conceivable out there. It doesn't stop them from being misused. Putting a serial number on an upper or lower receiver is not going to stop any criminal from committing that crime. But it will add to the cost. It will ultimately get passed to the consumer for the law-abiding gunsmith or the person that wants to make their gun smoother, more accurate, longer range, easier trigger pull, whatever the case happens to be. You don't have to like guns to look at the analogy that a serial number isn't going to stop a criminal. Just like Ford, GM, and Chrysler can't stop drunk drivers from getting in their vehicles and running people over or running into buildings. This body can't pass legislation that's going to stop criminals from doing things. But these efforts certainly will impact legitimate gunsmiths, legitimate businesses, legitimate citizens out there that are trying to make a living, trying to support themselves, trying to make a better product for a consumer that wants to buy it. I don't think our job is to hinder legitimate businesses and legitimate people. We need to reevaluate this. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So let's look at the idea of a serial number. What would be the only purpose of a serial number? To track that. That's it. Now we say, well, this is not gonna be a registry. It's not gonna be any stuff. Well, we're already saving information about buyers and background checks on weapons for up to 20 to 30 years already. That's a registry. The only reason you would put a serial number on anything is so that you can somehow track it. So let's take a scenario where one of these guns, a ghost gun, is serialized and it's found at the scene of a crime. According to the statements of many people that have testified about there not being a registry or something else, if you put a serial number on a ghost gun and it's found at the scene of a crime, well, if there's no registry and there's nowhere that number is kept anywhere, if there's nothing like that, then that means nothing to anybody. It means nothing to the police. It means nothing to anybody. A policeman picks up this gun with a serial number on it, and there's no way to find information about that serial number if we're really not registering these numbers and keeping track of these numbers. It will help no one. No one will ever be able to track down through the FBI, through ATF, through no one. No one will ever be able to track that serial number because it doesn't exist on anybody's registry. But if it's on a registry, then you can track it. If somewhere somebody is keeping a record of that number, then you can track it. That's against the Constitution. That's an infringement of my rights. Doesn't matter whether I wrote a serial number in crayon or stamped it with metal. That is illegal according to the Constitution. You can't track me because we've already heard, I believe even from the sponsors, that this is not the registry. Well, it's because it is. It's the idea of registry. It's the beginning of registry. Why else would you put a number on anything and then keep it for so many years? Because somebody is tracking that number to make sure that they have the knowledge that somebody owns this gun, or at the very least that this gun exists. That's not constitutional. And that actually goes against everybody that argues against this. Oh, this is not registries. Nobody's keeping track. Nobody. Then why numbers? Why numbers? If nobody's tracking, why numbers? It's because this is a continuation of all of these bills that keep coming forward to take away our Second Amendment rights, make the good guys the bad guys. It doesn't ever change anything when it does to crime. Everything is just attacking the people that are obeying the law. So what do? We make more and more laws so that it infringes more and more upon the law-abiding citizens and puts them into a smaller, controlled, collected group where we're tracking everything about them. That is the direction of this legislation and all the other legislation like it.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And it is an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I haven't engaged in much of the conversation about this as it came across the floor on seconds. But I did get a point of view that I had really not thought much about. I've got a man in my district who's a competitive shooter, very competitive shooter. In fact, I wouldn't want him chasing me because he can reach out a long ways. But the point is, he makes some of his guns. And he crafts things in a way that you would be proud to own it. If you didn't even shoot it, it'd be something that you would want. The idea of putting the numbers on and those kind of things, he asked me why. He doesn't sell guns, he doesn't transfer guns, he makes them for himself because he has a very specific reason for having one. And, I've got another friend that went to high school with my wife that's a very, very competitive shooter and sends us photographs of the things that he's milled and the things that he's built. And, they're incredible. But he's in the same category that he's not building them to sell. He's not building them for anything but for himself and a hobby, I guess, an avocation. And I don't see the purpose of putting serial numbers on that kind of weapons. I don't really see a purpose for putting serial numbers on any of these. But one of the things I want to bring up is it seems like there's a fear or there's an approach that the people that are building guns are arming some army. Well, that's not happening. If there was something like that going on in the United States today, there'd be somebody knew about it, and somebody would have talked to somebody else about it, and we would have already stopped it. This is something, it seems to me like people wanting to say, well, we're going to do something about these, because this is the only section of the market that we haven't done something about. I'm not positive how big a deal this is, but it doesn't seem nearly as big as what it's been made out to be by some of the people in the press. It seems like it's more of an approach that to reach out to your shop or to your garage and say, by the way, we don't want you doing that. And if you do that, you need to send us the numbers of what you built, and we'll keep track of it. I'm not sure that's where I want to go. Because I do know that if you go to the store and buy a weapon, they record that number. And where it went, I'm not sure. I don't buy very many guns. I don't own very many guns. So I'm not as familiar with the ins and outs of the gun trade as some of the other folks might be. But I do know that if we are focusing on these people that do something very special, then why? I don't think, and I haven't heard in any of the conversations that we've had at the well, that there is a burgeoning effort in the U.S. to create weapons that are under the radar in some way or another. Because I think you could probably get a gun from under the radar if you knew where to go look. And it wouldn't be one that was crafted by a craftsman. It'd be something that was stolen out of somebody's home, the numbers ground off of it, and that's where you would get it. And if you had bad ideas in the back of your head about using it, you'd probably know right where to go get them. These kind of things that people are building are not cheap. They're not going to be the kind of thing that you'd be using in robbery or any of those kind of things, in my opinion. Not from what I've seen. So I think this is I appreciate the passion from the folks that are running this one. And they should appreciate the passion we have for being protective of the people who are wanting to do something that has no nefarious approach, that's more of a hobby, that's more of something that they are trying to do to probably keep their hands and minds occupied as this country spirals down for a lot of other reasons. I don't think this is the biggest problem we've got. There are a lot of other things that we ought to be talking about. This is one, and I know where we're headed, but this is one I don't think we need to be doing. I'd ask for a no vote.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like I said yesterday, I've defended the Second Amendment as we've debated throughout the year. I've argued that point as an originalist when it comes to the Second Amendment. But at the end of the day, I was sent here by the majority of my constituents to defend the Second Amendment and their Second Amendment rights. But on the other hand, for the constituents that I serve that don't necessarily agree with the majority of constituents in my district, I thought I tried to find ways to address their concerns as well. And that was going at the real root problems of the violence that we see. I supported the Office of School Safety to address the concerns of parents in my district, the children in my district, and around the state. I think hardening our schools and protecting our children is a real solution. I helped run youth mental health bills, which I think on both sides we've talked about mental health as an issue. And I found that middle ground as I tried to move the needle while defending the Second Amendment, but also addressing the concerns of the constituents in my district on both sides. And I think working at the root cause of these problems is what we should do as a body. And I think we can do that in a bipartisan manner. I really do. I believe that crime is the issue. Unfortunately, folks, we cannot legislate morality. We cannot legislate kindness. Sure, we wish we all could. But I think there's some things that we can do as a society. We've got to stop decriminalizing crime. We have to start cracking down on criminals. People have to have the fear of some type of punishment for doing bad deeds. People have lost the fear of something bigger than them. It doesn't have to be God, but just know that we are small beings in this world, and there is something much bigger than us. There's something. We've got to uncuff our law enforcement, and we have to demand that people take responsibility for their actions. And we have.
Representative Winter, I'll guide you back to the bill, please. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I thought I was talking about the bill. At the end of the day, this law isn't going to deter criminals. Who's going to run and do this? Your law-abiding citizens. I'll say most of them in my district aren't going to, and they're going to become criminals. Like the representative from Akron said, there's a little bit of rebellious spirits in all of us. That's what makes us Americans. And I could say that's probably on both sides of the aisle. I see a little bit of rebel of everybody in here in one way or another, and we should all be proud of that because that's the one thing that can bind us, no matter what side you're on, is that American spirit. And I understand what the bill sponsors are trying to do here. I just don't think this is the route. Like I said, I don't see many criminals running to get their unserialized firearms serialized. And at the end of the day, I believe that for maybe the couple that it catches, it'll ensnare more law-abiding citizens than all. And at the end of the day, on this piece of legislation, what I fear from this is the spin that will come outside of this chamber to move the political football. In the lopsided media. I urge a no vote on this bill. If I thought it'd make a difference, I'd really think about it. But at the end of the day, I don't think it'll make a difference. And in the way I view things, and I know you're not all going to agree, but I came up here with the promise that I was going to do what was right, not what was popular. And I can live with that. And unfortunately, at the end of the day, law-abiding gun owners and those of us that have come up to defend the Constitution in its entirety will made out to be heartless, that we don't care, that we don't want to move the needle. I think that's the farthest from the truth. I think every life is precious. But at the end of the day, throwing something else at the wall and hoping that it'd stick, I don't believe that's the best way of legislating at all. And as I stand up here and defend the Constitution, just ask that when we come up here and we talk about the Constitution, this is just something I'd ask you all, because I love the Constitution. Like I've said here in the well before, I think behind the Bible, it's the second greatest document ever written by man. Defend it all. Just don't defend the pieces that you like or you need that day to push a piece of legislation. And I will make the promise that I will do the same or try to do the same. Let's really try to fix the problem, folks. Let's stop trying to take the end around. Let's go after the root causes of these things. And I know some people, this may feel good at the end of the day. If I really thought it'd make a difference, I could understand. But like I said before, I don't see criminals running to their local gunsmith to get their guns serialized. I urge a no vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 279. I heard this bill in House Judiciary, and I asked the question, why wouldn't you want to have your firearms serialized? I think that's a good place to start. As many of you know, I love shooting. I'm a big sports shooter and have a personal collection. And I, one day, decided to look up the history of my Sharps business rifle. And even though it was manufactured in the 1870s, it actually had an identification number on it that allowed me to send off for the records behind that gun, which included the first sales receipt. And it had been shipped out from Connecticut to a businessman here in Denver. And it was fascinating to really see the history of a firearm through a character in the Wild West. But that's more from a historian's curiosity. But that was never required by law until 1968 to be on certain types of firearms. And we largely didn't regulate mini firearms until 1934 with the Firearms Act in 1938. The trouble that I have with this particular bill is they make an exception for antique firearms, which I appreciate, and it's tied to the federal definition. The federal definition defines antique firearms as those manufactured before 1898, so that's great. Or black powder substitute that's not a rim fire or center fire. Those are great to be excluded. I certainly appreciate that. But what about all the other firearms manufactured before 1968 that there was no legal duty to have a serial number? Ones that you might have inherited from your grandfather or your father. Ones that have always hung above the fireplace, that you've never thought to check whether or not a serial number is on that particular firearm. What this bill does is it instantly makes that individual at least guilty of a misdemeanor. And if you have more than one firearm, that would now be a second offense, which now makes that Coloradan a felon. Which raises Fourth Amendment concerns. The Fourth Amendment of the Constitution says the right of the people to secure in their persons, houses, and papers and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be infringed, but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. What's the probable cause? We're going to have many Coloradans where law enforcement is going to be forced to have to ask the question, we suspect this individual owns firearms. They probably have inherited firearms. Given the age and generation of the individual, it's likely they have pre-1968 firearms. Do they go ahead and issue a search warrant? Of course, the answer is that's not going to happen. Our law enforcement resources are spread way too thin. So we've created a law here that is going to have selective enforcement. The Fourth Amendment concerns to me are much more troublesome than the Second Amendment concerns here. I mean, in the Second Amendment, we analyze it using the Braun case, where we turn to the text and the history and the tradition. And what we do know from that analysis is that the right to keep and bear arms, there's also the right to be able to manufacture that's underlying that, and to be able to gunsmith. There's also a right to repair. If your firearm were to break, and it happens to be the frame or the receiver, there is still an ability to be able to repair that particular part. And you don't need government permission to do so. But under this particular bill, and if you'll all turn with me to page 7 of the bill, lines 2 through 6, it says, "A person shall not manufacture or cause to be manufactured, including through the use of a three-dimensional printer, a frame or receiver of a firearm." What does this say? This actually says that a person, one of us, shall not, that's pretty clear, manufacture or cause to be manufactured a frame or receiver. Then there's only one exception, and that is 5 through 6, lines 5 through 6. It doesn't apply to a federally licensed firearm manufacturer. These words unequivocally and through their plain meaning have completely abolished gunsmithing in Colorado. It's also abolished the ability for a Coloradan to repair a receiver or a frame on a firearm. The Second Amendment would be inoperable if you weren't able to repair the key parts of the firearm. The Second Amendment would also be inoperable if you wouldn't be able to manufacture a firearm. The Second Amendment is also inoperable if another constitutional amendment, the Fourth Amendment, becomes weaponized to now force law enforcement to check whether or not you're in the possession of a firearm without a serial number. It's for these reasons that I cannot vote for this bill, and I hope that many of you come to the same conclusion. Most firearms do have serial numbers, and law enforcement do utilize them to try to track what's happened in a crime. But I'll give you a little hint about criminals and the law. A criminal doesn't really care if their firearm has a serial number or not. And more likely, they're probably going to file off the serial number to frustrate any future investigation. So if the point here is to try to help law enforcement with possible future investigations, savvy criminals are going to continue to do what they have always done and what they are currently doing. They are going to frustrate the investigations by filing off serial numbers, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure that's already a criminal offense. So we haven't actually effectively done
Representative
anything.
Soper, you have 1 minute remaining.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. So we haven't effectively done anything here except take that gun hanging over the fireplace or in the closet or the one that you inherited. It was a pre-1968 firearm that you haven't checked or analyzed. You may never have fired it. You may not know whether it has a serial number. And now you're guilty of a misdemeanor, and if you have more than one, you're guilty of a felony. Members, I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the bill sponsors for their work on this bill. However, I'm also a no vote. Yesterday, I was preoccupied with another bill on the floor and did not have the opportunity to weigh in on the conversation. but I would be remiss if I sat in my chair and didn't communicate to you some of the concerns that I heard from my constituents. And it's a lot of what you heard today. And I do think, I agree with my colleague and friend from Delta County. This goes beyond just Second Amendment considerations. This really goes to the heart of, for me, criminalizing law-abiding citizens. I think that that's a real concern for all of us, and not just because we believe in the Second Amendment, which I fully do, and not because I don't want my community safe. I'm raising my children here too. I want a safe community. I campaigned, as all of you did, on making our communities safer. And if I thought this was the answer, I would support it, but I don't believe it is. I don't believe that criminalizing law-abiding citizens is the way that we address this issue in Colorado. And that's what I heard from my constituents. I heard a lot about the antique firearms, which, as I understand, is exempt, but those ones that are passed down for generations within families. And an uneasiness about being criminalized for doing that. And so I think that while there's some good work that has been done, I think there's more work that needs to be done before we pass this legislation. And therefore, I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
And I want to thank my colleagues for all the debate that took place earlier. And I've been listening, even sometimes my head may be down, but I've been listening to the conversation. And what I got out of some of the statements that were made earlier, it's something like this. Let's not regulate behaviors that doesn't serve the common good, because criminals and those with antisocial behaviors will not follow them anyway. If we subscribe to this value, we would not be here working today, because we would say, you know what? Let's not do the work, because people who have antisocial behaviors or who are not interested in following the law will not follow them anyway. I believe this bill is about accountability and also about promoting the rule of law in our community. I have talked at length during our committee hearing as to why this bill is extremely important, because gun violence prevention and public safety and protecting the lives of Coloradans are of primary concerns to all of us, regardless of where we stand on this issue. And I wanted to share with you some of the statistics. In average year, 850 people die and 466 are wounded by guns in Colorado. The rate of gun deaths increased 41% from 2011 to 2020. In Colorado, Black people are 9 times more likely to die by gun homicide as white people. And Latinos are 3 times more likely to die. In the Black community, there are 15.5 gun-related homicide per 1,000 people. In the Latino community, there are 5.3 gun-related homicide per 1,000 people, while the average in Colorado is 3.6 gun-related homicide per 100,000. Again, this legislation is extremely important. Even here in Denver, where our state capital is located, data shows that ghost guns are turning up more frequently here in Denver. Denver police confiscated 166 ghost guns in 2021 and over 100 in 2022. Ghost guns are assembled and purchased from component parts. I think it is very important that we vote yes for this bill because, again, this is our community and we have to protect those who live here with us. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
and an honor to serve with you.
I will keep my remarks brief, but I think there are a few things that are important to correct on the record. First off, this bill does not create instant criminals. When you read the bill, you'll see very clearly that if you are in possession of or if you own an unserialized firearm, that you have until January 1st to be able to get that serialized or implicated lower receiver serialized in our state. We walked through in detail yesterday ATF regulations and process for doing that. We walked through in detail yesterday about if there's a capacity concern, how an FFL could take that receiver and have it serialized under their supervision and still have it be appropriately serialized and legal in the state of Colorado. This bill does not create an instant criminalization process, and that is important to state here and correct on the record. Through the legal lens, the definitions are clear as well. The confusion does not live outside of this building as it seems to inside of this building regarding the definitions. The ATF guidance is clear. On the AR-15 platform, the upper of an AR-15 platform is not required to be serialized. The ATF guidance is clear. It is only the lower. And if those words are unclear, there are actually pictures which are really helpful in the ATF guidance to be able to help direct your understanding of what needs to be serialized on a firearm, and not just the ATF version, or excuse me, not just the AR platform. The ATF guidance is clear. Our definitions are in line with and duplicate the federal definitions. And as you'll see in the bill, the phrase pursuant to federal law appears over and over again. The confusion that lives in this chamber regarding definitions does not translate into what I will call respectfully the real world, which I know we hope to return to on Tuesday. We heard from law enforcement, we heard from district attorneys. In the Senate, we heard from mayors and other elected officials across the political spectrum about how important this bill is. I find curious the argument that the criminalization of practices only work in some instances, but that in other instances, our laws will be wholly ineffective. That makes no sense to me. I understand the difficulty that comes with criminalizing any act in our society, and I bear very little of the implications of doing so based on my identity. I will say this, though. What this bill is effective in doing is stemming the tide of kits and components that are easily assembled into a firearm in our state in less time than I have already spoken. With a jig, a router, a hand drill, or a drill press, you could have made a functional lower receiver and in very short order converted that into an AR-15. Now, I have no problem with that if the lower is serialized, because you've gone through a background check. You've done the things that I, as a legal firearm owner, have already done. We have said as a state that firearm owners in the state of Colorado should go through a background check process to ensure that they are not a threat to themselves or somebody else. And yet, on the other hand, there seems to be an argument that, except for if you can buy one online, that clearly does not fall in line with our intent and expectations as a state that firearm ownership is indeed a Second Amendment right, and that safe firearm ownership is always predicated by a background check which ensures that you are somebody who is safe and legal to own a firearm in our state. If you are a gunsmith, and that phrase has been thrown around, that phrase has been used in a lot of different capacities. If you are a gunsmith, and I want to be clear about that, if you are engaged in the machining, molding, casting, forging, printing, additive manufacture, or other manufacturing process, you are already an FFL. The ATF is very clear about that. I have the U.S. Department of Justice document here if you'd like to see that. If you are a hobbyist and you like to build firearms, you simply need to get a serialized lower if this bill is signed into law, and you can do whatever you would like to do with that. This bill is not something that denigrates the Second Amendment rights of folks in our state. It does keep illegal and dangerous components out of the hands of those who are intentional about circumventing our background check process. I also want to be clear about the difference between a registry and serialization and the tracing of firearms, because those terms tend to be conflated. If you're curious about what the National Tracing Center does, established by the Gun Control Act of 1968, and why law enforcement is asking us for the ability to serialize these firearm components in our state, I have the document for you here as well. Among other things, the NTC solves the issue of unserialized firearms, of which, by the way, 1,100% increase in the last 4 years in the United States. Ghost guns prevalent and found at crime scenes. They use E-Trace to track down gun crime origins and develop links which help lead to the prosecution of violent crime gun offenders. Those don't sound like the regular Second Amendment folks we've referred to in this chamber. Those sound like folks for whom this process is vital. Those sound like folks when a family is wondering why their loved one was hurt or killed due to an act of gun violence should be held accountable. That's what this makes possible. This bill has bipartisan support in rooms other than this one. District attorneys, law enforcement, Colorado State Patrol. Our firearm manufacturers are in a monitor position on this bill. This is one step we can take to ensuring that every firearm owner in our state has gone through a proper background check process, and families and victims and survivors of gun violence have some measure of accountability in terms of justice when gun violence unfortunately strikes. I would ask for your yes vote on this common sense gun violence prevention legislation.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 279 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Hamrick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Hamrick votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 279 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Hamrick, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 213.
We will move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 213. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 213.
Senate Bill 213 by Senator Moreno, also Representatives Judah and Woodrow, concerning state land use requirements and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 213 on third reading and final passage.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi. And members, please be in the well if you are interested in speaking. Thank you. Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, we spent a lot of time, not as much time as I would have liked to have spent really discussing this bill. And it's difficult for me being in this chamber as a person who really wants to make good policy, wants a lot of the same things that you all want. We want to make sure there's housing in Colorado for our people, our constituents. I believe in that too. I don't know what affordable means to all of you, because I think in all of our communities, affordable means different things to different people. So I'm always a little more hesitant to use the term affordable housing because I don't know what that means in your community, only in what it means in mine. I talked a lot yesterday about process and my disappointment in this process, because as a person that has substantial public policy experience, local government experience, land use experience, I was not part of that process. And I want to pause for a second to say that I truly and deeply admire and respect my colleagues who have brought this bill. And they know, because I've said it often, that those comments are not directed at them. And I'm going to squarely place my comments where they belong, which is at the governor, who I not only asked but begged for a seat at the table 6 months ago and was denied that opportunity. And not because I lacked experience, not because I couldn't have contributed in a meaningful way to the conversation, but because elections have consequences, and those are the consequences. And I will say land use, our communities, are not partisan issues. And what I loved about being a county commissioner was that we had diverse perspectives from all across the state. And we all sat in a room once a month and came together, I'm gonna say 98% of the time, around the issues that best served our communities together. Because that was important. That is good policy. And sometimes you just need to put those differences aside. And I'm saddened, I mean, to be perfectly honest, that is not the way this conversation went. Because I do think there was an opportunity to do this better for all of our constituents across the state. And we no longer have that opportunity. I know yesterday it was said in the well that, you know, when we got a pile of amendments, I sat on that committee that night. It was a long committee. But when we got a pile of amendments, that she knew exactly what was in all of the amendments. And I don't disagree that she did. I can tell you we didn't. And that is not good policy. And then there was as many amendments run in committee as almost the size of the bill. And then more amendments run last night, which I still haven't been able to wrap my head around. And it's just not good policy. I don't care what side of the aisle you sit on, it is just not the way we make good policy in Colorado. I think our people, all of our people, deserve better than that. I would love to sit down with each and every one of you and ask you what this bill means to your community. I don't know that you can answer it because I know I can't. And I actually live this in my real life outside of this place. But there were so many changes and so many moving parts and so many things that don't belong in this bill. And I can talk all day long from my policy wonk experience about how the Department of Local Affairs has always been a technical support agency, and now you've just created a department within DOLA that is no longer going to be supportive of counties or municipalities, but is going to be regulating and enforcing against them. That is not the way in the history of the Department of Local Affairs that this has ever happened. You also have the Office of Economic Development and International Trade, which has nothing to do with land use, nothing. I still, to this day, cannot find what that connection is, and yet they are now part of this bill. And I would like to have more conversations around that. And I don't have that opportunity, none of us do, to have the opportunity to truly understand what this bill does or the impacts it has on our communities. And we can go out there and leave this building and say, we did something for affordable housing, which is where the bill sponsors are and what they were trying to accomplish, and I think it's admirable. I also want to do something for housing in Colorado, for my people, for your people, for all of our people. But this is not the way. This is not the way we make good policy. And I also, we talk a lot, or I talk a lot, I know we don't talk a lot, about what implementation looks like. After that bill is signed by the governor and hits the street, there are people who have to figure out how to implement this law to be in compliance with our state laws. And I think that's going to be very difficult. I think implementation of this bill and the corresponding amendments, it's going to make implementation difficult. We talk about this as a private property rights bill. And I will tell you, no one believes more in, we all believe in private property. Let me rephrase. We all believe in private property rights in some way. I lived it as a county commissioner. Every time we had a land use hearing, I had to make a decision on my people's private property rights. And I would say to the neighbors who crowded the room, sometimes in hundreds, and I would tell them that if you don't like what your neighbor wants to do on their property, you should buy it. Because that is truly private property rights. And I know I said that in committee, and the response, which was a nice response, thank you, was very complimentary towards me for doing that. But the response was, well, we don't do that in all communities. That is not the state's job to regulate that. I have heard, well, people are afraid of recalls if they make, decisions that their people don't like. Every time we push that button, red or green, we are subject to recall. We are subject to losing our seats. Because when you run for elected office, you have to make decisions. And nobody is going to like it all the time. And as my good friend from Mesa County will attest, when I used to go to lunch, I used to walk down Main Street for lunch, I would allocate an extra half an hour to that walk because 9 times out of 10, somebody stopped me. I'd like to pretend they were all complimentary, but my people would stop me on the street and they would say, Rose, I don't like what you did, or I want you to do this, or why aren't you doing that better or different or more, every time. And you know why? Because when we're talking about local control, I feel like the part that gets missing is it's not about local control, it's about a local government that is closest to the people. Your friends and neighbors that you see in the grocery store who stop you to talk about the decisions you've made. The people that stop you on Main Street that say, I need you to do this for me. That is local government. They are not the enemies. And yes, when you have 300 people coming up to your committee meeting or hearing and saying, I don't want this development, or I want to see it different, all of those voices deserve to be heard, regardless of whether you agree with it or not. And I can't tell you how many people came to the podium and said, I voted for you because I expected you would do this. And my retort every single time was, if you voted for me, this is exactly what you voted for, and you don't need to do it again. Because when we don't care about our next election, when we're actually focused on doing the right thing by our people and good policy, that's what makes us not politicians, but statesmen, which is what I intend, no matter how long I'm here for, to be in the end. This one-size-fits-all does not fit all of our communities. We are a diverse, beautiful, and unique group of communities. And those people should have a voice. We ran an amendment yesterday that said, you know what? If you want the state to take over land use, you should put it to the vote of the people. Let them decide. And it was rejected. And for what reason? We represent the people. That is why we are here.
Assistant Minority Leader Pugliese, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've never actually gotten to that point where you've had to tell me I have 1 minute, so I'm going to speed it up. If this is a matter of statewide concern, it should be applied equally across all communities, and that is not what happens when you make exemptions and exceptions and carve-outs in a bill. That is not fair, it's not right, it's not equitable. I've seen affordable housing projects used for economic development. You know what? It's probably not happening in the Metro District because you already have economic development. But that's not the same as the rural communities who are begging for people to come to their communities. And so you're treating them equally. You're treating southeastern Colorado the same as you're treating western Colorado, and the same as you're treating Colorado Springs, and the same as you're treating Denver. And that's not right. That is not who we are as Coloradans. And so with that, I'm going to say that if we truly believe this is a matter of statewide concern, this bill should be modified to include every single
Assistant
community.
Minority Leader Puglisi,
Thank you.
your time is up.
Exempt Colorado Springs.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do not believe in a one-size-fits-all policy, so I urge a no vote unless my communities are carved out too.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's truly an honor to serve with you.
And truly an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I want to say thank you again to the co-prime sponsors, especially in how they handled their introduction yesterday about this bill, because I know they listened to me in the Transportation Committee when they heard me a bit offended by this particular term. And it came up again yesterday, but it did not come up from these folks, and I really appreciate it. It came up that we, on the local government side, are comfortable with the status quo. Comfortable with the status quo, which is an indication that our local governments are the problem. There's no other way to read that phrase or listen to that phrase and not come to the conclusion that we're the problem. Well, here's the problem with that assumption. And I also appreciate, because I did not know this, and I should have known this, that our co-prime sponsors got their hands on this from, I learned something today, the lower chamber. I like that term. I'm not sure they'd like that term, but I like that term. That they got this last Friday. I don't know how you can do stakeholder engagement with this magnitude of legislation in that short a period of time. And I'll say what I said yesterday. There are groups out there that represent all our municipalities, that being CML, and the counties, CCI. And there are a number of people in this chamber that have a tremendous amount of local government experience. In the Transportation Committee alone, and I said this yesterday, there were 3 on my side of the aisle that have well over 25 years of experience in local government. And had we been involved in the stakeholder discussions, which again, I can't criticize too much here at the House because it was such a short period of time, I would have gladly have had my folks, the people that I work so closely with in the city of Grand Junction, send our most recent comprehensive plan, our housing and homeless plan, our ADU plan, et cetera, as a part of the stakeholder. Because that would have proved anything but that term status quo that really gets under my skin. Now, I don't stand up here and say that I am an expert on every community in Colorado. I would never say that. But I know my community, and I know how important this is to our community. And I also know the uniqueness of our community, and I said this yesterday. 75% of the land in Mesa County is, in fact, federal land. And I would venture to say another 15 to 20% in Mesa County is some of the most lush agricultural land in this entire state. And thus, why we have Palisade peaches. Thank goodness. And thus why we have one of the best wine areas in the country and in the world. So there's not a lot of room for Grand Junction to grow. It's pretty much predetermined by those parameters, unless we want to start moving out into that lush agricultural land that I, for one, don't want to see. So we've had to address this. And as proof of this, I said yesterday, we received in the second tranche of ARPA funds $12 million. 8 to 9 million of that was immediately dedicated through stakeholder engagement in our community to this particular issue that is so vital. So we're unique, yes, but I'll guarantee there are a lot of other people in this chamber that also have unique situations, and it would have been very nice if in the stakeholder we had had the time to do the research to find out how many communities are well beyond the status quo. And I think we would have been amazed at that. And I think before writing this, as a researcher on the business side of things, I would have asked DOLA to read all of those. And then, God forbid, people read and learn a little bit, and then, and only then, start to say, how can we augment what our communities are doing rather than step on them and say, you are locked in the status quo. I'll finish by saying I put up an amendment yesterday that I can summarize by saying I wanted Grand Junction opted out of this for all the energies and efforts that that community has put in. And I'll still state I want to be opt out of this. We do not need this bill, and it is not well researched. And I apologize because I know our co-primes got it so late. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield.
We're not going down. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened very carefully yesterday because one of the pillars of my campaigning has been on affordable housing, and affordable housing is necessary in my district very badly, needed very badly. So I was listening yesterday, and it didn't take long for me to be quite confused because what I heard was an amendment to fix an amendment that the stakeholders, of which I had trouble identifying with. I remember hearing about people in my county coming up to testify and not particularly treated very politely, and left with a real sour taste in their mouth. Then as I was listening yesterday, I heard, well, this is going to be set up a new department that's going to be in a department. And that's where I went, whoa. This is not affordable housing. This is grow government. It made me think about another promise I made to the people of House District 21, and that was I would not vote for anything that was an unfunded mandate. And I was taking a good look at what this is going to do for the communities, the counties, and how much it was probably going to cost them to enact this. And it's expensive, very expensive. I got looking at all the green sheets, which were amendments, and that became kind of bewildering because if you cross out one line, then it was reinstated in another, and by the time I had done 2 or 3 sheets, it was more than I ever wanted to tackle, and said, you know, this is not worth my time. All this put together created an impression in my mind that this is a bill that was hurried. It probably started with a really good premise, and I feel like it did. But I don't think it had enough time to be well thought out, well worked out, and gotten the buy-in from all corners of our state. I have to echo what I have heard here today and yesterday. It's said over and over again, one size does not fit all, and that certainly appears to be very, very true about this. I really would like to be able to say yes on this, because it is, my community does need more affordable housing, but this is not ready, and my community is not ready to do what this is going to ask them to do. So for today, I am a no. If this bill could be taken back and given some more time, more stakeholdering from all the way across the state, small, large, medium communities, of which I think people such as me who have an interest in affordable housing would be a part of. My feeling might be different, but it isn't yet. Thank you.
Representative
I'm a no.
Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a great honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, I have spent a lot of time speaking on this bill. I want to echo my colleague from El Paso County's great disappointment. Because when we create legislation that affects every single citizen in this state, it affects where they live, how they live, the culture of their community. We should not take this lightly. And I'm really disappointed because I absolutely feel that is what has occurred. In the guise of providing affordable housing to this state, this bill instead provides the heavy hand of state regulation and imposition on local municipalities and their surrounding areas. This bill assumes that the state should dictate to communities and citizens what their identity and values should be, and that's wrong. This bill started out in the Senate at 109 pages. It was amended, and it came to this chamber, 99 pages. And today, sitting on our desks, for those of us who still gather paper, 154 pages. 154. In 24 hours, this bill went from 99 pages long to 154. Do you really understand what's in it? I have to tell you, I don't. I think it's dandy that the folks who are privy to the conversations on the Transportation Committee understand very well what they are imposing on the state of Colorado. This bill in the House, this House of Representatives, where we were elected by our citizens, this bill was amended 55 times in 48 hours. 48 hours. We have 272 municipalities in this state that are directly impacted by 154 pages that just landed on our desk this morning. If I were a citizen of this state watching this today, and by God, I hope somebody is, you should be angry. I know that I certainly am. I am outraged at the abject disrespect that this body is showing its citizens. I am disappointed in the lack of stakeholding. I'm disappointed in the lack of consideration of the voices of our citizens. I'm going to read you an excerpt from the Castle Rock Town Council to us in this room. I'm not going to read the whole thing because you might actually then truly fall asleep instead of just disregarding me by looking at your phones.
Representative Frizzell.
Yes, Madam Speaker, my apologies. Please do not allow Governor Polis and others in the General Assembly to destroy our community's character by forcing incompatible land uses to be placed immediately adjacent to each other. From our past experiences, we know this is in direct opposition to what the residents of Castle Rock want. Further, our residents deserve to have decisions that impact their quality of life and their financial investments made by representatives whom they can hold to account, which is us, their town council representatives. The bill, I'm skipping down, the bill would also have incalculable financial implications on both our municipality and the state, adversely impacting services and affordability. Please, work to defeat this legislation and allow us to continue in the work at which we have excelled, building a high-quality community with an array of market-based housing choices. You know, you might say, because I've previously described what the town of Castle Rock has done, what my town has done. Because candidly, a lot of what is in this bill doesn't actually apply to us because we're already doing it. My outrage comes at the requirement that we here in this chamber think that we have the ability to impose our will on my town. I am going to once again voice my disappointment in the fact that this bill has not been adequately vetted. It has not been adequately stakeholdered. And with that, Madam Speaker, I ask for this bill to be read at length.
The bill has been requested to be read at length. Please proceed.
First Regular Session 74th General Assembly State of Colorado revised. This version includes all amendments adopted on second reading in the Second House LLSNO 23 to 890.01 Pierce Lively X 2059 Senate Bill 23 to 213. Senate Committees House Committees Local Government and Housing Transportation, Housing and Local Government Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning state land use requirements, and, in connection. 102 therewith, making an appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Housing Needs Planning. The Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs, Director, shall, no later than December 31, 2024, and every 5 years thereafter, issue methodology for developing statewide, regional, and local housing needs assessments. The statewide housing needs assessment must determine existing statewide housing stock and current and future housing needs. The regional housing needs. House amended second reading May 4, 2023. Senate third reading unamended April 28, 2023. Senate amended second reading April 27, 2023. Senate sponsorship Moreno, Exum, Gonzalez, Hansen, Jaquez Lewis, Priola. House sponsorship Jodé and Woodrow. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Assessments must allocate the addressing of housing needs identified in the statewide housing needs assessment to regions of the state. Similarly, the local housing needs assessments must allocate the addressing of the housing needs allocated in the regional housing needs assessment to localities in the relevant region. The Director shall, no later than December 31, 2024, issue guidance on creating a housing needs plan for both a rural resort job center municipality and an urban municipality. Following this guidance, no later than December 31, 2026, and every 5 years thereafter, a rural resort job center municipality and an urban municipality shall develop a housing needs plan and submit that plan to the Department of Local Affairs, Department. A housing needs plan must include, among other things, descriptions of how the plan was created, how the municipality will address the housing needs it was assigned in the local housing needs. Assessment, affordability strategies the municipality has selected to address its local housing needs assessment, an assessment of displacement risk and any strategy selected to address identified risks, and how the locality will comply with other housing requirements in this bill. The Director shall, no later than December 31, 2024, develop and publish a menu of affordability strategies to address housing production, preservation, and affordability. Rural resort job center municipalities and urban municipalities shall identify at least 2 of these strategies that they intend to implement in their housing plan, and urban municipalities with a transit-oriented area must identify at least 3. The Director shall, no later than December 31, 2024, develop and publish a menu of displacement mitigation measures. This menu must, among other things, provide guidance for how to identify areas at the highest risk for displacement and identify displacement mitigation measures that a locality may adopt. An urban municipality must identify which of these measures it intends to implement in its housing plan to address any areas it identifies as at an elevated risk for displacement. The Director shall, no later than March 31, 2024, publish a report that identifies strategic growth objectives that will incentivize growth in transit-oriented areas and infill areas and guide growth at the edges of urban areas. The Multi-Agency Advisory Committee shall, no later than March 31, 2024, submit a report to the General Assembly concerning the strategic growth objectives. The bill establishes a Multi-Agency Advisory Committee and requires that committee to conduct a public comment and hearing process on and provide recommendations to the Director on methodologies for developing statewide, regional, and local housing needs assessments. Guidance for creating housing needs plans. Developing a menu of affordability strategies. 213. Developing a menu of displacement mitigation measures. Identifying strategic growth objectives, and developing reporting guidance and templates. A county or municipality within a rural resort region shall participate in a regional housing needs planning process. This process must encourage participating counties and municipalities to identify strategies that, either individually or through intergovernmental agreements, address the housing needs assigned to them. A report on this process must be submitted to the Department. Further, within 6 months of completing this process, a rural resort job center municipality shall submit a local housing needs plan to the Department. Once a year, both rural resort job centers and urban municipalities shall report to the Department on certain housing data. A multi-agency group created in the bill and the Division of Local Government within the Department shall provide assistance to localities. In complying with the requirements of this bill, this assistance must include technical assistance and a grant program. Accessory dwelling units. The director shall promulgate an accessory dwelling unit model code that, among other things, requires accessory dwelling units to be allowed as a use by right in any part of a municipality where the municipality allows single-unit detached dwellings as a use by right. The committee shall provide recommendations to the director for promulgating this model code. In developing these recommendations, the committee shall conduct a public comment and hearing process. Even if a municipality does not adopt the accessory dwelling unit model code, the municipality shall adhere to accessory dwelling unit minimum standards established in the bill and by the department. These minimum standards, among other things, must require a municipality to allow accessory dwelling units as a use by right in any part of the municipality where the municipality allows single-unit detached dwellings as a use by right. Only adopt or enforce local laws concerning accessory dwelling units that use objective standards and procedures. Not adopt, enact, or enforce local laws concerning accessory dwelling units that are more restrictive than local laws concerning single-unit detached dwellings, and not apply standards that make the permitting, siting, or construction of accessory dwelling units infeasible. Middle housing. The director shall promulgate a middle housing model code that, among other things, requires middle housing to be allowed as a use by right in any part of a rural resort job center municipality or a Tier 1 urban municipality where the municipality allows single-unit detached dwellings as a use by right. The committee shall provide recommendations to the director for promulgating this. 213. Model Code. In developing these recommendations, the committee shall conduct a public comment and hearing process. Even if a rural resort job center municipality or a Tier 1 urban municipality does not adopt the Middle Housing Model Code, the municipality shall adhere to middle housing minimum standards established in the bill and by the department. These minimum standards, among other things, must require a municipality to allow middle housing as a use by right in certain areas. Only adopt or enforce local laws concerning middle housing that use objective standards and procedures. Allow properties on which middle housing is allowed to be split by right using objective standards and procedures. Not adopt, enact, or enforce local laws concerning middle housing that are more restrictive than local laws concerning single-unit detached dwellings, and not apply standards that make the permitting, siting, or construction of middle housing infeasible. Transit-oriented areas. The director shall promulgate a transit-oriented area model code that, among other things, imposes minimum residential density limits for multifamily residential housing and mixed-income multifamily residential housing and allows these developments as a use by right in the transit-oriented areas of Tier 1 urban municipalities. The committee shall provide recommendations to the director for promulgating this model code. In developing these recommendations, the committee shall conduct a public comment and hearing process. Even if a Tier 1 urban municipality does not adopt the transit-oriented model code, the municipality shall adhere to middle housing minimum standards established in the bill and by the department. These minimum standards, among other things, must require a municipality to create a zoning district within a transit-oriented area in which multifamily housing meets a minimum residential density limit and is allowed as a use by right, and not apply standards that make the permitting, siting, or construction of multifamily housing in transit-oriented areas infeasible. Key corridors. The director shall promulgate a key corridor model code that applies to key corridors in rural resort job center municipalities and Tier 1 urban municipalities. The model code must, among other things, include requirements for the percentage of units in mixed-income multifamily residential housing that must be reserved for low and moderate-income households. Minimum residential density limits for multifamily. 213. Residential housing, and mixed-income multifamily residential housing that must be allowed as a use by right in key corridors. The committee shall provide recommendations to the director for promulgating this model code. In developing these recommendations, the committee shall conduct a public comment and hearing process. Even if a rural resort job center municipality or a Tier 1 urban municipality does not adopt the key corridor model code, the municipality shall adhere to key corridor minimum standards promulgated by the director and developed by the department. These minimum standards, among other things, must identify a net residential zoning capacity for a municipality and must require a municipality to allow multifamily residential housing within key corridors that meets the net residential zoning capacity as a use by right. Not apply standards that make the permitting, siting, or construction of multifamily housing in certain areas infeasible, and not adopt, enact, or enforce local laws that make satisfying the required minimum residential density limits infeasible. The committee shall provide recommendations to the director on promulgating these minimum standards. In developing these recommendations, the committee shall conduct a public comment and hearing process. Adoption of model codes and minimum standards. A relevant municipality shall adopt either the model code or local laws that satisfy the minimum standards concerning accessory dwelling units, middle housing, transit-oriented areas, and key corridors. Furthermore, a municipality shall submit a report to the department demonstrating that it has done so. If a municipality fails to adopt either the model code or local laws that satisfy the minimum standards by a specified deadline, the relevant model code immediately goes into effect, and municipalities shall then approve any proposed projects that meet the standards in the model code using objective procedures. However, a municipality may apply to the department for a deadline extension for a deficiency in water or wastewater infrastructure or supply. Additional provisions. The bill also Requires the Advisory Committee on Factory-Built Structures and Tiny Homes to produce a report on the opportunities and barriers in state law concerning the building of manufactured homes, mobile homes, and tiny homes. Removes the requirements that manufacturers of factory-built structures comply with escrow requirements of down payments and provide a letter of credit, certificate of deposit issued by a licensed financial institution, or -5, 213. Surety bond issued by an authorized insurer. Prohibits a planned unit development resolution or ordinance for a planned unit with a residential use from restricting accessory dwelling units, middle housing, housing in transit-oriented areas, or housing in key corridors in a way not allowed by this bill. Prohibits a local government from enacting or enforcing residential occupancy limits that differ based on the relationships of the occupants of a dwelling. Modifies the content requirements for a county and municipal master plan, requires counties and municipalities to adopt or amend master plans as part of an inclusive process, and requires counties and municipalities to submit master plans to the department. Allows a municipality to sell and dispose of real property and public buildings for the purpose of providing property to be used as affordable housing, without requiring the sale to be submitted to the voters of the municipality. Requires the approval process for manufactured and modular homes to be based on objective standards and administrative review equivalent to the approval process for site-built homes. Prohibits a municipality from imposing more restrictive standards on manufactured and modular homes than the municipality imposes on site-built homes. Prohibits certain municipalities from imposing minimum square footage requirements for residential units in the approval of residential dwelling unit construction permits. Requires certain entities to submit to the Colorado Water Conservation Board, a completed and validated water loss audit report pursuant to guidelines that the board shall adopt. Allows the board to make grants from the Water Efficiency Grant Program Cash Fund to provide water loss audit report validation assistance to covered entities. Allows the board and the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority to consider whether an entity has submitted a required audit report in deciding whether to release financial assistance to the entity for the construction of a water diversion, storage, conveyance, water treatment, or wastewater treatment facility. Prohibits a unit owners association from restricting accessory dwelling units, middle housing, housing in transit-oriented areas, or housing in key corridors. Requires the Department of Transportation to ensure that the -6, 213 prioritization criteria for any grant program administered by the department are consistent with state strategic growth objectives, so long as doing so does not violate federal law. Requires any regional transportation plan that is created or updated to address and ensure consistency with state strategic growth objectives. Requires that expenditures for local and state multimodal projects from the Multimodal Transportation Options Fund are only to be made for multimodal projects that the department determines are consistent with state strategic growth objectives, and for state fiscal year 2023 to 24, appropriates $15 million from the general fund to the Housing Plans Assistance Fund and makes the department responsible for the accounting related to the appropriation. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. Legislative Declaration. 1a. The General Free Assembly finds and declares that, 4a, Colorado housing is currently among the most expensive in 5 the nation. In 2021, Colorado had the 6th highest median home value 6 and the 4th highest median gross rent but only the 10th highest median 7 income, according to the state demographer. 8b. Between 2010 and 2021, the percentage of Coloradans 9 making less than $75,000 a year who were housing 10 cost-burdened, meaning they spend more than 30% of their 11 income on housing needs, increased from 54% to 61.12%, and, for renters making less than $75,000 13 a year, that percentage increased from 59% to 73.14%, according to the American Community Survey. 15c. Colorado's housing supply has not kept pace with population. 16. Growth. Between 2010 and 2020, the state added 17,000 fewer housing units than in the prior decade, despite the -7, 213. One population increasing by a similar amount in each decade. The state has an unmet housing need, as of 2022, of between 65,000 and 390,000 units, according to the state demographer. 4d. Many cities restrict the development of more compact 5 affordable home types, such as accessory dwelling units, townhomes, 6 duplexes, and multifamily homes, on most of their residential land. 7e. Older adults represent the fastest growing segment of 8 Colorado's population and have diverse housing needs that are not being adequately met in the current housing market, including the need for more 10 accessible and affordable housing units built with universal design and 11 located within age-friendly communities. The housing and land use 12 policies of the state must be informed by the findings and 13 recommendations of the Strategic Action Plan on Aging, developed 14 pursuant to Section 24-32-3406, prior to the repeal of that section, and the 15 Lifelong Colorado Initiative created in Section 26-11-302, including the 16 8 Realms of Livable and Age-Friendly Communities. 17f. The 10 largest municipalities in the Denver metropolitan area. 18 allow single-unit detached dwellings as a use by right on over 19% of their residential land, compared to allowing as a use by right an estimated 24% of their residential land for accessory 21 dwelling units, 33% of their residential land for 22 townhomes, 31% of their residential land for duplexes up to 23 quadplexes, and 35% of Their residential land for 24 multifamily homes, according to publicly available zoning data. 25. G. The 10 largest municipalities in the Denver metropolitan area. 26 require a minimum lot size of over 5,000 square feet on more than 27.5 of their residential land, according to publicly available zoning data. Dash 8, 213. 1H. These types of common zoning practices make it difficult to build more affordable home types and have historically been used to 3 exclude low-income residents and renters. 4I. To stabilize housing prices and ensure development of housing. 5. To meet the state's growing need, the state must increase its housing. 6. Supply to address the unmet housing need from the past decade and plan 7 for future household growth. And 8J. Displacement from low-income neighborhoods has occurred. 9. In Colorado, under current land use regulations, as housing rents and prices 10 have increased faster than wages, which has fundamentally changed the 11 demographics of some areas. These pressures have led to both direct 12 displacement of individual households from homes they can no longer 13 afford and indirect displacement as the result of changes in the 14 neighborhood population as low-income residents move out and the 15 vacated units are no longer affordable to similar households. As the state 16 and local government seek to increase housing options and affordability. 17. It is essential to take steps to mitigate further displacement and enable 18 residents to stay in their neighborhoods if they wish. 19. 2. Therefore, the General Assembly finds, determines and 20 declares that the lack of housing is a critical problem that threatens the 21 economic, environmental, and social quality of life in Colorado. 22. B.I. The General Assembly finds and declares that, 23. A. The consequences of land use policies that limit housing 24 supply and diversity include a lack of housing that is affordable to 25 Coloradans of low and moderate incomes, a lack of housing to support 26 employment growth, an imbalance in jobs and housing, segregated in 27 unequal communities, reduced mobility and long commutes, reduced. 9, 213. 1. Options for older adults to age in their community of choice, loss of open 2 space and agricultural land, high water usage, and increased greenhouse 3 gas and air pollution. 4. B. When a local government's policies reduce and limit the 5 supply of housing, neighboring local governments are also affected by 6 more people seeking affordable housing. And 7. C. People are not able to live near where they work, leading to 8 longer commutes, putting additional strain on Colorado's roads, and 9. Increasing pollution. 10. 2. Therefore, the General Assembly finds, determines, and 11 declares that the lack of housing supply and unsustainable development 12 patterns are partially caused by local government policies that effectively 13 limit the construction of a diverse range of housing types in areas already 14 served by infrastructure or in close proximity to jobs and public transit. 15. C.I. The General Assembly further finds and declares that the 16 General Assembly and the people of Colorado have made historic 17 investments in affordable housing, including the following. 18. A. In 2021 and 2022, the General Assembly approved close to $119 billion for affordable housing investments funded primarily by 20 Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, Pub. L. 117-2, and the 21 General Fund, and 22. B. In the November 2022 election, Colorado voters approved 23 Proposition 123, which will dedicate an estimated $300,024 per year to affordable housing. 25. 2. Therefore, the General Assembly finds, determines, and 26 declares that, coupled with historic investments in affordable housing, 27 reforms to local land use regulations can accelerate an increase in housing. 10. 213. 1. Supply that is affordable at all income levels and accessible for people of all ages and abilities. 3a. National studies, such as the article Relationships Between Density and Per Capita Municipal Spending in the United States, 5 published in Urban Science, have found that lower density communities 6 have higher government capital and maintenance costs for water, sewer, 7 and transportation infrastructure, and lower property and sales tax 8 revenues. These increased costs are often borne by both state and local 9 governments. 10b. A study for a rural resort municipality in Colorado found that 11 doubling the average residential density for future growth would save 31% in capital and maintenance costs over 20 years. 13. 2. The General Assembly finds and declares that the availability 14 of affordable housing is a matter of mixed statewide and local concern. 15. Therefore, it is the intent of the General Assembly in enacting this act to 16a. Create a more consistent ability statewide to develop a variety 17 of housing types, limit the ability of local governments to reduce density 18 or render infeasible housing development projects that can address the 19 states' housing shortage for all parts of the income spectrum, and support 20 more fiscally and environmentally sustainable development patterns. 21b. Improve regional collaboration and outcomes by reducing the 22 ability of individual local governments' land use restrictions. Negatively 23 influence regional concerns such as housing affordability, open space, 24 traffic, and air pollution, and 25, c. Increase housing supply, allow more compact development, 26 encourage more affordable housing, encourage more environmentally and 27 fiscally sustainable development patterns, encourage housing patterns that 11, 213. 1. Conserve water resources, and encourage housing units that are located in too close proximity to public transit, places of employment, and everyday 3 needs. 3. In finding and declaring that land use policies that affect 5 housing supply are matters of mixed statewide and local concern, the 6th General Assembly finds and declares that there is a need for uniformity in 7 policies that affect housing supply because 8a. The state has an interest in planning for future growth. The 9-state demographer estimates that between 2023 and 2030 the state will add an average of 35,000 households per year, and that 11 between 2030 and 2040 the state will add an additional 12,600 households per year. According to the state 13 demographer, households headed by a household age 65 and above 14 are expected to increase by 197,000 from 2020 to 2030, meaning over 15% of the growth in households across the state is expected to be 16 households over 65. 17b. Housing supply impacts housing affordability. Housing prices 18 are typically higher when housing supply is restricted by local land use 19 regulations in the metropolitan region, according to studies such as the 20 National Bureau of Economic Research's Working Papers, Regulation and 21 Housing Supply, the impact of zoning on housing affordability, and 22, the impact of local residential land use restrictions on land values 23 across and within single-family housing markets. 24, c. Increasing housing supply moderates price increases and 25 improves housing affordability across all incomes, according to studies 26 such as The Economic Implications of Housing Supply in the Journal 27 of Economic Perspectives and Supply Skepticism, Housing Supply and -12, 213. 1. Affordability in housing policy debate. 2d. Academic research such as the impact of building 3 restrictions on housing affordability in the Federal Reserve Bank of 4 New York Economic Policy Review has identified zoning and other land 5 use controls as a primary driver of rising housing costs in the most 6 expensive housing markets. 7e. Local land use regulations influence what types of housing are built throughout the state and can restrict more affordable housing in 9 options. 10f. Between 2000 and 2019, over 70% of homes built 11 in Colorado were single-unit detached dwellings, while less than 12% of homes were duplexesto quadplexes, and less than 13% of homes were homes in multifamily buildings with 5 or more 14 units, according to the American Community Survey. 15g. Middle housing and multifamily housing types are more 16 affordable than detached dwellings, in part because land costs are shared. 17 between more households. 18h. In 2019, Colorado duplexes and larger multifamily housing 19 units cost between 14 to 43% less to own, and 20 between 9 to 26% less to rent, than single-unit detached 21 dwellings depending on the type of housing, according to the American 22 Community Survey. 23i. Proposed market rate and affordable housing projects are 24 routinely delayed or denied due to discretionary and subjective political 25 processes and land use regulations that limit denser development either 26 directly or indirectly. 27j. According to a 2022 article titled Does Discretion Delay? 13, 213. 1 development, in the American Planning Association Journal, 2 residential projects using by right approval processes are approved 328% faster than those using discretionary approval for processes, and faster approval times reduce developer costs and therefore 5 housing costs. 6k. Compact housing types such as duplexes, townhomes, and 7 multifamily homes also use significantly less energy for heating, cooling, 8 and electricity than detached dwellings, which saves residents money and 9 results in lower emissions. 10l. In Colorado, household energy savings range from 11% less for townhomes to 70% less for larger multifamily 12 homes compared to single-unit detached dwellings, according to 13 residential housing stock data from the National Renewable Energy 14 Laboratory. 15m. The state has an interest in ensuring economic mobility by 16 increasing affordable housing opportunities throughout the state. 17i. Researchers have demonstrated that restrictive local land use 18 regulations help explain segregation income within metropolitan areas, 19 which leads to disparate incomes and access to opportunities, 22, in Colorado, households with the lowest incomes experienced 21 the highest rates of housing cost burden, according to the American 22 Community Survey, 23, 3, housing costs can dictate the quality of a child's education, 24 and the highest performing schools are located in areas with the highest 25 housing costs, 26, 4, according to a Brookings Institution report entitled Housing 27 Costs, Zoning, and Access to High-Scoring Schools that analyzed the 14, 213. 100 largest metropolitan areas in the United States, housing costs an average of 2 4/10 times as much near a high-scoring 3 public school than near a low-scoring 1. The same study found that 4 metro areas with the least restrictive zoning have housing cost gaps 5 between high-scoring and low-scoring schools that are 63% 6 lower than metro areas with the most restrictive zoning. 7v. Researchers have also found that upward mobility is 8 significantly greater in more compact development areas than in low 9 density areas, primarily due to better job accessibility by multiple 10 transportation modes, according to the study. Does urban sprawl hold 11 down upward mobility? Published in the Journal of Landscape and 12 Urban Planning. 13.6. Nationwide, cities with the highest housing costs and lowest 14 vacancy rates experience the highest rates of homelessness, according to 15. A report by the Urban Institute, Unsheltered Homelessness Trends. 16. Characteristics and homeless histories. These indicators explain a 17 greater portion of the variation in regional rates of homelessness than 18 other commonly assumed factors, such as poverty rate, substance use, or 19 mental illness, according to a study in the European Journal of Housing 20 Policy, The Economics of Homelessness, the evidence from North 21 America. 22.7. Through legislation such as House Bill 21 to 1266 and Senate 23 Bill 21 to 272, the state has made significant efforts to identify 24 disproportionately impacted communities and to prioritize benefits to 25 these communities. 26.8. Researchers in the article, Housing Constraints and Spatial 27 Misallocation, in the American Economic Journal, found that restrictions. 15.2.13. 1 on new housing supply in high productivity places limit the number of 2 workers who have access to jobs in those places, which over the past 3 several decades they estimate has lowered aggregate economic growth in for the United States by 36%. 5.9. Researchers in the study Unaffordable Housing and Local 6 Employment Growth, published by the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, 7 found that metropolitan areas in the United States and counties with lower 8 housing affordability experienced significantly less employment growth. 9 and 10x. Within regions, national surveys have found that a lack of 11 affordable housing within a reasonable commuting distance impacts 12 businesses' ability to attract and retain workers, according to a Literature 13 review conducted by the Center for Housing Policy. And 14. The state has an interest in advancing efficient water use. And 15 local government decisions that encourage dispersed, low density. 16 development negatively affect the state's water supply. 17. Efficient water use is essential for creating vibrant 18 communities that balance water supply and demand needs to create a 19 sustainable urban landscape, according to the vision laid out in the 20 Colorado Water Plan. 21. 2. Compact infill development reduces water demand and 22 infrastructure costs through shorter pipes that reduce losses. Less 23 landscaped space per unit, and better use of existing infrastructure. And 24. 3. Compared to a single unit detached dwelling. Accessory 25 dwelling units use 22% less water, small multifamily 26 homes 63% less, and larger multifamily homes 86 27% less, based on data from Denver and Aurora water users analyzed. 16.2.13. 1 for the Colorado Water and Growth Dialogue Final Report in 2018. 2. 4a. The General Assembly finds and declares that there is an 3 extraterritorial impact when local governments enact local ordinances that 4 have impacts that cross jurisdictional lines because 5i. Local restrictions on housing push people further from their 6 work and increase driving commute times. 7. 2. Communities with the most restrictive local land use 8 regulations often enable job growth while limiting the ability of housing 9 growth to keep pace, which affects the pace of housing development in 10 neighboring jurisdictions. This results in regional imbalances between 11 jobs and housing that researchers have found have a significant impact on 12 vehicle miles traveled and commute times, according to studies such as 13, which reduces vehicle travel more, jobs housing balance, or 14 retail housing mixing, published in the Journal of the American 15 Planning Association. 16.3. In the 10 rural resort municipalities with the highest jobs to 17 housing ratios in the state, over 90% of workers commute from 18 other jurisdictions, according to housing data from the 2020 Federal 19 Decennial Census and jobs and commuting data from the longitudinal 20 Employer Household Dynamics Origin Destination Employment Dataset 21 from the census. 22.4. The 10 rural resort municipalities with the highest jobs to 23 housing ratios in the state added 18% fewer housing units per 24 capita and their commute times 4. Workers were 17% 25 longer on average than jurisdictions in rural resort counties as a whole, 26 according to data from the 2020 Federal Decennial Census, American 27 Community Survey, and the longitudinal Employer Household Dynamics. 17.2.13. 1 Origin Destination Employment Dataset from the Census. 2. Nationwide, the number of jobs within the typical commute 3 distance for residents in major metropolitan areas has declined over time 4 according to a report by the Brookings Institution titled The Growing 5 Distance Between People and Jobs in Metropolitan America. 6. Coloradans drive more miles per person than they used to, in 7 part due to dispersed, low-density development patterns, putting stress on 8 transportation infrastructure and increasing household costs. 9. Since 1981, per capita vehicle miles traveled in Colorado 10 have risen by over 20% according to data from the Federal 11 Highway Administration. 12.8. High transportation costs impact low-income households 13 in particular, with households making less than $40,000 per 14-year in the western United States spending over 24% of 15 their income on transportation, when spending more than 15%. 16 of income on transportation is considered cost-burdened, according to 17 data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Expenditure Surveys, 18 and 19. 9. In Colorado, households in more dense areas, census tracts 20 with more than 4,000 units per square mile or about 15 units 21 per acre, drive 20% less than the state average. And higher 22 density areas, census tracts with more than 10,000 units per square 23 mile or about 40 units per acre, drive 40% less than the state 24 average, according to data from the 2017 National Household Travel 25 Survey. And 26b. The increase in vehicle traffic due to local land use restrictions 27 also has an environmental extraterritorial impact. 18.2.13. 1I. Vehicle traffic, which increases when land use patterns are more dispersed, contributes 20% of nitrogen oxides emissions. 3. A key ozone precursor, according to the executive summary of the 4 Moderate Area Ozone SIP for the 2015 Ozone NAAQS by the Regional 5 Air Quality Council. 6. 2. The United States Environmental Protection Agency has classified the Denver Metro/North Front Range area as being in severe 8 non-attainment for ozone and ground-level ozone, which has serious 9 impacts on human health, particularly for vulnerable populations. 10. 3. According to the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Reduction 11 Roadmap, published by the Colorado Energy Office and dated January 14, 2021, the transportation sector is the single largest source of greenhouse 13 gas pollution in Colorado. 14. 4. Nearly 60% of the greenhouse gas emissions from 15 the transportation sector come from light-duty vehicles, the majority of 16 cars and trucks that Coloradans drive every day. 17. V. As part of the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Reduction Roadmap, 18. A strategic action plan to achieve legislatively adopted targets of reducing 19 greenhouse gas pollution economy-wide by 50% below 2005-20 levels by 2030 and 90% by 2050. The state committed to 21 reducing emissions from the transportation sector by 41% by 2030 from a 2005 baseline. 23. 6. The Greenhouse Gas Transportation Planning Standard 24 adopted by the Transportation Commission in 2021 set a target to reduce 25 transportation greenhouse gas emissions through the Transportation 26 planning process by 1,500,000 tons by 2030. 27. 7. Local government land use decisions that require a -19-213. 1 minimum amount of parking spaces beyond what is necessary to meet 2 market demand increase vehicle miles traveled and associated greenhouse 3 gas emissions. According to the UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies 4 article titled, What Do Residential Lotteries Show Us About 5 Transportation Choices, higher amounts of free parking provided in 6 residential developments cause higher rates of vehicle ownership, higher 7 rates of vehicle miles traveled, and less frequent transit use. 8. Local government land use decisions that require a 9 minimum amount of parking spaces increase the cost of new residential 10 projects, which increases housing costs. According to the Regional 11 Transportation District Study, Residential Parking in Station Areas, a 12 study of Metro Denver, structured parking spaces in the Denver 13 metropolitan areas cost $25,000 each to build in 2020, and use space which would otherwise be used for revenue. 15. Generating residential units, decreasing the profitability of residential. 16. Development. As a result, parking requirements may discourage 17 developers from building new residential projects, or, if they do move 18 forward with projects, force them to recoup the costs of building 19 excessive parking by increasing housing prices. 25. A. Local land use policies that encourage dispersed, low 21 density development have an impact on open space and agricultural land. 22. An exposure to climate hazards outside of their jurisdictional limits. 23. A study of urbanized areas in the United States, the effect of 24 land use controls on the spatial size of U.S. urbanized areas, in the 25 Journal of Regional Science, found that the presence of density 26 restrictions such as minimum lot sizes and floor area ratio limits result in 27 larger urbanized areas. 20-213. 1. 2. Enabling denser housing near transit and in already developed 2 areas can limit continued loss of agricultural and natural lands. 3. Between 1982 and 2017, Colorado lost over 25% of its agricultural cropland, according to data from the National 5 Resources Inventory published by the United States Department of Agriculture. And, over the same time period, the size of urban and built-up 7 areas grew faster than the population by over 100%. 8. Compared to 83%, 9. 4. Encouraging growth in infill locations is an important 10 strategy for minimizing wildfire risk by limiting the growth of households 11 in fire-prone areas, and 12. Between 2012 and 2017, the number of people living in the 13 wildland-urban interface increased by nearly 50% according to the 14 Colorado State Forest Service. 15. Therefore, the General Assembly finds, determines, and declares. 16. That local government land use decisions that limit housing and encourage 17. Dispersed low-density development impact local and state government. 18. Fiscal health and the business community. 19. The General Assembly also declares that the development and 20 use of land is a matter of mixed statewide and local concern. 21. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add Article 33 to Title 2229 as follows. 23. Article 33-24 State Land Use Requirements for Affordable Housing. 25. Part 126 Housing Needs Planning. 2729-33-101. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly. 21-213. 1. Hereby finds, determines, and declares that 2a. Colorado lacks a coordinated process to set goals, 3. Develop solutions, and track progress towards meeting 4. Statewide, regional, and local housing needs. 5b. Consistent information about statewide, regional, and 6. Local housing needs is essential in developing equitable and 7. Effective housing policies and strategies and improving efforts. 8. Increase housing affordability over time. 9c. Housing markets expand beyond the borders of 10 individual local governments, and information is required on 11 local, regional, and statewide scale. Make a holistic plan for 12 addressing housing needs. 13d. although some local governments work TO assess and 14 address housing needs, these local governments use different 15 methodologies, do this work at different times, and lack 16 regional coordination. 17. Although some local governments work TO become 18 age-friendly communities, these local governments use 19 different approaches to address older adult housing needs, and 20. Many local governments do not specifically plan for strategies 21 to address older adult housing needs. Older adults represent 22 the fastest growing segment of Colorado's population and have 23 diverse housing needs. Local governments that do not plan to 24 adequately meet the need for more accessible and affordable 25 housing units built with universal design and located within age 26 friendly communities, contribute to an imbalance in the local, 27 regional, and statewide housing markets. 22, 213. 1F. Local governments that do not allow housing supply 2TO keep pace with household and job growth and changing 3 demographics in their jurisdictions export their housing needs to 4 neighboring communities, causing regional imbalances that 5 impact equity, pollution, infrastructure costs, and quality of 6 life. 7G. Requiring local governments TO plan for and 8 implement strategies TO meet an equitable amount of their 9 regions housing demand will help mitigate these imbalances and 10. Their negative impacts. 11H. The state manages multiple grant-based programs. 12. Design TO help local governments assess and meet housing 13 needs, and these programs will be able to more effectively 14 address housing issues with more comprehensive and consistent 15 information informed by regional and statewide data. 16. The Affordable Housing Transformational Task Force 17 established in Section 24-75-229, 6A, identified as statewide. 18. Housing needs assessment and production strategy as a top 19 legislative priority for Colorado in the task force's February 20, 2022, report to the General Assembly. 21.2. Therefore, the General Assembly declares that the 22 development and use of land is a matter of mixed statewide and 23 local concern. 2429-33-102. Definitions. As used in this Article 33, unless the 25 context otherwise requires. 26. 1. Accessible unit means a housing unit that satisfies 27 the requirements of the Federal Fair Housing Act 42 U.S.C. SEC. 23, 213. 13601 ED as amended and incorporates universal design. 2. Accessory dwelling unit means an internal, 3 attached, or detached residential dwelling unit that, 4A, provides complete independent living facilities for 1, 5 or more persons. 6B, is located on the same lot as a proposed or existing 7 primary residence. And 8C, includes provisions for living, sleeping, eating, 9 cooking, and sanitation. 10.3. Affordable housing means housing for which low 11 and moderate income households do not spend more than 12% of their household income on housing costs. 13.4. Brownfield development means the development of 14 brownfield sites, as defined in Section 31-25-103, 3.1. 15.16.5. Bus rapid transit means a bus-based transit service. 17. That includes at least 3 of the following. 18. Service that is scheduled TO run every 15 minutes. 19 or less during the highest frequency service hours. 20. Dedicated lanes or busways. 21. Traffic signal priority. 22. OFF board fare collection. 23. Elevated platforms, or 24. Enhanced stations. 25. Commuter bus rapid transit means a bus rapid transit 26 service that operates on a limited access highway for the 27 majority of its route. 24, 213. 1.7. Cottage cluster means a grouping of 2 or more 2 detached housing units, each housing unit having a footprint of 3 no more than 900 square feet, and the grouping having 4 a common courtyard. 5.8. Discretionary approval process means a development 6 approval process conducted pursuant to local law that 7 requires a public body or official TO make 1 or more subjective 8 determinations, including 9a. Evaluations of consistency of an application with 10 local plans. 11b. Compatibility or harmony of an application with 12 surrounding land uses. Oregon development. 13c. Individualized evaluations relating to mitigation of 14 impacts, or 15d. Evaluation of an application's consistency with public 16 welfare. 17.9. Displacement means the involuntary relocation 18 of low-income residents due to 19a. Increased rents or new development resulting in a 20 higher area median income than the current neighborhood. 21b. Discriminatory policies or actions, such as banning 22 tenants with housing vouchers, eliminating units large enough. 23 for households with children, or land use or zoning that fosters 24 a change in the average area median income of an area. 25c. Widespread decrease in social and cultural. 26 community serving businesses and entities. 27d. Deterioration of physical conditions that render 25, 213. 1. Residences uninhabitable, or 2e. Increased real estate prices, rents, property taxes. 3. New development including amenities, and other economic 4 factors. 5.10. Dwelling unit means a single unit providing 6 complete independent living facilities for 1 or more persons. 7. Including permanent provisions for cooking, eating, living. 8. Sanitation, and sleeping. 9, 11, fixed rail transit means passenger rail transit that 10 uses and occupies a separate right-of-way or rail line, including 11 commuter rail and light rail. 12, greenfield development means new development on 13 land that has not been previously developed and that is either 14 within a municipality or outside of a municipality, but is within 15 a potential annexation area. 13, grayfield development means infill, redevelopment, 17 or new development within an existing municipality or census 18 urbanized area on vacant, partially vacant, or underutilized. 19 land that takes into consideration development readiness and 20 market factors. 14, historic district means a district established by 22 local law that meets the definition of district set forth in 3623 CFR 60.3 D. 15, historic property means a property listed on the 25 National Register of Historic Places, listed on the Colorado 26 State Register of Historic Properties, or listed as a contributing 27 structure or historic landmark by a certified local. 26, 1 government, as defined in section 39-22-514.5, 2b. 16, industrial use means a business use or activity at a 3 scale greater than home industry involving manufacturing, for fabrication, assembly, warehousing, or storage. 17, local government means a home rule or statutory 6 city, town, territorial city or town, city and county, or county 7 and home rule county. 18, local inclusionary zoning ordinance means a local 9 law enacted pursuant to section 29-20-104, 1, E.5, to either 10 require or incentivize the construction of affordable or 11 regulated affordable housing units within mixed income 12 developments. 19, local law means any code, law, ordinance, policy, 14 regulation, or rule enacted by a local government that 15 governs the development and use of land, including, but not 16 limited to, land use codes, zoning codes, and subdivision codes. 20, metropolitan planning organization means a 18 metropolitan planning organization under the Federal Transit 19 Act of 1998 Inch 49 USC SEC 5301E Seek, as amended. 21, middle housing means a type of housing that 21 includes between 2 and 4 separate units in, 22, a building designed as a single structure, 23, 2, a townhome building, or 24, 3, a cottage cluster. 25, municipalities may define middle housing, include 26 additional housing types and expanded housing unit amounts, so 27 long as the municipality's definition is not more restrictive than. 27, 213. 1. The definition of middle housing in subsection 20a of this 2 section. This may include age-restricted housing, which means 3 housing developments for older adults that have minimum age for requirements for residency. 22, mixed income development means housing where 6 some of the housing units within a particular development have 7 restricted rental or for sale rates that are affordable for 8 low and moderate income households and some of the units 9 have higher rental or for sale rates. 23, mixed-use development means a development 11 project that integrates multiple land use types that include 12 residential and non-residential uses. 24, multi-agency advisory committee means the 14 committee established in section 29-33-103. 25, multi-agency group means a group created in the 16 Department of Local Affairs composed of staff from 17, the Division of Local Government in the Department of 18 Local Affairs. 19, the Colorado Energy Office. 20, the Department of Natural Resources, and 21, the Department of Transportation. 26, multifamily housing means a building or group of 23 buildings on the same lot with separate living units for 3 or 24 more households. 27, municipality means a home rule or statutory city 26 or town, territorial charter city or town, or city and county. 28, net density means the number of residential units. 28, 213. 1 per acre of total residential land area, excluding land occupied 2 by public rights of way in any recreational, civic, commercial, 3 in other non-residential uses. 29, objective procedure means a development review 5 procedure or process that does not involve a discretionary 6 approval process. 30, objective standard means a standard that both 8a does not require a public body or official TO make a 9 personal or subjective judgment, and 10b is uniformly verifiable or ascertainable by reference 11 to an external or uniform benchmark or criterion that is 12 available and knowable by the development applicant or 13 proponent and the public body or official prior to the 14 development applicant or proponent's filing of a development 15 proposal. 31, population means the current population as 17 reported by the State Demography Office. 32, regulated affordable housing means affordable 19 housing that 20a is created or supported by public subsidies, local. 21 inclusionary zoning ordinances, or other regulations or 22 programs, 23b restricts or limits rental or sale price, and 24c restricts resident income levels too low to 25 moderate income household levels for a specified period. 33a rural resort job center municipality means a 27 municipality that 29, 213. 1. Is not within a metropolitan planning organization. 2. Has a population of 1,000 or more. 3. Has at least 1,200 jobs. 4. According to the most recent United States Census Bureau. 5. Longitudinal employer household dynamics origin destination. 6. Employment statistics. 7. Has a minimum jobs to population ratio of 64/800. And 9. Has a transit stop serviced by a transit agency that 10 serves at least 2 municipalities and with service that includes 11 an average of at least 20 trips per day between the 12 municipality and other municipalities, as of January 1, 2023. 13. For purposes of this subsection. 30. Transit agency. 14. Means an entity that is both. 15. A regional service authority providing surface. 16. Transportation pursuant to Part 1 of Article 7 of Title 32. A 17. Regional transportation authority created pursuant to Part 6. 18 of Article 4 of Title 43, or any other political subdivision of the 19 state, public entity, or nonprofit corporation providing mass 20 transportation services to the general public, and 21, eligible to receive money under a grant authorized by 2249 U.S.C. SEC 5307 or 49 U.S.C. SEC 5311. 23, 34, short-term rental, means the rental of a lodging 24 unit for less than 30 days. As used in this subsection. 31, 25, lodging unit, means any property or portion of a property that 26 is available for lodging, except that the term excludes a hotel 27 unit. Local governments may apply their own definition of -30, 213. 1. Short-term rental, for the purposes of this Article 33. 2. 35, single unit detached dwelling, means a detached 3-building with a single dwelling unit and on a single lot. 4. 36, standard exempt parcel, means a parcel that, 5, lies entirely outside of an area that is designated as 6 an urbanized area by the most recent federal decennial census. 7, is not served by a domestic water and sewage 8 treatment system, as defined in Section 24-65.1-104, 5, 9, is in an agricultural, forestry, natural resource 10 preservation, or open space zoning district. 11, is a historic property that is not within a historic 12 district, or 13, is in a floodway or in a 100-year floodplain. 14, as identified by the Federal Emergency Management Agency. 15, 37, strategic growth area, means an area identified. 16, pursuant to Section 29-33-108, 2a, that has the potential for 17 growth and characteristics that make it a priority area for 18, growth in relation to the goals of this Senate Bill 23-213. 19, 38, strategic growth and housing mix analysis, means 20, a comprehensive analysis that identifies strategic growth areas. 21, as defined in Section 29-33-108, 2a, that can both accommodate. 22, the housing needs identified in housing needs assessments and be 23, utilized in the strategic growth element of master plans. AS 24, defined in Section 31-23-206. 25, 39, Tier 1 urban municipality, means either 26, a municipality that 27, is within a metropolitan planning organization that -31, 213. 1 has a population of 1 million or more. 2 has at least 10% of ITS land within an area. 3 that is designated as an urbanized area by the most recent 4 federal decennial census with a population greater than 575,000. And 6, has a population of at least 1,000. Or 7, a municipality that 8 is within a metropolitan planning organization that 9 has a population of less than 1 million. And 10, has a population of at least 25,000. 11, 40, Tier 2 urban municipality, means a municipality. 12 that does not satisfy the definition of a Tier 1 urban. 13, municipality. And 14, is within a metropolitan planning organization. 15, has a population of between 5,000 and 25,000. And 17, is in a county with a population of 18,000 or more. 19, 41, townhome, means a single unit dwelling unit. 20, constructed in a group of attached units in which each unit 21 extends from foundation to roof and has open space on at least 22 two sides. 23, 42, transit-oriented area, means an area where all 24 parcels have at least 25% of their area within 25 1/2 mile of an existing fixed rail transit station. For the 26 purposes of this subsection. 38, a fixed rail transit station is a 27 fixed rail transit service boarding and exiting location or -32, 213. 1 station for the general public. 2, 43, universal design, means any dwelling unit designed 3 and constructed that is safe and accessible for everyone, for regardless of age, physical ability, or stature. 5, 44, urban bus rapid transit service, means a bus rapid 6 transit service that operates on a surface street for the 7 majority of its route. 8, 45, urban municipality, means both a Tier 1 and a Tier 9 2 urban municipality. 10, 46, use by right, means a land use, the development of 11 which proceeds under objective standards set forth in zoning or 12 other local laws, and that does not have a discretionary 13 approval process. 1429-33-103. Multi-Agency Advisory Committee, Rural Resort 15 Area Committee, Urban Area Advisory Committee. 1. There is 16 hereby created in the Department of Local Affairs the Strategic 17 Growth Committee, referred to in this section as the Committee. 18. 2. The Committee is a Type 2 entity, as defined in Section 1924-1-105, and exercises its powers and performs its duties and 20 functions under the Department of Local Affairs. 21. 3a. The committee consists of 15 voting members as 22 follows. 23i. The Executive Director of the Department of Local 24 Affairs, or the Executive Director's designee. 25. 2. The Executive Director of the Colorado Energy Office. 26. Or the Executive Director's designee. 27. 3. The Executive Director of the Department of 33. 213. 1. Transportation, or the Executive Director's designee. 2. 4. The Executive Director of the Department of Natural 3 Resources, or the Executive Director's designee. 4. V. The Executive Director of the Department of 5 Agriculture, or the Executive Director's designee. 6. 6. The Director of the Office of Economic Development. 7. Or the Director's designee. 8. 7. 1 member who is a staff-level representative from 9A Metropolitan Planning Organization who is appointed by the 10. Speaker of the House of Representatives. 11. 8. 1 member who is a staff-level representative from 12A Metropolitan Planning Organization who is appointed by the 13 Minority Leader of the Senate. 14. 9. 1 member who has a background in land use. 15. Planning, is a staff-level representative from a Tier 1 Urban 16 municipality, and is appointed by the President of the Senate. 17. X. 1 member who has a background in land use. 18. Planning, is a staff-level representative from Tier 2 Urban 19 municipality, and is appointed by the governor. 20. 11. 1 member who has a background in land use. 21. Planning, is a staff-level representative from a rural resort job. 22. Center municipality, and is appointed by the governor. 23. 12. 1 member who has a background in land use. 24. Planning, is a staff-level representative from a rural resort job. 25. Center municipality, and is appointed by the Speaker of the House. 26. Of Representatives. 27. 13. 1 member who is a staff-level representative. 34. 213. 1 from a county who is appointed by the President of the Senate. 2. 14. 1 member who is a community representative with 3 housing expertise who is appointed by the President of the Senate. 4 and 5. 15. 1 member who represents special districts and is 6 appointed by the Minority Leader of the House of 7 Representatives. 8b. Initial appointments to the committee must be made number 9 later than September 1, 2023. 10c. When making appointments to the Strategic Growth 11 Committee, reasonable efforts must be made to appoint members 12 who reflect the geographic and demographic diversity of the 13 entire state. 14. For each member of the committee who is appointed 15 pursuant to subsection 3 of this section serves at the pleasure 16 of the official who appointed the member. The term of 17 appointment is 4 years, except that the term of each member 18 initially appointed pursuant to subsections 3a, 7. 19, 3a, 9, 3a, 11, 3a, 13, and 3a, 15 of this section is 22 years, and the term of each member initially appointed 21 pursuant to subsections 3a, 8, 3a, x, 3a, 12, and 22, 3a, 14, is 1 year. No appointed member of the committee 23 shall serve more than 2 consecutive terms. 24, 5a. The governor shall call the first meeting of the 25 committee no later than October 1, 2023. 26b. The committee shall elect a chair from among its 27 members to serve for a term not to exceed 2 years, as 35, 213. 1 determined by the committee. A member is not eligible to serve 2 as chair for more than 2 successive terms. 3c. The committee shall meet at least 3 times every 4 years. The chair may call such additional meetings as are 5 necessary for the committee to complete its duties. 6. The committee shall complete its duties as required by 7 this Article 33. 8. 7. Upon request by the committee, the Department of 9 Local Affairs shall provide office space, equipment, and staff 10 services as may be necessary to implement this section. 11. 8a. There is created as part of the Strategic Growth 12 Committee the Rural Resort Area Subcommittee. 13b. The Rural Resort Area Subcommittee consists of at 14 least one of the members of the Multi-Agency Committee 15 appointed pursuant to subsection 3a, x, or 3a, 11 of this 16 section, who shall serve as the chair of the subcommittee, the 17 2 members of the task force concerning affordable housing. 18 and homelessness established in section 29-33-118, 1, appointed. 19 pursuant to section 29-33-118, 2b, 2, and 2b, 4, and 10-20 other members as follows. 21. 1 member who is a staff-level representative from 22 a county containing a rural resort job center, appointed by the 23 governor. 24. 2 members who are staff-level representatives 25 from 2 different rural resort job centers, appointed by the 26 President of the Senate. 27. 3. 1 member who has a background in affordable. 36, 213. 1 housing advocacy with experience in a rural resort job center, 2 appointed by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, 3, 4, 1 member who is a staff-level representative from 4A housing authority serving a rural resort job center, appointed 5 by the Governor, 6, V. 1 member who has a background in not-for-profit or 7 for-profit housing development in rural resort job centers, 8 appointed by the Governor, 9, 6, 1 member who is a staff-level representatives from 10 utility service providers that provide services to rural resort 11 job centers, including but not limited to water, wastewater, and 12 electric utilities, appointed by the Minority Leader of the Senate, 13, 7, 1 member who is a staff-level representative 14 utility service providers that provide services to rural resort 15 job centers, including but not limited to water, wastewater, and 16 electric utilities, appointed by the Minority Leader of the House 17 of Representatives. 18, 8, 1 member who is a staff-level representative. 19 from a transit agency that provides services to a rural resort 20 job center or that works American Samoa a transportation planner in a rural 21 resort job center, appointed by the Governor, and 22, 9, 1 member who is a recreation industry employer, 23 hospitality industry employer, or other employer who employs 24 at least 75 employees who work in rural resort job 25 centers, appointed by the Governor. 26, C, in accordance with Section 29-33-109, the Rural Resort 27 Area Subcommittee shall develop recommendations to present. 37, 213. 1 to the Multi-Agency Committee concerning matters related to 2 rural resort job center municipalities. Prior to finalizing any 3 recommendations, the Rural Resort Area Subcommittee shall provide a draft of the recommendations to all Rural Resort 5 area job center municipalities, allow at least a 60-day public 6 comment period, and hold a public hearing on the 7 recommendations during the comment period. 8, 9A, there is created as part of the Strategic Growth 9 Committee the Urban Area Subcommittee. 10B, the Urban Area Subcommittee consists of at least 111 of the members of the Multi-Agency Committee appointed 12 pursuant to subsections 3A, 7, 3A, 8, 3A, 9, and 13, 3A, X, of this section, who shall serve as the chair of the 14 subcommittee. The 2 members of the task force concerning 15 affordable housing and homelessness established in Section 1629-33-118, 1, appointed pursuant to Section 29-33-118, 2B, I, and 17, 2B, 3, and 10 other members as follows. 18, I, 1 member who is a staff-level representative from 19A county containing an urban municipality, appointed by the 20 Governor, 21, 2 members who are staff-level representatives 22 from 2 different Tier 1 urban municipalities, appointed by 23 the President of the Senate, 24, 3, 1 member who is a staff-level representative from 25A Tier 2 urban municipality, appointed by the Speaker of the 26 House of Representatives, 27, 4, 1 member who has a background in affordable. 38, 213. 1 housing advocacy serving an area within a urban municipality 2 metropolitan planning organization region, appointed by the 3 Governor, 4 V, 1 member who is a staff-level representative from 5 a housing authority serving an area within a metropolitan 6 planning organization region, appointed by the Governor, 7, 6, 1 member who has a background in not-for-profit 8 or for-profit housing development within a metropolitan 9 planning organization region, appointed by the Governor, 10. 7, 1 member HOI staff-level representative from 11 utility service providers that provide services within a 12 metropolitan planning organization region, including but not 13 limited to water, wastewater, and electric utilities appointed by 14 the Minority Leader of the House, 15, 8, 1 member who is a staff-level representative 16 from utility service providers that provide services within a 17 metropolitan planning organization region, including but not 18 limited to water, wastewater, and electric utilities, appointed. 19 by the Minority Leader of the Senate, and 29, 1 member who is a staff-level representative from 21 a transit agency that provides services within a Tier 1 or Tier 22 municipality or is a transportation planner with a 23 metropolitan planning organization, appointed by the Governor. 24, C, in accordance with Section 29-33-109, the Urban Area 25 Subcommittee shall develop recommendations to present to the 26 Multi-Agency Committee concerning matters related to urban 27 municipalities. Prior to finalizing any recommendations, the 39-213 1 Urban Area Subcommittee shall provide a draft of the 2 recommendation to all urban municipalities, allow at least a 360-day public comment period, and hold a public hearing on for the recommendations during the comment period. 529-33-104. Housing Needs Assessments, Methodology. 6, 1A, the Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs 7 shall issue a methodology for developing statewide, regional, 8 and local housing needs assessments. 9B, the Strategic Growth Committee, in consultation with 10 the State Demography Office, shall, as part of the Public 11 comment and hearing process established in Section 29-33-109, 12 develop recommendations provide to the Executive Director 13 of the Department of Local Affairs concerning the methodology 14 for developing statewide, regional, and local housing needs 15 assessments. 16, 2, the methodology for developing housing needs 17 assessments may include 18A, for the statewide housing needs assessment, methods. 19 to 20, I, estimate existing housing stock, 21, 2, conduct a housing shortage analysis. 22.3, determine the need for accessory dwelling units. 23.4, estimate the housing necessary to accommodate the 24 demographic and population trends forecast by the State 25 Demography Office, categorized by household size, household 26 type, including for supportive, for sale, and rental housing, and 27 income level, including extremely low income, very low income. Dash 40, 213. 1 low-income, moderate-income, and middle-income households as 2 defined by the United States Department of Housing and Urban 3 Development. 4. V. Ensure local government input and coordination. And 5. 6. Assess and provide data regarding any home 6 ownership or rental housing inequities impacting populations 7 that may have been historically excluded from home ownership 8 or rental housing opportunities. This data may include, but is 9 not limited to, housing status by veteran status, gender, age, 10 household size, income, race and ethnicity, and speaking English 11 less than very well. 12b, for regional housing needs assessments, methods 2, 13i, assess regional housing needs for each region, based 14 on, 15a, existing and projected housing shortages and 16 surpluses for different household types and income levels, 17 including extremely low income, very low income, 18 moderate income, and middle income households as defined by 19 the United States Department of Housing and Urban. 20 development, 21b, existing housing diversity and stock, 22c, current jobs by income level, 23d, future population and job growth projections, and 24e, demographic and population trends forecast by the 25 State Demography Office, and 26-27, the second, designate regions based on the boundaries of Dash 41, 213. 1 metropolitan planning organizations, rural regions, and rural 2 resort regions. The designation of rural regions and rural 3 resort regions must be based on regional commuting patterns for among other factors. 5c, for local housing needs assessments, methods 2-6 assess local housing needs for each local government, align 7 with regional and state housing needs assessments, based on 8i, the current proportion of the locality's population in 9 different household income levels, including extremely 10 low income, very low income, moderate income, and 11 middle income households as defined by the United States 12 Department of Housing and Urban Development. 13.2, the locality's current median income. 14.3, the locality's job housing balance, including the 15 availability of housing affordable to low-income workers in the 16 locality. 17.4, the locality's population and demographics. 18v, measures of local resources in the locality. 19.6, vacancy rates in the locality. 27, measures of homelessness and housing instability in 21 the locality, and 22.8, demographic and population trends forecast by the 23 State Demography Office. 24.3a, no later than December 31, 2024, and every 25 years thereafter, in accordance with the methodologies for 26 developing housing needs assessments, the Executive Director of 27 the Department of Local Affairs, with input from the Strategic. Dash 42, 213. 1 Growth Committee shall produce statewide, regional, and local 2 housing needs assessments with 20-year planning forecasts. 3b, each of the assessments must include for the relevant 4 area, based on state demographic data during the 20-year 5 planning period, estimates of 6i, housing needs in the area sorted by income levels, 7 including extremely low income, very low income, 8 moderate income, and middle income households as defined by 9 the United States Department of Housing and Urban 10 Development, and unit types, including accessible units, 11 supportive housing, for sale housing, and rental housing. 12.2, the number of households in the area. 13.3, the number of jobs in the area by annual salary or 14 wage. 15.4, the area's population and demographics, and 16v, the area's existing housing stock. 17c, municipalities that are required to complete housing 18 needs plans must use the local and regional housing needs. 19 assessments to inform their housing needs plans. 2029-33-105. Urban Municipality Housing Needs Plans, Guidance 21, Definition. 1a, no later than December 31, 2024, the Executive 22 Director of the Department of Local Affairs shall issue Guidance 23 for creating a housing needs plan. 24b, the Strategic Growth Committee shall, as part of the 25 public comment and hearing process established in Section 2629-33-109, 2, develop recommendations provide to the 27 Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs. Dash 43, 213. 1 concerning guidance for creating a housing needs plan. 232a, no later than December 31, 2026, and every 4 years thereafter, in accordance with the guidance for creating 5 a housing needs plan, every urban municipality shall develop, 6 adopt, and submit to the Department of Local Affairs a housing 7 needs plan. The Department of Local Affairs shall post the 8 submitted plans publicly on its website. 9b, before adopting and submitting a housing needs plan, 10 an urban municipality shall publish the most recent draft of ITS 11 housing needs plan and provide notice of a public comment period 12 for the receipt of written comments concerning the plan. The 13 urban municipality must hold a public hearing on the plan. 14c, on or before June 30, 2024, and on or before June 30, 15 every 6 years thereafter, an urban municipality with a 16 population of less than 25,000 and an annual 17 median household income of less than 55,000. $18 need not submit a housing needs plan to the department. 19 of local affairs, if the municipality instead sends a letter to the 20 department in a form and manner determined by the Department 21 indicating that the municipality does not intend to submit a 22 housing needs plan. 23. 3. A housing needs plan must include, 24. A narrative description of the stakeholder 25 engagement conducted during the development of the Housing 26 needs plan. 27. B. And analysis of how the urban municipality will provide. 44. 213. 1. A realistic opportunity for development that will address ITS 2 local housing needs assessment, including the demonstrated 3 housing needs for persons of different ages, household size, and 4 income levels, over the next 20 years with an equitable 5 distribution of housing within the jurisdiction. 6. C. A housing needs implementation plan, which must 7 describe the strategies that the urban municipality will pursue 8 to meet ITS demonstrated housing needs, including the 9. Identification of housing resources and changes to local laws. 10. D. And analysis of additional funding needed to implement 11 the housing plan. 12. For any program that receives federal or state money. 13 pursuant to the Federal American Rescue Plan ACT of 2021, 14 PUB.L. 117-2, or for any program that receives local money. 15 prioritized by a municipality for regulated affordable housing. 16 or homelessness prevention or support, a narrative description. 17 that includes the program's budget, timeline for completion. 18 number of units, type of units, income level for which the 19 housing is targeted, number of families serviced, and the 20 demographics and income levels of the serviced families. 21. F. A description of and an implementation plan for a 22 least one strategy that the urban municipality adopts from the 23 menu of affordable development and at least one strategy from 24 the menu of long-term affordability strategies described in 25 section 29-33-106. These strategies must both address housing 26 needs and make progress toward meeting demonstrated housing 27 needs for low and moderate income households as defined by 45, 213. 1. The United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. 2. And housing types identified in the Local Housing Needs 3 assessment. 4. G. In the case of an urban municipality with a 5 transit-oriented area, at least 2 strategies from the list of 6 affordable development strategies in section 29-33-106. 1. And 7. At least 1 strategy from the list of long-term affordability 8 strategies in section 29-33-106. 2. And 9. H. A narrative analysis of any area at elevated risk of 10. Residential displacement that the urban municipality has 11 identified and a description of an implementation plan for any 12 strategies from the menu of displacement mitigation strategies 13 described in section 29-33-107, 2, that the urban municipality 14 will use to mitigate identified displacement risks in these 15 areas. 16. 4. When updating its master plan, an urban municipality 17 shall include its most recent housing needs plan or information. 18 from that analysis in its master plan. 19. 5. An urban municipality that adopted a plan to address 20 local housing needs prior to the effective date of this section May 21st, rather than developing and adopting a new housing needs 22 plan pursuant to subsection 3 of this section. Update its 23 existing plan to address additional needs identified in the local 24 housing needs assessment beyond what the municipality's 25 existing plan to address local housing needs includes, and any 26 requirements in section 29-33-105, 4, not already included in the 27 municipalities' existing plan. 46, 213. 1. 6. A county, metropolitan planning organization, or 2 municipality within a region defined in the Regional Housing 3 Needs Assessment may participate in a Regional Housing Needs 4 planning process. 5. B. The counties, metropolitan planning organization, or 6 municipalities that participate in a planning process. 7. I. May utilize data and information from a relevant 8 Regional Housing Needs Assessment that is no more than 9 years old to inform their regional planning process. 10. 2. Are encouraged to incorporate strategic growth 11 objectives as defined in section 29-33-108 in the regional 12 planning process, and 13. 3. Are encouraged to identify housing production 14. Strategies and commitments that address the housing needs 15 identified in local housing needs assessments through the 16 adoption of interjurisdictional strategies and affordability 17 strategies identified in section 29-33-106. 18. C. If no existing regional plan exists, a group of counties. 19. A metropolitan planning organization, or municipalities may 20th request that the urban area subcommittee created in section 2129-33-103, 9, facilitate the creation of a regional planning 22 process. 23. D. A regional housing needs planning process may be LED 24 by a regional entity and must encourage participating counties, 25 metropolitan planning organizations, and municipalities 226 identify strategies that improve coordination between entities 27 to meet the housing needs identified for those local. 47, 213. 1. Governments in the regional and local housing needs 2 assessments. 3, 4, 7. Strategic growth and housing mix analysis. A. The 5 multi-agency committee created in Section 29-33-103 shall 6 provide guidance for the completion of a strategic growth and 7 housing mix analysis. 8b. In completing a strategic growth and housing mix 9 analysis, a metropolitan planning organization or a 10 municipality must, 11i, comprehensively identify areas that can be developed 12 or redeveloped and that qualify as strategic growth areas. 13.2. Prioritize strategic growth areas within existing 14 census urbanized areas, and include guidance for the location 15 of middle and multifamily housing that supports the goals of 16 Senate Bill 23-213 which include but are not limited to meeting 17 the state's housing needs for people of all income levels, 18 household age ranges, household size, and reducing 19 transportation-related climate and air quality impacts. 23. Evaluate the benefits of prioritizing growth in 21 strategic growth areas in comparison to growth based on 22 recent development trends. The evaluation must consider fiscal 23 impacts in addition to other factors as identified by the 24 metropolitan planning organization or municipality. 25.4. Evaluate the existing zoning and density permitted 26 within strategic growth areas, and 27.v. Use a method that allows a municipality to efficiently. 48.213. 1. Utilize the information in the strategic growth and housing mix 2 analysis in the development of the strategic growth element of 3 the municipality's master plan, required pursuant to Section 431-23-206. 5. C.I. On or before December 31, 2025, a Metropolitan 6 planning organization with a population of 257,000 or more shall, in consultation with the relevant 8 counties and municipalities, complete a strategic growth and 9 housing mix analysis. 10.2. On or before December 31, 2025, a municipality with a 11 population of 50,000 or more that is within a 12 metropolitan planning organization with a population of less 13 than 250,000 shall complete a strategic 14 growth and housing mix analysis. 1529-33-106. Menu of urban municipality affordability and 16 accessibility strategies. 1. In order to support affordability and 17 advance meeting the housing needs of low income, 18 moderate income and medium income households, as defined by 19. The United States Department of Housing and Urban 20 Development. The menu of affordability strategies for an urban 21 municipality must include both affordable development 22 strategies and long-term affordability strategies. The 23 affordable development strategies included in the menu of 24 affordability strategies for an urban municipality must include 25 the following. 26a. Implementation of a local inclusionary zoning 27 ordinance in accordance with the requirements of sections 49-213. 129-20-104.5, and E.7, 2b, the creation of a program to prioritize development 3 permits and subsidize or otherwise reduce impact fees or other 4 similar development charges for regulated affordable housing 5 development where applicable. 6c, the creation of an expedited development review 7 process for regulated affordable housing developments. 8d, the establishment of a density bonus program that 9 grants increased floor area ratio, density, or height beyond 10 what is required by this Article 33 to increase the construction 11 of regulated affordable housing units. 12e, enabling regulated affordable housing as a use by 13 right in housing types and areas beyond what is required by this 14 Article 33, such as additional zone districts, higher allowed 15 densities, or other approaches that are consistent with the 16 goals of increasing and preserving housing affordability, 17 supply, and housing unit type diversity. 18f, the establishment of a policy or plan to leverage 19 municipally owned, sold, or managed land for regulated 20 affordable housing development. 21g, the elimination of local parking requirements for 22 regulated affordable housing. 23-24h, the prioritized application of key corridor and 25 transit-oriented area zoning districts in the municipality's 26 highest income census tracts. 27i, establishing a policy to align infrastructure. 50-213. 1. Strategies with the regulated affordable housing needs 2 identified in the relevant local housing needs assessment. 3 policies may include the prioritization of utilities, cost for exemptions, and discounts. 5j, establishing housing and land use policies informed by 6 the findings and recommendations of the Strategic Action Plan 7 on Aging, developed pursuant to Section 24-32-3406, and the 8 Lifelong Colorado Initiative created pursuant to Section 926-11-302, including the 8 realms of livable and age-friendly 10 communities, and 11k, any other strategies proposed by a local government 12 or the Strategic Growth Committee that are approved by the 13 Department of Local Affairs and that support equal or greater 14 affordability and accessibility consistent with the needs 15 identified in the relevant local housing needs assessment. 16.2. The long-term affordability strategies included in the 17 menu of affordability strategies for an urban municipality must 18 include the following. 19a. The establishment of a dedicated local revenue source 20 for regulated affordable housing development, such as 21 instituting a linkage fee on new developments. 22b. The regulation of short-term rentals, second homes, 23 or other vacant units in a way that promotes the maximum use 24 of local housing stock for local housing needs as determined 25 through a housing needs assessment. This regulation may 26th include exacting a vacancy fee on underutilized units. 27c. Making a commitment to and remaining eligible for the -51-213. One state affordable housing fund created in Section 29-32-102(1)(2)(d), preserving affordability of both regulated and free unregulated housing through interventions such as capital for investments in property restoration or rehabilitation, Local 5 right of first refusal programs, or programs that transition 6 existing housing stock to regulated affordable housing. 7(e), incentivizing or creating a dedicated local program to 8 facilitate investment in land banking Oregon community land trusts. 9(f), the establishment of an affordable homeownership 10 strategy such as 11(i), the acquisition or preservation of deed restrictions on 12 current housing units. 13(2), the establishment of an incentive program to 14 encourage realtors to work with prospective low-income and 15 minority homebuyers, or 16(3), the establishment of an affordable rent TOWN 17 program, and 18(g), prioritizing the use of municipally owned developable. 19 land for affordable housing development, including 20 affordability deed restrictions of at least 75 years. 21(3), urban municipalities shall demonstrate the adoption 22 of the number of the affordability strategy specified in Section 2329-33-105(4)(d)(i), and submit a report detailing these strategies 24 to the Department of Local Affairs and no later than June 30, 2025. 25 In determining which strategies to adopt, an urban municipality 26 shall consider previous plans addressing housing needs or other 27 available data to inform the selection of strategies to address. -52-213. 1 Known housing needs. 2(4), notwithstanding Section 29-33-105(4)(d)(i), an urban 3 municipality may submit evidence to the Department of Local 4 Affairs concerning affordability strategies that the 5 municipality has adopted outside of those listed in this section, 6 or that the municipality adopted prior to the effective date of 7 this section, and the impact of those strategies. The Department may 8 determine whether those strategies may qualify as 9 affordability strategies for purposes of Section 29-33-105(10)(4)(d)(i). 11-12-29-33-107. Displacement Risk Assessment and Mitigation 13 Strategies. 1. Displacement Risk Assessment and Mitigation 14 Strategies Guidelines. A. No later than December 31, 2024, the 15 Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs shall 16 develop guidance for municipalities to conduct a displacement 17 risk assessment and implement displacement mitigation 18 strategies and shall provide guidance regarding the number of 19 strategies that must be selected, based on the results of the 20 Displacement Risk Assessment, to support urban municipalities 21 and rural resort job center municipalities in preventing 22 displacement as part of the required housing needs plan 23 pursuant to Section 29-33-105. 24(b), the Displacement Risk Assessment, Displacement 25 Mitigation Strategies, and number of Displacement Mitigation 26 strategies must provide adequate guidance and tools for 27 municipalities to prevent displacement of low income. -53-213. 1 Households from areas at high risk for displacement. In developing this guidance, the Executive Director of the 3 Department of Local Affairs shall consult with the 4 Multi-Agency Advisory Committee and provide a method to 5 receive input from the Legislative Oversight Committee created 6 in 29-32-117. The guidance must include how rural resort job 7 centers should incorporate a regional workforce and commuting 8 pattern considerations in their displacement risk assessment 9 and implementation of displacement mitigation strategies. 10(2) Displacement Risk Assessment. A displacement risk 11 assessment must consider 12. Geography as determined with feedback gathered from 13 the residents of the community in addition to data analyzed at 14 the census tract level or similar geographic scale for which 15 there is data available. 16. 2. Information from neighborhood level early warning 17 and response systems that can help municipalities and 18 community advocates anticipate future displacement due to 19 rising housing costs, 23 baseline census data and other data points that are 21 updated on a frequent basis, 22 4 qualitative and quantitative indicators of 23a neighborhood change including demographic and 24 economic change related to residents and businesses in the 25 neighborhood, and 26b gentrification, which refers to increased economic 27 activity or value in a neighborhood, often driven by public and -54-213. 1 private investment in infrastructure and amenities that leads to an increase in the neighborhood area median income and 3 property values that is often accompanied by displacement of 4 low-income residents and community servicing businesses and 5 institutions, and 6(v) displacement as defined in Section 29-33-102(9). 7 displacement is distinct from residential mobility, which 8 includes voluntary household movement. 9(b) The guidance for a displacement risk assessment may 10th include the following quantitative factors that can be used. 11 Identify risks for displacement at the census tract or other 12 similar geographic scale for which data is available. 13(i) The percentage of households that are extremely 14 low income, very low income, and low income, as defined by the 15 United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. 16(2) The percentage of residents who are renters. 17(3) The percentage off-cost burdened households defined. 18 As spending more than 30% of the resident's income on 19 housing needs. 24. The number of adults who are 25 years of 21 age or older and have not earned at least a high school 22 diploma. 23. V. The percentage of households in which the primary 24 language that is spoken is a language other than English. 25. 6. The percentage of residents who were born outside of 26 the United States according to publicly available state and 27 federal information. 55. 213. 1. 7. The employment rate. 2. 8. The percentage of workers who live within a 3 10-mile radius of an urban municipality or a 20-mile radius 4 of a rural resort job center. 5. 9. The percentage of households that do not have 6 internet access. 7. X. The percentage of housing stock built prior to 1970. 8. 11. Institutional investor real estate activity in the 9 for sale market where this information is readily available. 10. 12. Change in land prices, rental prices, property values. 11. And other real estate and housing indicators. 12. 13. The number of renters were legally evicted for 13 non-payment of rent in the prior calendar year for all areas. 14. Where this information is readily available. 15. 14. The number of Colorado-owned and 16 Colorado-operated small businesses with 10 employees or 17 fewer where this information is readily available. And 18. 15. The change in the number of Colorado-owned and 19 Colorado-operated small businesses with 10 employees or 20 fewer over 5 years where this information is readily. 21. Available. 22. C. In developing a displacement risk assessment, urban 23 municipalities and rural resort job center municipalities must 24 also conduct inclusive community engagement with residents of 25 areas identified as being at elevated risk for displacement. 226 Address additional qualitative indicators of displacement. 27. 3. Displacement mitigation strategies. A. The goals of 56. 213. 1. Displacement mitigation strategies are to ensure that 2. Vulnerable homeowners and renters in neighborhoods 3 experiencing gentrification are not displaced from their current 4 homes and neighborhoods. 5. 2. The existing affordable housing stock, both subsidized 6 and unsubsidized, in gentrifying neighborhoods is preserved. So 7. That dwelling units are in good condition while remaining 8. Affordable to low to moderate income residents. 9. 3. City planning and land use decisions. Incorporate 10 inclusive and equitable displacement mitigation strategies, and 11 low-income persons and communities of color are empowered to 12 participate early and meaningfully in land use decisions that 13 shape their homes, neighborhoods, and communities. 14. 4. New affordable housing options are recreated to serve 15 current and future vulnerable households in neighborhoods 16 experiencing gentrification. 17. V. Vulnerable residents are able to remain or return to 18 their communities by accessing the new affordable housing. 19 opportunities in their neighborhoods, and 26, an equal or greater amount of affordable housing. 21 is provided in areas identified as at risk of displacement based on 22 the displacement risk assessment. 23. B. Each off displacement mitigation strategies must be 24 able to be incorporated by urban municipalities and rural 25 resort job center municipalities into the municipality's housing 26 needs plan as required by section 29-33-105. This menu of 27 displacement mitigation strategies must include 57. 213. 1. Guidance and recommendations for how a local 2 government shall incorporate the displacement risk assessment 3 required pursuant to subsection 1 off this section into a housing 4 needs plan. 5. 2. Long-term displacement mitigation strategies from 6 which municipalities must choose to address areas identified in 7 the displacement risk assessment required by subsection 2 of 8 this section, which may include 9. Developing a program to offer technical assistance 10 and financial support for community organizations to develop 11 independent community land trusts. 12. B. Local government planning for acquisition and 13. Rehabilitating of naturally occurring affordable rentals. 14. Either to enter into a land trust or to include affordability. 15. Deed restrictions. 16. C. Implementing local right of first refusal for expiring 17 regulated affordable housing units. Prioritize local funds. 18. Toward affordable unit preservation or implementing or 19. Continuing deed restricted affordable housing units. 20. D. Requiring multifamily developers who build new 21 large multifamily developments in areas at risk of 22 displacement, as identified by the displacement risk assessment. 23. To create a community benefits agreement with affected 24 populations in close proximity to the development. And 25. E. Providing gap prioritization policy for current residents. 26. In regulated affordable housing developments for the first 27 few months of when units are leased after construction. 58. 213. 1. 3. Short-term displacement mitigation strategies from 2 which local governments shall choose, which may include 3. A. The creation of a locally funded and administered 4 rental and mortgage assistance program. 5. B. The creation of an eviction and foreclosure and no-cost 6 legal representation program. 7. C. The establishment of a housing counseling and 8 navigation program. And 9. D. The creation of a property tax and down payment 10 assistance program. And 11. E. Any other strategies proposed by a local government 12 or the multi-agency advisory committee that are approved by 13 the Department of Local Affairs and that support the goals of 14 this section. 15. C. Municipalities shall adopt a minimum number of 16 short-term and long-term displacement mitigation strategies as 17 determined by the Executive Director of the Department of Local 18 Affairs. Municipalities may not count the same strategy 19 towards satisfying both the minimum number of required 20 strategies pursuant to the menu of affordability strategies. 21 required by section 29-33-106 and this subsection. 3. 22. 4. Assessment and strategies. No later than December 31st, 2025, and as part of every housing needs plan pursuant to 24 section 29-33-105, in accordance with the guidance for creating 25A displacement risk assessment and the selection of 26 displacement mitigation strategies. Every urban municipality, 27 and rural resort job center municipality shall develop, adopt. 59-213. 1. And submit a displacement risk assessment and a description of 2. The evidence-based displacement mitigation strategies IT3 selected to the Department of Local Affairs as part of a Housing for Needs plan required under Section 29-33-105. The strategies that 5A municipality selects must be evidence-based and informed by 6. Its displacement risk assessment, and the median income of areas 7 identified as at risk of displacement. An urban municipality and 8 rural resort job center municipality shall provide supporting 9 information and a narrative to demonstrate how the strategies 10 will mitigate displacement as identified in the displacement risk 11 assessment. The Department of Local Affairs shall post the 12 submitted plans publicly on its website. 13.5. Public comment. Before adopting and submitting a final 14 displacement risk assessment and making a final selection of 15 displacement mitigation strategies, an urban municipality and 16. A rural resort job center municipality shall publish the most 17 recent draft of ITS displacement risk assessment and the 18 displacement mitigation strategies it selected and engage in a 19 public comment process pursuant to 29-33-105, 3b, and 29-33-111-25, b, 2. 21.6. Prior displacement efforts. By January 1, 2025, urban 22 municipalities and rural resort job center municipalities May 23 submit evidence-based mitigation strategies linked to 24 displacement risk assessments and the impact of the strategies 25 that the municipality adopted prior to the effective date of this 26 section to the Department of Local Affairs. The Department May 27 determine whether those strategies qualify as a displacement. 60. 213. 1. Mitigation long-term or short-term strategy TO satisfy the 2 number of strategies that must be adopted pursuant to 3 subsection 1a of this section. 4. 7. Technical assistance. The Department of Local Affairs 5 shall provide technical assistance and funding to support Tier 6-1 and Tier 2 urban municipalities and rural resort job 7 center municipalities in conducting a displacement assessment 8 and in identifying displacement mitigation strategies to address 9. The risk of displacement in the areas at the highest risk of 10 displacement. 1129-33-108. Strategic growth objectives, reporting. 1a. Number 12. Later than March 31, 2024, the Executive Director of the 13 Department of Local Affairs shall publish a report that 14 identifies multi-agency implementation principles to achieve 15 strategic growth objectives. The Executive Director shall 16 update this report every 6 years. 17b. The Strategic Growth Committee shall, as part of the 18 public comment and hearing process established in Section 1929-33-109, 2. Develop recommendations TO provide to the 20 Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs 21 concerning the report described in subsection 1a of this 22 section. 23. 2. Strategic growth objectives serve as broad guidance 24 to state agencies and other entities engaged in the 25 implementation of Senate Bill 23-213, are intended to aid in 26 reaching the housing and land use goals of Senate Bill 23-213 as 27 identified in subsection 4 of this section, and are to be utilized. 61-213. 1. In developing multi-agency implementation principles for 2 strategic growth objectives. Strategic growth objectives must 3 be drafted in a way that, at a minimum, 4a, define strategic growth areas as areas within 5 existing census urbanized areas that include areas, 6i, within key corridors and transit-oriented areas, 7.2, that are vacant, partially vacant, and underutilized 8 land, 9.3, that can accommodate infill development, 10 redevelopment, and new development, 11.4, that include grayfield development and brownfield 12 development, 13v, that include a variety of housing types at density 14 levels that support frequent transit service, for both existing 15 and future transit corridors, 16.6, that include middle housing and multifamily housing 17 in existing or future walkable mixed-use neighborhoods and 18 centers, 19.7, with sufficient water supplies and allocations to 20 support affordable and water-efficient design, and 21.8, that provide opportunities to implement water. 22. Conservation and other state water plan goals. 23b allows for areas beyond an existing census urbanized 24 area to be considered a strategic growth area if the area is 25 experiencing growth and meets the criteria in subsections 26, 2a, v, 2a, 6, 2a, 7, and 2a, 8 of this section. 27c requires state agencies to consider the different. 62-213. 1. Contexts and needs of strategic growth areas in rural, rural 2 resort, and urban areas of the state. 3d. promotes investments that support strategic growth 4 areas. 5e, streamlines agency permitting processes to support 6 strategic growth areas and identify methods to align the state 7 agency funding programs with strategic growth objectives. 8f, requires project prioritization processes and grant 9 programs TO support strategic growth areas. 10g, identifies steps TO support strategic growth objectives. 11 when updating planning documents. 12h, identifies metrics and standards TO define and support. 13 walkable mixed-use development, safe access to transit, and 14 complete streets. 15i, allows for the identification of new strategic growth 16 objectives as needed during the implementation of the 17 multi-agency implementation principles identified in subsection 18(1)(a) of this section, and 19j, identifies reduced parking minimums in strategic 20 growth areas. 21.3. The Executive Director of the Department of Local 22 Affairs may identify and define additional strategic growth 23 objectives beyond those identified in subsection 2 of this 24 section. 25.4. For the purposes of this section, the Housing and Land 26 use goals of this Senate Bill 23 to 213 include 27a. Planning for future growth. 63 to 13. 1b. Increasing housing affordability and accessibility. 2c. Increasing economic mobility. 3d. Strengthening economic development and job growth. 4 patterns. 5e. Balancing regional jobs and housing. 6f. Aligning water supply and housing planning. 7g. Water conservation. 8h. Reducing air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. 9 and 10i. Preserving open space and agricultural land. 1129-33-109. Public comment and hearing process. 1. IN 12 Developing recommendations concerning guidance for the 13 Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs, the 14 Strategic Growth Committee created in Section 29-33-103, 1. 15 Rural Resort Area Subcommittee created in Section 29-33-103, 8. 16 or the Urban Area Subcommittee created in Section 29-33-103, 9. 17 shall conduct a public comment and hearing process about 18a. Developing methodology for the development of 19 statewide, regional, and local housing needs. Assessments 20 pursuant to Section 29-33-104. 21b. Creating a housing needs plan pursuant to TO Section 2229-33-105. 23c. Developing a menu of affordability strategies that 24 includes strategies TO address housing production, 25 preservation, and affordability pursuant TO Section 29-33-106. 26d. Developing a menu of displacement mitigation, 27 strategies for urban municipalities pursuant to Section 64, 213. 129-33-107, 2e. Publishing a report that identifies strategic growth 3 objectives pursuant to Section 29-33-108, and 4f. Developing reporting guidance and templates for 5 rural resort job center municipalities and urban municipalities 6 pursuant to Section 29-33-113. 7. 2. TO conduct the public comment and hearing process 8 required by subsection 1 of this section. The Strategic Growth 9 Committee created in Section 29-33-103, 1. Rural Resort Area 10 Subcommittee created in Section 29-33-103, 8. Or the Urban Area 11 Subcommittee created in Section 29-33-103, 9. Shall 12a. Provide public notice and hold at least 2 public 13 hearings at which members of the public have an opportunity to 14 comment on the subject of the hearing. 15b. Allow the submission of written comments on the 16 subject of the hearing. 17c. Conduct outreach TO and solicit feedback from local 18 governments and regional planning agencies. 19d. Conduct outreach to and solicit feedback from local 20 community groups that are most at risk of displacement. 21e. Consult with experts in disability rights, homelessness. 22 Prevention, affordable housing, and tenant rights. And 23f. Ensure accessibility to the comment and hearing. 24 Process by providing translated materials and interpretation. 25 Services, providing at least one of the hearings in person. And 26 Conducting outreach TO encourage participation from 27 underrepresented communities. 65, 213. 129-33-110. Natural and Agricultural Land Priorities Report. 2. 1. No later than December 31, 2024, the Office of Climate 3 Preparedness created in Section 24-38.8-102, 1, shall consult 4 with the Department of Agriculture, the Division of Parks and 5 Wildlife within the Department of Natural Resources, the 6 Outdoor Recreation Industry Office in the Office of Economic 7 Development, the Colorado Tourism Office, the Multi-Agency 8 Group, and experts in related fields to develop a report that 9 identifies interjurisdictional priorities that Metropolitan 10 planning organizations should apply TO achieve. 11a. Connectivity TO open space, wildlife habitat, and other 12 priority landscapes. 13b. Preservation of agricultural land, historic and 14 cultural resources, urban parks and green spaces, exurban open 15 space, recreational resources, wildlife habitats, and ecosystems. 16 with the greatest need for conservation and mitigating hazards. 17 and 18c. Identification of best practices, tools, and resources. 19 related to subsections 1A and 1B of this section. 22. The report must integrate and include information 21 from relevant existing and under development state plans, 22 including the Division of Parks and Wildlife State Wildlife 23 Action Plan, that address conservation, recreation, and climate 24 adaptation, and must be updated to incorporate results of new 25 plans, data, or analyses that are completed after the initial 26 completion of the report. 27. 3. The Department of Local Affairs shall publish the -66, 213. 1 report and make it available as a resource for local 2 governments for use in developing master plans pursuant to 3 sections 30-28-106 and 31-23-206 as applicable. For 29-33-111. Rural Resort Job Center municipalities, existing 5 plans to address local housing needs, menu of affordability strategy 6, regional housing needs planning process. 1. Existing plans to 7 address local housing needs. A Rural Resort Job Center 8 municipality that adopts a plan to address local housing needs 9 prior to the effective date of this section may, rather than 10 developing and adopting a new housing needs plan pursuant to 11 subsection 3b of this section. Update ITS existing plan TO 12 address additional needs identified in the local housing needs 13 assessment beyond what the municipality's existing plan 214 address local housing needs includes, and any requirements IN 15 section 29-33-105, 4, not already included in the municipalities. 16 existing plan to address local housing needs. 17. 2. Rural Resort Job Center municipality planning goals. In 18 order to support affordability and advance meeting the housing 19 needs of low and moderate income households, as defined by 20 the United States Department of Housing and Urban 21 Development, the menu of affordability strategies for a rural 22 resort job center municipality must include both affordable 23 development strategies and long-term affordability strategies. 24. When selecting and implementing affordability strategies, a 25 rural resort job center must prioritize strategies that support 26 regulated affordable housing, including mixed income 27 development and developments that only contain regulated. -67, 213. 1. Affordable housing. The affordable development strategies 2 included in the menu of affordability strategies for a rural 3 resort job center municipality must include the following. 4a. A strategy defined by the Rural Resort Job Center 5 municipality that sets parameters for the construction and 6 permitting of accessory dwelling units with affordability 7 protections that meet the Rural Resort Job Center municipality's 8 housing affordability needs. 9b. A strategy defined by the Rural Resort Job Center 10 municipality that sets parameters for the construction and 11 permitting of middle housing and multifamily housing that 12i is within a walkable distance of transit stops, when 13 possible. 14, 2, incorporates affordability protections such as deed 15 restrictions and short-term rental restrictions as identified by 16 the Rural Resort Job Center municipality, and 17, 3, provides housing that meets the Rural Resort Job 18 center municipalities demonstrated housing affordability needs. 19 and shortages, taking into consideration regional workforce 20 commuting trends. 21, c, implementing a local inclusionary zoning ordinance IN 22 accordance with the requirements of section 29-20-104.5 and 23, e.7, 24, d. The creation of a program to prioritize development 25 permits and subsidize or otherwise reduce impact fees or other 26 similar development charges for affordable housing 27 development where applicable. -68, 213. 1e. Creating an expedited development review process for 2 affordable housing developments. 3f. Establishing a density bonus program that allows for increased floor area ratio, density, or height to increase the 5 construction of affordable housing units. 6g. Enabling affordable housing ASA use by right IN 7 housing types and areas consistent with the goals of increasing 8 housing affordability, supply, and housing unit type diversity. 9h. Establishing a policy or plan to leverage 10 municipally owned land for the development of affordable 11 housing. 12i. Establishing a dedicated local revenue source for the 13 development of affordable housing. 1415j. Reducing or eliminating local parking requirements. 16 for regulated affordable housing. 1718k. Adopting a policy that results in non-construction. 19 solutions to increase affordable housing, including the 20i. Acquisition of deed restrictions on existing 21 market rate housing units. 22.2. Preservation of existing deed restrictions, or 23.3. Programs to disincentive the use of homes as 24 non-primary residences. 25l. Adopting a regional housing needs plan with 26 multi-jurisdictional commitments to meet identified housing. 27 targets to increase the supply of regulated affordable housing. -69, 213. 1m. Establishing a policy to align infrastructure 2 strategies with the affordable housing needs identified in the 3 relevant local housing needs assessment. Policies may include for the prioritization of utilities, cost exemptions, and discounts. 5n. Adopting a strategy proposed by either a local 6 government or the Strategic Growth Committee, and that IS-7 approved by the Department of Local Affairs, that supports 8 equal or greater housing affordability consistent with the 9 needs identified in the relevant local housing needs assessment. 10 and 11. Adopting a policy or regulatory tool that incentivizes 12 the promotion of affordable housing development as identified 13 IN section 24-32-130. 3. 14.3. The long-term affordability strategies included in the 15 menu of affordability strategies for a rural resort job center 16 municipality must include the following. 17.a. The establishment of a dedicated local revenue source. 18. For affordable housing development, such as instituting a 19. Linkage fee on new developments. 20. B. The regulation of short-term rentals, second homes, 21 or other vacant units in a way that promotes the maximum use. 22. Of local housing stock for local housing needs as determined. 23. Through a housing needs assessment. This regulation may 24th include exacting a vacancy fee on underutilized units. 25. C. Making commitment to and remaining eligible for the 26 State Affordable Housing Fund created in Section 29-32-102, 1, 27. D. The establishment of an affordable homeownership. 70, 213. 1 strategy such as 2. The acquisition of preservation of deed restrictions on 3 current housing units. 4.2. The establishment of an incentive program. 5. Encourage realtors to work with prospective low-income and 6 minority homebuyers. Or 7.3. The establishment of an affordable rentio WN 8 program. 9. Prioritizing the use of municipally owned developable 10 land for affordable housing development, including 11 affordability deed restrictions of at least 75 years. 12. F. Incentivizing or creating a dedicated local program. 13. Facilitate investment in land banking. Oregon Community Land Trusts. 14 and 15. G. Preserving affordability of both regulated and 16 unregulated housing through interventions such as capital. 17. Investments in property restoration or rehabilitation. Local 18. Right of first refusal programs, or programs that transition 19 existing housing stock to affordable housing. 24. A rural resort job center municipality must. 21. Adopt at least 2 strategies from the list of affordable. 22. Development strategies in subsection 2 of this section, and at 23. Least 1 strategy from the list of long-term affordability. 24. Strategies in subsection 3 of this section. In determining which 25 strategies to adopt, a rural resort job center municipality shall 26 consider previous plans addressing housing needs, the local and 27 regional housing needs assessments, and other available data. 71, 213. 1. To inform the selection of strategies to address known housing 2 needs. 3b. Notwithstanding subsection 4a of this section, a rural resort job center municipality may submit evidence to the 5 Department of Local Affairs concerning affordability 6 strategies that the municipality has adopted outside of those 7 listed in this section, or that the municipality adopted prior to 8 the effective date of this section, and the impact of those 9 strategies. The department may determine whether those 10 strategies qualify as affordability strategies for purposes of 11 subsection 4a of this section. 12.5. Regional housing needs planning process. A county 13 or municipality within a region defined in the Regional Housing 14 Needs Assessment may participate in a Regional Housing Needs 15 planning process. 16.2. The counties or municipalities that participate in a 17 planning process. 18a. May utilize data and information from a rural resort. 19. Regional Housing Needs Assessment that is no more than 20 years old to inform their participation in the planning process. 21b. Are encouraged to incorporate strategic growth 22 objectives as defined in section 29-33-108 in the planning process. 23 and 24. C. Are encouraged to identify strategies that address 25 the housing needs identified in local and regional housing needs 26 assessments through the adoption of interjurisdictional 27 strategies and affordability strategies from the menu in 72, 213. 1 subsection 2 of this section. 2.3. If no existing regional plan exists, a group of counties 3 or municipalities may request that the rural resort area for subcommittee created in section 29-33-103-8 facilitate the 5 creation of a regional planning process. 6.4. A regional housing needs planning process may be led 7 by a regional entity and must encourage participating counties 8 and municipalities to identify strategies that improve 9 coordination between entities to meet the housing needs 10 identified for those local governments in the regional and 11 local housing needs assessments. 12v. By December 31, 2024, the Rural Resort Area 13 Subcommittee created in Section 29-33-103-8 shall issue a Report 14 to the Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs on 15 the status, opportunities, and challenges of regional planning 16 in the rural resort regions, including the connection between 17 housing and transportation and regional equity in regards to 18 communities that house the workforce and those that are rural 19 resort job center municipalities. 20b. No later than December 31, 2026, and every 6-21 years thereafter, a rural resort job center municipality shall 22 develop, adopt, and submit to the Department of Local Affairs a 23 housing needs plan. The housing needs plan must include the 24 following. 25a. A narrative description of the stakeholder 26 engagement conducted during the development of the housing 27 needs plan. 73, 213. 1b. An analysis of how the Rural Resort Job Center 2 municipality will address local housing needs as identified from 3A Regional Housing Assessment and the Local Housing Needs 4 Assessment, including demonstrated housing needs for persons 5 of different income levels, over the next 20 years within 6 equitable distribution of housing within the municipality. 7c. For any regulated affordable housing program for 8 which a Rural Resort Job Center municipality receives state or 9. Federal money pursuant to the Federal American Rescue Plan 10 Act of 2021, Pub.L. 117-2, or receives any other state money, or 11 for any regulated affordable housing program for which a 12 Rural Resort Job Center municipality has prioritized regulated 13 affordable housing or homelessness prevention or support in the 14 Rural Resort Job Center municipalities budget, a narrative 15 description that includes the program's budget, the program's 16 timeline completion, the number of units, the type of units, the 17 income level for which the housing is targeted, the number of 18 families served, and the demographic and income levels of the 19 families served. 20d. A narrative analysis of any area at elevated risk of 21 residential displacement that the Rural Resort Job Center 22 municipality has identified and a description of an 23 implementation plan for any strategies from the menu of 24 displacement mitigation strategies specified in section 29-33-10725. 3. That the Rural Resort Job Center municipality will use to 26 mitigate identified displacement risks specified in the 27 displacement risk assessment required pursuant to section 74-213. 129-33-107-2-2e, a definition of affordability in addressing housing 3 needs, including workforce housing. This definition must be based on the housing needs assessment and include relevant 5-area median income classifications, and may include income 6 levels of all full-time residents whose housing needs are not 7 met. If the Rural Resort Job Center municipality has a pre-existing 8 definition of affordability that is supported by the outcomes of 9 the most recent housing needs assessment, then it may rely on 10 and report that definition, and 11f, an implementation plan that describes how the Rural 12 Resort Job Center municipality will comply with selected 13 affordability strategies from section 29-33-111-2. 14.2. Before adopting and submitting a housing needs plan, 15. A Rural Resort Job Center municipality shall publish the most 16 recent draft of its housing needs plan and provide notice of a 17. Public comment period for the receipt of written comments. 18. Concerning the plan. The Rural Resort Job Center municipality 19 must also choose to hold a public hearing on the plan. 23. The Department of Local Affairs shall post the 21 housing needs plans submitted by Rural Resort Job Center 22 municipalities publicly on the Department of Local Affairs 23 website. 2429-33-112. Water supply forecast. 1. No later than June 30th, 2025, the Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs 26 in consultation with the Colorado Water Conservation Board 27 and the Division of Water Resources shall submit a joint report. 75-213. 1. To the General Assembly utilizing data and analyses from the 2 most recent Colorado Water Plan and Basin Implementation 3 plans that considers the following. 4a. The availability and sufficiency of water supplies PER 5 Basin TO provide for anticipated population growth. 6b. A framework TO guide investments in water. 7. Conservation for public water providers. And 8c. A range of policy options TO maximize efficiency of 9 existing water supply and minimize the impact of population. 10. Growth on other sectors or regions. 11.2. The Director shall consult water providers in the 12 preparation of the report. 1329-33-113. Technical Assistance, Housing Plans Assistance 14 Fund, Definition. 1. The Division of Local Government within the 15 Department of Local Affairs shall provide technical assistance 16 materials, briefings, consulting services, templates, tools, 17 trainings, webinars, or other guidance to aid local governments. 18. And metropolitan planning organizations in updating local laws. 19. And otherwise complying with this Article 33. 22. To assist local governments in complying with this 21 Article 33, the Division of Local Government within the 22 Department of Local Affairs, with the support of the 23 Multi-Agency Group, shall provide technical assistance funding 24 through either a grant program or the provision of consultant 25 services through subject jurisdictions or both a grant program 26 and provision of consultant services. The Division of Local 27 Government may also provide technical assistance funding. 76-213. 1. Through a metropolitan planning organization, county, or other 2 regional entity. Beginning January 1, 2026, and every year 3 thereafter, the Department of Local Affairs shall provide a full report on the assistance requested by local governments 5 pursuant to this section, whether or not adequate state funding 6 is available to meet the assistance requested by local 7 governments, and any additional resources that local 8 governments have identified that would help complete 9 housing needs plans. 10.3a. The Housing Plans Assistance Fund is created in the 11 state treasury. The fund consists of any money that the General 12 Assembly may transfer or appropriate to the fund for 13 implementation of this Article 33, and gifts, grants, or donations 14 credited to the fund. The state treasurer shall credit all 15 interest and income derived from the deposit and investment of 16 money in the Housing Plans Assistance Cash Fund to the fund. 17b. Subject to annual appropriation by the General. 18 Assembly, the Department of Local Affairs may expend money in 19 from the fund for the purpose of implementing this Article 33. 2029-33-114. Reporting requirements. 1A, no later than December 31st, 2025, the Executive Director of the Department of 22 Local Affairs shall develop reporting guidance and templates 23 for rural resort job center municipalities and urban 24 municipalities. 25B, the Strategic Growth Committee shall, as part of the 26 public comment and hearing process established in Section 2729-33-109, 2, provide recommendations to the Executive Director. 77, 213. 1 of the Department of Local Affairs concerning the development 2 of reporting guidance and templates for rural resort job center 3 municipalities and urban municipalities. 4, 2, at a minimum, rural resort job center municipalities 5 and urban municipalities shall report, no later than December 31, 2026, and no later than December 31st of each year thereafter. 7, in a form and manner determined by the Department of Local Aid Affairs. The following housing data for the previous calendar 9-year to the Department of Local Affairs. 1011, A, the number of permits that the municipality issued for 12 new housing units categorized by the number of units in each 13. Structure type, 14, B, the number of new housing units categorized by the 15 number of units in each structure type, in the municipality 16 for which a certificate of occupancy has been issued, a final 17 inspection has been completed, or other verification exists that. 18 the project is complete and suitable for occupancy. 19, C, timeframes TO complete residential permit reviews by 20 housing type, 21, D, workforce assigned to development review by position 22 type, 23, E, the implementation status of the strategies identified 24 in the municipality's housing needs plan, 25, F, the number of dwelling unit permits issued for 26 transit-oriented communities, if applicable, 27, G, zoning information that may include geospatial data. 78, 213. 1 specifying zoning districts, allowed uses and densities, and 2 other data in a standard format, and 3, H, the number of intergovernmental agreements that for the municipality has in place TO address ITS local and regional 5 housing needs assessments and a description of these 6 agreements. 7, 3, after receiving the reports from the Rural Resort Job 8 Center municipalities and urban municipalities pursuant to 9 subsection 2 of this section, the Department of Local Affairs 10 shall publish an analysis on a publicly available dashboard 11 that includes all of the information in the reports. 1229-33-115. Compliance. No later than June 30, 2027, the 13 Department of Local Affairs shall conduct a compliance review 14 and approve housing needs plans or provide feedback to rural 15 resort job center municipalities and urban municipalities. American Samoa 16 needed. The submission of a compliant housing needs plan must be 17 considered in the implementation of strategic growth. 18 objectives. 1929-33-116. Statewide Summit. 1. No later than April 15, 2024, the Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs, 21 in coordination with a Membership Association of Municipalities, 22 a Membership Association of Counties, and a Membership 23 Association of Special Districts, shall hold both a statewide 24 summit and at least 6 regional meetings throughout the state. 25, 2, participants at the summit and regional meetings 26 shall, 27, A, discuss the issues of land use, housing availability and 79, 213. 1. Affordability, water availability, and transportation, and 2. B. Develop regional and statewide solutions for 3. Addressing the issues discussed at the summit and regional for meetings pursuant TO subsection 2, A, of this section. 5. 3. No later than September 15, 2024, the Executive 6 Director of the Department of Local Affairs shall report on the 7 results of the summit and regional meetings to the Senate Local 8 Government and Housing Committee and the House of 9 Representatives Transportation, Housing, and Local Government 10 Committee, or their successor committees. 11. 4. At least 4 of the regional meetings must be held 12 outside of the Denver Regional Council of Governments area. 13. 5. The summit and regional meetings must include 14 representatives from 15. A. Local governments, 16. B. Chambers of Commerce, 17. C. Affordable housing groups, 18. D. Infrastructure and service providers, 19. E. Water providers, 20. F. The agricultural sector. 21. G. Home builders. 22. H. Environmental groups, 23. I. Economic development professionals, 24. J. Transportation experts, 25. K. Tribal governments, and 26. L. Other stakeholders as necessary. TO provide diverse 27 perspectives on the issues discussed at the summit and regional. 80, 213. 1. Meetings pursuant TO subsection 2, A, of this section. 229-33-117. Legislative Oversight Committee concerning 3 affordable housing and homelessness, creation, duties. 1. Creation. For A, there is created a Legislative Oversight Committee 5 concerning affordable housing and homelessness, which IS 6 referred to in this section as the committee. 7b. The committee consists of 6 members as follows. 8i. The President of the Senate shall appoint 2 senators, 9 to serve on the committee, and the Minority Leader of the Senate 10 shall appoint 1 senator to serve on the committee. And 11.2. The Speaker of the House of Representatives shall 12 appoint 3 representatives to serve on the committee. Number 13. More than 2 of whom are members of the same political party. 14c. As soon as practicable after the convening date of the 15-second regular session of the 74th General Assembly. 16. But no later than the end of the legislative session, the Speaker. 17. The President and the Minority Leader of the Senate shall each. 18. Appoint members to the committee pursuant to subsection 1b. 19 of this section. Thereafter, the terms of members appointed or 20 reappointed by the Speaker, the President, and the Minority 21 Leader of the Senate expire on the convening date of the first 22 regular session of the next General Assembly, and all 23 subsequent appointments and reappointments by the Speaker, the 24 President, and the Minority Leader of the Senate must be made as 25 soon as practicable after the convening date, but no later than 26 the end of the legislative session. 27d. The person making the original appointment or -81, 213. 1 reappointment shall fill any vacancy by appointment for the 2 remainder of an unexpired term. Members appointed or 3 reappointed serve at the pleasure of the appointing authority for and continue in office until the member's successor is appointed. 5e. The President of the Senate shall select the first chair 6 of the committee, and the Speaker of the House of 7 Representatives shall select the first vice chair. The chair and 8 vice chair shall alternate annually thereafter between the 9 two houses. 10f. The chair and vice chair of the committee may 11th establish organizational and procedural rules as are necessary. 12 for the operation of the committee and, in collaboration with 13 the task force concerning affordable housing and homelessness. 14 created in section 29-33-117, guidelines and expectations for 15 ongoing collaboration with the task force. 16 g.I. Members of the committee may receive payment of 17 per diem and reimbursement for actual and necessary expenses. 18 authorized pursuant to section 2-2-307. 19.2. The Director of Research of the Legislative Council 20 and the Director of the Office of Legislative Legal Services shall 21 supply staff assistance to the committee as they deem 22 appropriate, within existing appropriations. 23.2. Duties. A.I. The committee shall meet at least 3, 24 but no more than 6 times each year and at such other times as 25 it deems necessary. All meetings of the committee are open to 26 the public and must be recorded. 27.2. Each committee member shall annually either attend -82, 213. 1 or call into at least 1 regular task force concerning 2 affordable housing and homelessness meeting. Committee 3 members are encouraged to attend separate meetings and inform for the rest of the committee about the current work of the Task 5 force. 6b. The committee is responsible for the oversight of the 7 task force concerning affordable housing and homelessness 8 created in section 29-33-117 and shall submit annual reports 9 pursuant to subsection 2c of this section to the General 10 Assembly regarding the task force's findings and 11 recommendations. In addition, the committee may recommend 12 legislative changes that are treated as bills recommended by 13 an interim legislative committee for purposes of any 14 introduction deadlines or bill limitations imposed by the joint 15 rules of the General Assembly. 16 c.I. On or before January 15th of each year, the committee 17 is required to submit a report to the General Assembly and make 18 such report publicly available on its website. However, during 19 any interim in which the General Assembly has suspended interim 20 committee activities, the committee is not required to submit 21 such a report. The annual report must briefly summarize the 22 study issues, recommendations considered, and any actions 23 taken by the committee and the task force during the previous 24 year. 25.2. The report must comply with the provisions of section 2624-1-117, 9. Notwithstanding section 24-1-136, 11, a.I. The 27 requirement in this section TO report to the General Assembly. -83, 213. 1 continues indefinitely. 2d. As necessary, the committee may request public 3 testimony and reports from state agencies. The committee 4 must accept limited public testimony prior to submission of the 5 annual report as described in subsection 2c.I. of this section. 6.3. This section is repealed, effective September 1, 2027. 7. Before the repeal, this section is scheduled for review, along 8 with section 29-33-117, in accordance with section 24-34-104. 929-33-118. Task Force concerning affordable housing and 10 homelessness, creation, membership, duties. 1. Creation. There 11 is created a task force concerning affordable housing and 12 homelessness, which is referred to in this section as the Task 13 Force. The task force consists of 25 members appointed 14 as provided in subsection 2 of this section and any staff support 15 as provided for in section 29-33-117. 16. 2. Membership, terms. A. The following 9 members. 17 must be appointed on or before August 1, 2024. 18I, the Executive Director of the Department of Local 19 Affairs shall appoint one member to represent the Division of 20 Housing. 21.2, the Executive Director of the Department of Local 22 Affairs shall appoint one member to represent the Division of 23 Local Government. 24.3, the Executive Director of the Colorado Housing and 25 Finance Authority shall appoint one member to represent the 26 Authority. 27.4, the Executive Director of the Department of Health. 84.213. 1 Care Policy and Financing shall appoint one member to represent the department. 3V, the Commissioner of the Behavioral Health for Administration shall appoint one member representing the 5 Behavioral Health Administration. 6. The Executive Director of the Department of 7 Corrections shall appoint one member to represent the 8 Department. 9.7, the Executive Director of the Department of 10 Education shall appoint one member to represent the 11 Department. 12.8, the Governor shall appoint one member to represent 13 either the Department of Labor and Employment or the 14 Department of Human Services, and 15.9, the Governor shall appoint one member to represent 16 either the Colorado Energy Office or the Office of Economic 17 Development and International Trade. 18B, the Chair and Vice Chair of the Legislative Oversight 19 Committee concerning Affordable Housing and Homelessness 20 created in Section 29-33-116, referred to in this section as the 21 Committee, shall appoint 16 additional members. 22 committee staff are responsible for publicly announcing 23 vacancies for the following positions, and requesting 24 candidates submit a letter of interest for the specific position. 25 so that the letters of interest are due no later than 1 week. 26 after the effective date of this section. The Legislative 27 Oversight Committee, by majority vote, shall approve the 85-213. 1 appointments for these positions. The task force members TOB2 appointed pursuant to this subsection 2B include 3I, 1 member who represents a homeless services 4 provider in an urban area, 5.2, 1 member who represents a homeless services 6 provider in a rural or rural resort area, 7.3, 1 member who represents a for-profit developer of 8 affordable rental housing, 9.4, 1 member who represents a not-for-profit 10 developer of affordable rental housing, 11V, 1 member who represents a for-profit developer of 12 affordable for sale housing or is a representative of an 13 Association of Market Rate Housing Developers, 14.6, 1 member who represents a not-for-profit 15 developer of affordable for sale housing, 16.7, 1 member who represents a provider of supportive 17 housing or supportive services, 18.8, 1 member who represents an operator of 19 multifamily affordable housing, 29, 1 member from a local government in an urban 21 area, 22X, 1 member from a local government in a rural area, 23.11, 1 member from a local government in a rural 24 resort area, 25.12, 1 member who represents an affordable housing 26 advocacy organization, 27.13, 1 member who represents either a homelessness 86-213. 1 advocacy organization or an anti-poverty advocacy 2 organization, 3.14, 1 member with lived experience of homelessness for who is living in permanent supportive housing at the time of their 5 appointment, 6.15, 1 member who, at the time of their appointment, is 7 living in affordable housing that is restricted to 88% or less of area median income, and 9.16, 1 member who, at the time of their appointment, 10 is living in affordable rental housing that is restricted to 1,120% or less of area median income. 12C, beginning on the effective date of this section, 13 members appointed to the task force pursuant to subsection 14.2b of this section shall serve no more than 3 consecutive 15 two-year terms, with the appointing authority's approval for 16 each specific term. With the appointing authority's approval, a 17 member of the task force who is serving on the task force as of 18 the effective date of this section is considered to be beginning 19 the member's first 2-year term. 20 a vacancy occurring in a position that is appointed 21 pursuant to subsection 2a of this section must be filled as 22 soon as possible by the initial appointing official. In addition, the 23 initial appointing official may remove and replace any 24 appointment the official made to the task force made pursuant 25 to subsection 2a of this section. 26.2, a vacancy occurring in a position filled by the chair 27 and vice chair of the committee pursuant to subsection 2b of -87-213. 1. This section must be filled as soon as possible by the chair and 2 vice chair of the committee in accordance with the limitations 3 specified in subsection 2b of this section. In addition, the chair 4 and vice chair of the committee may remove and replace any 5 appointment to the task force made pursuant to subsection 2b 6 of this section. 7e. In making appointments to the task force, the 8 appointing authorities shall ensure that the membership of the 9 task force includes persons who have experience with or 10 interest in the study areas of the task force as set forth in 11 subsection 3 of this section, persons who reflect the racial, 12 ethnic, economic, cultural, and gender diversity of the state, 13 persons representing of all areas of the state, and persons with 14 disabilities. 15 f.I. All task force members are expected to seek input 16 from the various networks or organizational structures of the 17 body they represent, if any. Every appointing officer is 18. Encouraged to nominate a representative who can participate in 19. Making task force subject matter expert recommendations, yet 20 still appropriately represent the relevant state agency. 21. 2. In order to advance the work of the task force, Task 22 force members are encouraged to participate in decision-making. 23. With the understanding that individual votes on Task Force 24 issues are based on subject matter expertise and do not commit 25 representative agencies or organizations to any position or 26 action. Task force members shall adhere to any agreed upon 27 procedural rules and guidelines. 88. 213. 1. G. Members of the task force serve without 2 compensation. However, members of the task force appointed 3 pursuant to subsection 2b of this section may receive for reimbursement for actual and necessary expenses associated 5 with their duties on the task force. 6. 3. Issues for study. A. The task force shall track the 7 implementation of, impacts of, and state expenditures. 8. Concerning this Article 33 in legislation related to the final 9 report of the Affordable Housing Transformational Task Force 10 from February 2020, and Proposition 123 AS approved by 11 Colorado voters during the 2022 general election. 12b. The task force shall evaluate, review, and make 13 recommendations on affordable housing, home ownership, and 14 homelessness policies. 15c. In evaluating the issues set forth in subsection 3b, 16 of this section, the task force shall specifically consider the 17 following related issues, including 18. Statewide housing needs and gaps as identified by the 19 state, regional, and housing needs assessment required in Section 29-33-104, including any local, regional, or state plans. 21 derived from these assessments. 22. 2. Best practices for and barriers to affordable housing. 23 production and preservation including development, and 24 long-term affordability strategies and displacement mitigation. 25 strategies as described in sections 29-33-106 and 29-33-107. 26. 3. Best practices for increasing first-time home. 27 ownership opportunities for communities that have been 89, 213. 1. Historically excluded from home ownership and its associated 2 wealth gains. 3. 4. Best practices for stabilizing currently housed for individuals at risk of entering homelessness. 5. V. Statewide homelessness analysis as conducted by a 6 contractor selected by the Office of Homeless Initiatives within 7 the Department of Local Affairs. 8. 6. Best practices for resolving and preventing 9 homelessness. 10. 7. The administration by the Division of Housing within 11 the Department of Local Affairs and the Colorado Housing and 12 Finance Authority of state and federal funds related to 13 housing. 14. 8. The impact of housing and homelessness on state. 15 agencies. 16. 9. The impact and progress of any land use reforms. 17 including those in this section, on housing availability, home. 18 ownership, and affordability including review and response to 19 any recommendations, analyses, assessments, reports, and plans. 20 that are released by the multi-agency committee created in 21 Section 29-33-103 and used to implement long-term, and 22 development affordability strategies and displacement, 23 mitigation strategies, and 24 X, a summary of all exemption requests to and 25 responses from the Department of Local Affairs from any 26 requirements of this Article 33. 27 D. The requirements set forth in this subsection 3 do not 90, 213. 1. Prohibit the task force, at any time during its existence, from 2. Requesting permission from the committee to study, present 3 findings, and make recommendations on any issue related to the 4 scope of the task force and oversight committee. 5. E. As necessary, the task force may request testimony. 6. And reports from state agencies and the multi-agency committee. 7. And subcommittees created in Section 29-33-103, as approved by 8. The committee. 9. 4. Additional duties of the task force. The task force shall 10 annually deliver policy and legislative recommendations to the 11 committee pursuant to this section. In addition, the Task Force 12 shall, 13a, on or before August 1st of each year, select a chair and 14 vice chair from among ITS members. 15b, meet at least 6 times each year, or more often. 16 directed by the chair of the committee, and such meetings must 17 be both open to the public and recorded. 18c, establish organizational and procedural rules for the 19 operation of the task force and for collaboration with the 20 committee. 21 D. Designate specific task force members responsible for 22 collaborating with and obtaining input from other groups, 23 communities, task forces, or statewide initiatives that 24 complement or relate to the task force's identified areas of 25 study. 26 E. Create and more than 3 subcommittees as needed. 27 Carry out the duties of the task force. The subcommittees may 91, 213. 1. Consist, in part, of persons who are not members of the Task 2 force. Such persons may vote on issues before the subcommittee. 3. But are not entitled to a vote at task force meetings. 4. F. Study the implementation of committee legislation. 5. Passed by the General Assembly. 6. G. Upon request by a committee member, provide 7. Evidence-based feedback on the potential benefits or 8. Consequences of a legislative or other policy proposal, and not 9. Directly affiliated with or generated by the task force. The 10 feedback must be delivered within 2 weeks to the entire 11 committee and remain as concise as possible while capturing any 12 available evidence. If the task force cannot identify evidence to 13 effectively inform a response, the feedback will indicate a lack 14 of evidence and report on any actions taken. 15 H.I. On or before August 1st of each year, prepare and 16 submit to the committee a report that, at a minimum, includes 17 A. Issues studied by the task force, as well as findings. 18 for legislative or other recommendations. 19 B. Legislative or policy proposals of the task force that 20 identify the policy issues involved, the agencies responsible for 21 the implementation of the changes, and the funding sources 22 required for implementation. 23 C. A summary of task force meeting activities and 24 discussions. 25 D. Any evidence-based feedback provided to the 26 committee pursuant TO subsection 4 G of this section. 27 E. A summary of efforts made TO. Communicate. -92, 213. 1. Collaborate or coordinate with other groups, task forces, or 2 state initiatives. And 3. F. A summary of efforts implemented to address 4 disparities in accessing housing, affordable housing, or home. 5. Ownership in legislative and policy proposals brought forward. 6. By the task force. 7. 2. The task force may post the report on the committee's 8 website. 9. 5. Coordination. The task force may work with other 10 groups, task forces, or statewide initiatives that are pursuing 11 issues and policy initiatives similar to those addressed in 12 subsection 3 of this section. The task force may develop 13 relationships with other task forces, committees, and 14 organizations to leverage efficient policymaking opportunities. 15 through collaborative efforts. 16. 6. Notwithstanding any provision of this section, the 17 task force is not required to meet, submit annual policy and 18 legislative recommendations, or submit an annual report to the 19 committee during any interim in which the General Assembly has 20 suspended interim committee activities. 21. 7. This section is repealed, effective September 1, 2027. 22. Before the repeal, this section is scheduled for review along 23 with Section 29-33-116 in accordance with Section 24-34-104. 24 Part 225 Accessory Dwelling Units 26 29-33-201. Legislative Declaration. 1a. The General 27 Assembly hereby finds, determines, and declares that -93, 213. 1I. Local government land use decisions can limit 2 accessory dwelling unit development. 2. Housing supply impacts housing affordability. 3. Housing prices are typically higher when housing. 5. Supply is restricted by local land use regulations in a 6 metropolitan region, according to studies such as the National 7 Bureau of Economic Research Working Papers. Regulation. And 8. Housing supply, the impact of zoning on housing. 9. Affordability, and the impact of local residential land use. 10. Restrictions on land values across and within single-family. 11. Housing markets. Increasing housing supply moderates price. 12. Increases and improves housing affordability across all 13 incomes, according to studies such as The Economic 14 Implications of Housing Supply, in the Journal of Economic 15 Perspectives, and Supply Skepticism, Housing Supply and 16 Affordability, in the Journal of Housing Policy Debate. 17. 4. More permissive local government accessory. 18. Dwelling unit regulations can help increase housing supply and 19. Stabilize housing costs. 20. V. Accessory dwelling units offer a way to provide 21. Compact, relatively affordable housing in established 22 neighborhoods with minimal impacts to the infrastructure. And 23. Also supply new housing without added new dispersed. 24. Low-density housing. 25. 6. Relative to dispersed low-density development. 26. Compact infill development, including accessory dwelling unit. 27. Development, reduces water use, greenhouse gas emissions. -94, 213. 1. Infrastructure costs, and household energy and transportation. 2. Costs. 3. 7. Accessory dwelling units provide financial benefits. 4. To homeowners. 5. 8. Accessory dwelling units generate rental income. To 6. Help homeowners cover mortgage payments or other costs. 7. Which can be important for older homeowners on fixed incomes. 8. 9. Accessory dwelling units can provide families with 9 options for intergenerational living arrangements that enable 10 child or elder care and aging in place. And 11. X. Accessory dwelling units use significantly less 12 energy for heating and cooling than single unit detached 13 dwellings because of their smaller size, which reduces 14 household energy costs and greenhouse gas emissions. 15. B. Therefore, the General Assembly declares that the 16 increased supply of housing through accessory dwelling unit 17 is a matter of mixed statewide and local concern. 1829-33-202. Definitions. As used in this Part 2, unless the 19 context otherwise requires. 21. Eligible parcel means a parcel, excluding a standard 21 exempt parcel, on which a single unit detached dwelling is 22 allowed as a use by right. 23. 2. Minimum standards means the minimum standards 24 established in Section 29-33-205. 25. 3. Model code means the model code promulgated by 26 the Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs. 27 pursuant to Section 29-33-204. 95, 213. 1. 4. Subject jurisdiction means an urban municipality. 229-33-203. Applicability, exemptions. 1. The requirements 3 of this Part 2 apply only in a subject jurisdiction. 4, 2, unless a subject jurisdiction decides otherwise, Local 5 laws adopted pursuant to this Part 2 only apply to parcels that 6 are not standard exempt parcels. 729-33-204. Model Code. 1a, no later than June 30, 2024. 8. The Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs shall 9 promulgate an accessory dwelling unit model code. 10b, the Multi-Agency Advisory Committee shall provide 11 recommendations to the Executive Director of the Department 12 of Local Affairs concerning the model code. 13.2, in developing recommendations concerning the Model 14 Code, the Multi-Agency Committee shall, 15a, provide public notice and hold at least 2 public 16 meetings at which members of the public have an opportunity to 17 comment on the model code. 18b, allow the submission of written comments on the 19 Model Code. 20c, conduct outreach to and solicit feedback from local 21 governments and regional planning agencies, and 22d, consult with experts in disability rights, racial equity, 23 in homelessness prevention, affordable housing, fair housing, 24 planning, zoning, and related fields. 25.3, the model code must, at a minimum, 26a, allow accessory dwelling units as a use by right as and 27 accessory use to a single unit detached dwelling in any part of. 96, 213. 1. The municipality where the municipality allows single unit 2 detached dwellings as a use by right, and 3b, establish objective standards for all of the elements for addressed in the minimum standards. 5.4. The model code must include a requirement that 6 subject jurisdictions may not require new OFF street vehicle 7 parking in connection with the construction or permitting of an 8 accessory dwelling unit. 929-33-205. Minimum standards. 1. Notwithstanding any 10 local law to the contrary, a subject jurisdiction that does not 11 adopt the model code shall, 12a, allow accessory dwelling units as a use by right as and 13 accessory use to a single unit detached dwelling in any part of 14. The municipality where the municipality allows single unit 15 detached dwellings as a use by right. 16b, only adopt or enforce local laws concerning 17 accessory dwelling unit land use that use objective standards. 18 and objective procedures. 19c, allow additions to, or the conversion of, an existing 20 single unit detached dwelling to create an accessory dwelling 21 unit so long as the addition or conversion does not increase 22 nonconformance with applicable objective standards, unless 23 local laws allow for such an increase in nonconformance, and 24d, allow accessory dwelling unit sizes between 2,500 and 800 square feet. Subject jurisdictions may 26th additionally permit smaller or larger accessory dwelling 27 units at their discretion. 97, 213. 1, 2, notwithstanding any local law to the contrary, a 2 subject jurisdiction that does not adopt the model code shall 3 not, 4a, apply standards concerning architectural style, 5 building materials, or landscaping that are more restrictive 6 than the standards that the subject jurisdiction applies to a 7 single unit detached dwelling in the same zoning district. 8b, impose a requirement on an accessory dwelling unit 9 that is contingent upon the primary residence on the same lot. 10 being owner-occupied. 11, c, amend, develop, or interpret a local law applicable to 12 an accessory dwelling unit in a manner that interferes with the 13 intent of this Part 2. 14, d, require new OFF street vehicle parking in connection 15 with the construction or the permitting of an accessory 16 dwelling unit, or 17, e, require side or rear setbacks for an accessory 18 dwelling unit greater than the minimum side setback required. 19 for a single unit detached dwelling or setback required for 20 other accessory buildings in the same zoning district, unless 21 such a setback is necessary to comply with public health or 22 safety standards. 23.3, the Department of Local Affairs may promulgate Rules 24 as it deems necessary to update the minimum standards or Model 25 code, utilizing a public hearing and comment process. 2629-33-206. Adoption of model codes, satisfaction of minimum 27 standards, reporting. 1. No later than June 30, 2025, a subject. 98, 213. 1 jurisdiction shall either, 2a, adopt local laws concerning accessory dwelling units 3 that satisfy the minimum standards established in Section 429-33-205, or 5b, adopt the model code. 6. 2. If a subject jurisdiction does not satisfy the 7 requirement of subsection 1 off this section before December 31, 2025, the model code goes into effect immediately for all 9 eligible parcels and the subject jurisdiction shall not deny or 10 condition approval of an application for an accessory dwelling 11 unit on any eligible parcel on any basis that is inconsistent with 12 the model code, as specified in Section 29-33-303, in the subject 13 jurisdiction and remains in effect until the Department of Local 14 Affairs determines that the subject jurisdiction has adopted 15 laws that comply with the minimum standards. 16.3. If a subject jurisdiction adopts the model code or the 17 model code is otherwise in effect for a subject jurisdiction. 18. Pursuant to subsection 2 of this section, the subject 19 jurisdictions accessory dwelling unit decisions shall be 20 consistent with the model code and the subject jurisdiction 21 shall, 22a, use objective procedures to determine whether in 23 accessory dwelling project satisfies the model code and approve 24 such a project if it satisfies the model code, and 25b, not adopt, enact, or enforce any local laws that 26 contravene the Model Code. 27, 4, a subject jurisdiction that already has local laws in. Dash 99, 213. 1 effect that meet the minimum standards established in Section 229-33-205 need not update their local laws, and may submit 3 evidence to the Department of Local Affairs demonstrating such for compliance. 5.a. No later than June 30, 2024, a subject jurisdiction may 6th notify the Department of Local Affairs that an exemption or 7 an extension is necessary from the requirements of subsection 8.1 of this section. 9b. The notice must demonstrate that the water, sewer, 10 wastewater, or stormwater services are currently deficient in 11 specific geographic areas of the subject jurisdiction or in the 12 subject jurisdiction as a whole, or the subject jurisdiction 13 expects such services to become deficient in the next 5 years. 14 as used in this subsection. 5b. Deficient means, in reference 15 to the subject jurisdiction's water supply master plan, water 16 distribution and wastewater collection master plan, 17 wastewater master plan, or stormwater master plan, if 18 applicable, issues concerning, 19, I, water supply, 22, wastewater treatment capacity, 21, 3, water distribution and wastewater collection 22 capacity, or 23, 4, stormwater management capacity. 24, C, if a subject jurisdiction submits a notice to the 25 Department of Local Affairs PURSUNTTOSUBSECTO and 5b, off this 26 section, the subject jurisdiction may include a plan of action 227 remedy the deficient water supply, water or wastewater. Dash 100, 213. 1 treatment capacity, water distribution and wastewater 2 collection capacity, or stormwater management capacity in the 3 specific areas identified in a capital improvement plan included 4 in the notice. 5d. The Department of Local Affairs may adopt rules or 6 promulgate guidance as necessary to implement this subsection 7, 5. 8, 6a. No later than June 30, 2025, a subject jurisdiction 9 shall submit to the Department of Local Affairs, in a Form and 10 manner determined by the Department of Local Affairs, a Report 11 demonstrating evidence of compliance with either the Model 12 Code or minimum standards. 13b. Within 90 days of receiving a report described in 14 subsection 6a of this section, the Department of Local Affairs 15 shall review and approve the submitted report or reject the 16 report and provide feedback to a subject jurisdiction. The 17 Department of Local Affairs may grant a jurisdiction in 18 additional 120 days to correct the relevant 19 local laws and resubmit a report. 20c. If the Department of Local Affairs rejects a subject 21 jurisdiction's report, the Model Code goes into effect 22 immediately in the subject jurisdiction until the Department of 23 Local Affairs determines that the subject jurisdiction has 24 adopted laws that comply with the minimum standards. 2529-33-207. Subject jurisdiction restrictions. 1. Nothing in 26 this part 2 prevents a local government from 27a requiring parking spaces in accordance with the Dash 101, 213. 1 Federal, Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, 42 U.S.C. SEC. 212101 ETSEQ, as amended, or to otherwise provide parking sign 3 for use by persons experiencing disabilities. 4b. Adopting generally applicable requirements for the 5 payment of impact fees or other similar development charges. 6 Conformance with the requirements of Section 29-20-104.5, or the 7 Mitigation of impacts in conformance with the requirements of 8 Part 2 of Article 20 of Title 29. 9c. Imposing requirements on the short-term rental of an 10 accessory dwelling unit. 11d. Allowing the construction of, or issuing permits for 12 the construction of, a single-unit detached dwelling in an Area 13 zone for single-unit detached dwellings. 14e. Applying the standards and procedures of a Historic 15 district to a parcel on which an accessory dwelling unit is 16 allowed in that historic district, including rules related to 17 demolition, or 18f. Applying and enforcing locally adopted building and 19 fire codes. 20 Part 321 Corridors and Centers Requirements 2229-22-301. Legislative Declaration. 1a. The General 23 Assembly hereby finds, determines, and declares that 24. Local government land use decisions can limit denser 25 multifamily housing development near frequent transit service 26 and in commercial and institutional areas. 27. 2. Housing supply impacts housing affordability. Dash 102, 213. 1.3. Housing prices are typically higher when housing supply is restricted by local land use regulations in a 3 metropolitan region, according to studies such as the National Bureau of Economic Research Working Papers, Regulation 5 Housing Supply, the impact of zoning on housing 6 affordability, and the impact of local residential land use 7 restrictions on land values across and within single-family 8 housing markets. Increasing housing supply moderates price 9 increases and improves housing affordability across all 10 incomes, according to studies such as The Economic 11 Implications of Housing Supply, in the Journal of Economic 12 Perspectives, and Supply Skepticism, Housing Supply and 13 Affordability, in the Journal of Housing Policy Debate. 14.4. Multifamily housing is typically more affordable 15 than single-unit dwellings, and living near transit, jobs, and 16 service enables households to save on transportation costs by 17 owning fewer vehicles than in 2019, Colorado multifamily units guessed. 18 between 14 and 43% less to rent, 19 depending on the size of the building, compared to single-unit 20 detached dwellings, according to the American Community 21 survey. 22, the Turner Center for Housing Innovation at the 23 University of California Berkeley found in its report 24, Residential Redevelopment of Commercially Zoned Land in 25 California, that there is a significant potential for residential 26 development in commercially zoned areas, that many 27 commercial zone districts do not allow residential. 103-213. 1 development, and that allowing use by right residential 2 development in commercial zone districts can encourage 3 additional housing supply, 4, 6, according to the National Association of Realtors 5 in its report, Analysis and Case Studies on Office TO Housing 6 Conversions. Over 5,700,000 square 7 feet of office space became unoccupied in the Denver 8 metropolitan real estate market between 2020 and 2021. The 9 Denver market could potentially add over 2,000 new 10 residential units from office to residential conversions if IT11 converted 20% of currently vacant office space, and 12. One of the major barriers to conversions is restrictive Local 13 land use regulations that require discretionary approvals. 14, 7, according to the Notre Dame Law School, in the 15 article, Shells of the Stores They Once Were, returning vacant 16 retail property to productive use in the midst of the retail. 17 Apocalypse, United States retailers have been closing brick 18 and mortar locations in large numbers since at least 2017, 19 leaving behind vacant commercial buildings and properties that 20 pose problems for public health and safety, reduce local tax 21 revenue, and lead to the flight of other retail businesses. 22 vacant commercial properties provide opportunities for 23 residential and mixed-use redevelopment, both through 24 adaptive reuse of existing buildings, and through new 25 development, and, according to the Local Government 26 Commission in cooperation with the United States 27 Environmental Protection Agency, in the joint report, Creating 104-213. 1 Great neighborhoods, density in your community, increased 2 residential density is associated with the economic success of 3 nearby businesses and contributes to the revitalization of 4 neighborhoods. 5, 8, meeting housing demand through compact infill 6 development close to jobs, services, and transit decreases the 7 need for new dispersed, low-density housing. Relative to 8 dispersed, low-density development, compact infill housing 9 development, including multifamily housing development, 10 reduces water use, greenhouse gas emissions, infrastructure 11 costs, and household energy and transportation costs. 12, 9, housing with access to frequent transit allows 13 residents to travel to work and services without driving, or 14 while driving less, which reduces household transportation 15 costs, greenhouse gas emissions, and air pollution. Analyses of 16 transit-oriented developments have found residents taken 17 average of 44% fewer vehicle trips, according to 18 the article, Vehicle Trip Reduction Impacts of Transit-Oriented 19 Housing, in the Journal of Public Transportation. And 20 according to the California Air Resources Board reports 21, impact of jobs housing balance on passenger vehicle use and 22 greenhouse gas emissions, and impacts of land use mix on 23 passenger vehicle use and greenhouse gas emissions, 24 co-locating residences, jobs, and services also reduces 25 household vehicle miles traveled. 26, x, multifamily housing uses significantly less energy for 27 heating and cooling per unit than single unit detached. 105-213. 1 dwellings due to multifamily housing having attached walls 2 and smaller size, which reduces household energy costs and 3 greenhouse gas emissions. In Colorado, household energy for demand on average is 70% less for multifamily 5 housing compared to single-unit detached dwellings, according 6 to the National Renewable Energy Laboratory Restock 7 analysis tool. 8b, therefore, the General Assembly declares that 9 increased housing supply in transit-oriented areas and key 10 corridors is a matter of mixed statewide and local concern. 1129-33-302. Applicability, Transit-Oriented Areas Model Code, 12 Transit-Oriented Areas Minimum Standards, Adoption of Model Code 13 or Minimum Standards, Definitions. 1. Definitions. AS used in this 14 section, unless the context otherwise requires. 15. A. Eligible parcel, means a parcel that is not. 16. I. A standard exempt parcel. 17. 2. Part of a parcel that includes land that is a park and 18. Open space, as defined in section 29-7.5-103, 2. 19. 3. A parcel that is subject to a conservation easement, 20 or 21, 4, on a site that is, 22, a, currently used for an industrial use, 23, b, currently allows industrial uses, 24, c, designated for heavy industrial use in the latest 25 version of a subject jurisdiction's master plan, 26, d, owned by, used as, or operated by an airport, or 27, e, currently used as a mobile home park, as defined in 106-213. 1 Section 38-12-201.5, 6. 2b MNMUMSTNDRDS means the minimum standards for 3 transit-oriented areas established in subsection 4 of this 4 section. 5. C. Mixed income multifamily housing means multifamily 6 housing in which at least 10% of the housing units are set 7 aside for households that earn no more than 80% of 8 the area median income. 9D, Model Code means the Transit-Oriented Areas Model 10 Code promulgated by the Department of Local Affairs pursuant 11 TO subsection 3 of this section. 12E, Subject Jurisdiction means a Tier 1 urban 13 municipality or county that contains a transit-oriented area. 14.2, Applicability. A. The requirements of this section only 15 apply to an eligible parcel in a transit-oriented area in a Subject 16 jurisdiction. 17b, if a transit-oriented area is located within multiple 18 jurisdictions, a subject jurisdiction need only meet the 19 requirements of this section in the parts of a transit-oriented 20 area located within the subject jurisdiction. 21c, where the requirements of this section apply to 22 parcels or lots to which Part 2 of this Article 33 or Section 2329-33-303 also apply, the requirements of this section shall 24 supersede any conflicting requirements of Part 2 of this Article 2533 or Section 29-33-303. 26.3, Model Code. A. I. No later than June 30, 2024, the 27 Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs shall 107-213. 1. Promulgate a transit-oriented area model code. 2. The Multi-Agency Advisory Committee shall provide 3 recommendations to the Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs on the Transit-Oriented Area Model Code 5 pursuant to Section 29-33-305. 6b, at a minimum, the model code must include 7i, a requirement that subject jurisdictions may not 8 require new OFF street parking within transit-oriented areas for 9 any uses in conjunction with a mixed-income multifamily housing 10 development. 11.2, a requirement that subject jurisdictions allow 12 mixed-use development with commercial uses on the first floor. 13 INCONJUNCTONWITH mixed-income multifamily housing with a net 14 density of up to at least 60 units per acre. And 15.3, a requirement that subject jurisdictions allow 16 mixed-income multifamily housing of up to at least 60 units 17 per acre net density as a use by right on eligible parcels in 18 transit-oriented areas. 19c, nothing in this model code shall prevent a subject 20 jurisdiction from utilizing set-aside percentage and area median 21 income level requirements as specified in their local laws, 22 rather than as specified in the model code, so long as the subject 23 jurisdiction has adopted a local inclusionary zoning ordinance 24 that applies in transit-oriented areas. 25d, regulated affordable housing units in mixed income 26 multifamily housing developments must be similar in size to the 27 other units in the development. 108-213. 1.4 Minimum standards. A. Notwithstanding any local 2 law to the contrary, a subject jurisdiction that does not adopt 3 the model code shall create or update a zoning district within for each transit-oriented in which multifamily housing is allowed 5 as a use by right and a minimum average net density of up to at 6 least 40 units of multifamily housing per acre is allowed. 7 subject jurisdictions may establish subdistricts within these 8 zoning districts that allow a different net density of 9 multifamily housing development so long as each district or 10 subdistrict allows an average net density of multifamily 11 housing of up to at least 40 units per acre. The minimum area 12 of the zoning district or subdistrict must in total be greater 13 than or equal to 50% of the area of eligible parcels in 14 each transit-oriented area in a subject jurisdiction. A subject 15 jurisdiction may choose to include parcels that would otherwise 16 not qualify as eligible parcels when calculating the area of 17 eligible parcels in each transit-oriented area in a subject 18 jurisdiction. A subject jurisdiction that already has local laws 19 in effect that establish a zoning district or districts that meet 20 the minimum standards need not update their local laws and may 21st submit evidence to the Department of Local Affairs 22 demonstrating such compliance. 23.2, notwithstanding any local law to the contrary, a 24 subject jurisdiction that does not adopt the model code may 25th meet the average net density established in the minimum 26 standards by adopting local laws applicable to a zoning district 27 covering areas outside of transit-oriented areas so long as 109-213. 1. The zoning district is at least the same size as the eligible 2 parcels in the transit-oriented area if 3. Significant development constraints exist, and 4b. The subject jurisdiction has established planning 5 areas for transit-compatible use in adjacent areas, or utilizes 6 alternate measurement methods for determining the extent of 7a transit-oriented area such as walking distance from transit 8 stations. Established planning areas must include plans to 9 address any deficiencies in pedestrian and bicycle access, and 10 in determining the location of zoning districts for 11 transit-oriented areas. A subject jurisdiction shall consider the 12 displacement risk assessment completed pursuant to Section 1329-33-107. 14b. Notwithstanding any local law to the contrary, a 15 subject jurisdiction that does not adopt the model code shall 16 not require new OFF street vehicle parking within 17 transit-oriented areas for any use in conjunction with a 18 multifamily housing development permit. 19c. Notwithstanding any local law to the contrary, a 20 subject jurisdiction that does not adopt the model code shall 21 only adopt and enforce local laws concerning multifamily 22 housing in transit-oriented areas that use objective standards 23 and objective procedures. 24d. The Department of Local Affairs may promulgate Rules 25 as it deems necessary to update the minimum standards or Model 26 code established pursuant to this section, utilizing a Public 27 hearing and comment process. 110, 213. 1.5. Adoption of model code or minimum standards. A. Number 2 later than June 30, 2025, a subject jurisdiction shall 3a. Adopt local laws concerning transit-oriented areas for that satisfy the minimum standards, or 5b. Adopt the model code. 6b. If a subject jurisdiction does not satisfy the 7 requirements of subsection 5a(i) of this section before December 8, 31st, 2025, the model code goes into effect immediately. 9 For all eligible parcels, and the subject jurisdiction shall not 10 deny or condition approval of an application for a mixed income 11 multifamily housing project on an eligible parcel on a basis that 12 is inconsistent with the model code as specified in subsection 3.13 of this section, until Department of Local Affairs determines 14 that the subject jurisdiction has adopted laws that comply with 15 the minimum standards. 16c. If a subject jurisdiction adopts the model code or the 17 model code is otherwise in effect for a subject jurisdiction. 18 Pursuant to subsection 5b of this section, the decisions of the 19 subject jurisdiction shall be consistent with the model code, and 20 the subject jurisdiction shall 21i use objective procedures to determine whether a 22 mixed income multifamily housing project satisfies the model 23 code, and if the subject jurisdiction determines that the project 24 satisfies the model code, the subject jurisdiction shall approve 25 the project, and 26 2 not adopt, enact, or enforce any local laws that 27 contravene the model code. 111 213 1.6 Subject jurisdiction restrictions. Nothing in this Part 3, 2 the model code, or the minimum standards prevents a local 3 government from 4a. Requiring parking spaces in accordance with the 5 Federal Americans with Disabilities ACT of 1990, 42 U.S.C. SEC 612101 ETSEQ, as amended, or to otherwise provide parking signs. 7 For use by persons experiencing disabilities. 8b. Adopting generally applicable requirements for the 9 payment of impact fees or other similar development charges. IN 10 Conformance with the requirements of Section 29-20-104.5. ORTH 11 Mitigation of impacts in conformance with the requirements of 12 Part 2 of Article 20 of Title 29. 13c. Applying a local inclusionary zoning ordinance. IN 14 Transit-oriented areas. IN accordance with the requirements of 15 Section 29-20-104, 1, E.5, and 1, E.7, and subject to Part 2 of 16 Article 20 of Title 29. 17d. Imposing requirements on the short-term rental of 18 housing in transit-oriented areas. 19e. Permitting mixed-use development in A20 transit-oriented area. 21f. Allowing commercial-only developments in A22 transit-oriented area. 23g. Applying the standards and procedures of a historic 24 district to a parcel in a transit-oriented area on which housing 25 is allowed in that historic district, including rules related to 26 demolition, or 27h. Applying and enforcing locally adopted building and 112, 213. 1 Fire codes. 229-33-303. Applicability, Key Corridors Model Code, Key 3 Corridors Minimum Standards, Adoption of Model Code or Minimum for Standards, Definitions. 1. Definitions. As used in this section. 5 Unless the context otherwise requires. 6a. Eligible parcel, means a parcel, excluding parcel 7 described in Section 29-33-303, 2b, on which commercial, 8 institutional, residential, or mixed uses are permitted uses by 9 right. 10b. Key corridors, means the areas designated as Key 11 corridors in the Key Corridors map published by the Department 12 of Local Affairs pursuant to Section 29-33-303, 2a. 13c. Minimum standards, means the Key Corridor minimum 14 standards established in subsection 5 of this section. 15d. Mixed income multifamily housing, means multifamily 16 housing in which at least 10% of the housing units are set 17 aside for households that earn no more than 80% of 18 the area median income. 19e. Model Code, means the Key Corridors Model Code. 20 Promulgated by the Department of Local Affairs pursuant to 21 subsection 4 of this section. 22f. Subject jurisdiction, means a Tier 1 urban 23 municipality. 24.2. Applicability. A. No later than December 31, 2023, the 25 Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs shall, in 26 consultation with the Colorado Department OFTRANSPRTATON, 27 metropolitan planning organizations, and transit agencies that 113, 213. 1. Operate within metropolitan planning organizations, publish a 2 Key Corridors map that designates Key Corridors. The Executive 3 Director of the Department of Local Affairs shall include the 4 following areas within Tier 1 urban municipalities in the Key 5 Corridors map. 6i. Areas within 1/2 mile of a bus stop on a limited 7-access highway served by an existing Oregon planned commuter bus 8 rapid transit service, and 9.2. Areas within 1/4 mile of a 10a bus stop not on a limited access highway served by an 11 existing or planned commuter bus rapid transit service. 12b. Roadway served by an existing or planned urban bus 13 rapid transit service. 14c. Roadway served by a bus route that is scheduled to 15 run every 15 minutes or less during the highest frequency 16 service hours, and that is at least 1 mile long. And 17d. Bus stop served by a bus route that is scheduled to 18 run every 15 minutes or less during the highest frequency. 19 service hours, is at least 1 mile long, and that runs on a 20 limited access highway. 21b, key corridors shall be designated based on 22i, existing transit service levels as of January 1, 2023, 23.2, and urban bus rapid transit service or commuter bus 24 rapid transit service that is identified within a Metropolitan 25 Planning Organization's Long-Range Transportation Plan 26 adopted prior to January 1, 2023, and planned for completion on 27 or before December 31, 2030, except that, the multi-agency. 114, 213. One advisory committee may determine that a specific segment of such a service route should not be designated as a key corridor 3 based on strategic growth objectives and may remove such segment of a service route from key corridor designation on or 5 before January 1, 2024. 3. Transit service levels planned and approved by the 7 Board of a Transit Agency as of January 1, 2023, for 8 implementation before January 1, 2028, and 9. 4. All bus stop locations and measurements shall be 10 determined using geospatial data from the relevant Transit 11 agency, and roadway locations and measurements shall be 12 determined using the centerline of the roadway. 13. 3a. If a subject jurisdiction adopts the model code, or 14 the model code is otherwise in effect, the model code shall apply 15 to all eligible parcels. 16b. Unless a subject jurisdiction decides otherwise, Local 17 laws adopted pursuant to this section only apply to parcels 18 that are not. 19i. A standard exempt parcel. 22. The portion of a parcel that includes land that is a 21 park and open space, as defined in Section 29-7.5-103, 2, 22, 3, a parcel that is subject to a conservation easement, 23 or 24, 4, on a site that is, 25, a, currently used for an industrial use, 26, b, currently allows industrial uses, 27, c, designated for heavy industrial use in the latest. 115, 213. One version of a subject jurisdiction's master plan, 2d, owned by, used by, or operated by an airport, or 3e, currently used as a mobile home park, as defined in 4 Section 38-12-201.5, 6. 5, 4, Model Code. No later than June 30, 2024, the 6th Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs shall 7 promulgate a key corridor model code. 8.2. The Multi-Agency Advisory Committee shall provide 9 recommendations to the Executive Director of the Department 10 of Local Affairs on the Model Code pursuant to Section 29-33-305. 11b. At a minimum, the Model Code must include 12i, a requirement that a subject jurisdiction allow 13 mixed-income multifamily housing as a use by right in key 14 corridors with densities up to at least 15a. 40 dwelling units per acre net density on eligible 16 parcels in key corridors due to their proximity to commuter bus 17 rapid transit service or urban bus rapid transit service, and 18b. 30 dwelling units per acre net density for all 19 other eligible parcels. 22. A requirement that subject jurisdictions allow 21 mixed-use development with commercial uses on the first floor. 22 in conjunction with mixed-income multifamily housing. 23. C. Nothing in this model code shall prevent a subject 24 jurisdiction from utilizing set-aside percentage and area median 25 income level requirements as specified in their local laws, 26 rather than as specified in the model code, so long as the subject 27 jurisdiction has adopted a local inclusionary zoning ordinance. 116, 213. One that applies in key corridor areas. 2d. Regulated affordable housing units within 3 mixed-income multifamily housing developments must be similar for in size to the other units in the development. 5e. The model code must not allow minimum OFF Street 6 vehicle parking requirements in connection with the 7 construction or permitting of mixed-income multifamily housing 8 in key corridors that are greater than 1/2 of a vehicle 9 parking space per dwelling unit, which may be rounded up in the 10 case of an odd number of dwelling units. 11.5. Minimum standards. A. Notwithstanding any local law 12 to the contrary, a subject jurisdiction that does not adopt the 13 Model Code shall create or update a zoning district or districts 14 within key corridors in which multifamily housing is allowed as 15 a use by right. A subject jurisdiction that already has Local 16 laws in effect that establish a zoning district or districts that 17 meet the minimum standards and need not update local laws, and May 18 submit evidence to the Department of Local Affairs 19 demonstrating such compliance. 20b-I, the minimum area of the zoning district or districts 21 required by subsection 5a of this section and allowed by 22 subsection 5d of this section must in total be greater than or 23 equal to the greater of 24a, 25% of the area of the portion of 25 eligible parcels in key corridors in the subject jurisdiction, or 26b, 10% of the total area of eligible parcels in the 27 subject jurisdiction. 117, 213. 1.2. A subject jurisdiction may choose to include parcels 2 that are not eligible parcels in the calculation of the area of 3 eligible parcels in key corridors in the subject jurisdiction. 4. C. within the zoning district or districts required by 5 subsection 5a of this section, a subject jurisdiction shall 6 allow multifamily housing as a use by right at an average net 7 density of up to at least 25 dwelling units per acre. 8d, a subject jurisdiction may establish multiple zoning 9 districts that allow different net densities of multifamily 10 housing if the average net density requirement in subsection 11 5c of this section is met across the zoning district or districts 12 required by subsection 5a. Off this section. Subject jurisdictions 13 are encouraged to locate districts in centers or along 14 corridors that are planned for mixed use, walkable areas. 15e, notwithstanding any local law to the contrary, a 16 subject jurisdiction that does not adopt the model code may 17 meet the average net density requirements established in the 18 minimum standards by adopting local laws applicable to a 19 zoning district or districts covering areas outside of key 20 corridors if the zoning district or districts satisfy the area 21 requirements of subsection 5b of this section and 22i significant development constraints exist, and 23(2) the subject jurisdiction has established planning 24 areas for transit compatible development or mixed use 25 walkable centers, in other strategic growth areas, or utilizes 26 alternate measurement methods for determining the extent of 27A key corridor such as walking district from transit stations. 118, 213. 1. For the purposes of this subsection, 5e, 22a, established planning areas must include plans to 3 address any deficiencies in pedestrian and bicycle access, and 4b, in determining the location of zoning districts for key 5 corridors, a subject jurisdiction shall consider the displacement 6 risk assessment completed pursuant to section 29-33-107. 7f, notwithstanding any local law to the contrary, a 8 subject jurisdiction that does not adopt the model code shall 9 not, in the zoning districts established pursuant to subsection 10(5)(a) of this section, apply minimum OFF street vehicle parking 11 requirements in connection with the construction or permitting 12 of multifamily housing in key corridors that are greater than 13 1/2 of a parking space per dwelling unit, which may be 14 rounded up in the case of an odd number of dwelling units. 15g, notwithstanding any local law to the contrary, a 16 subject jurisdiction that does not adopt the model code shall 17 only adopt or enforce local laws concerning multifamily 18 housing in key corridors that use objective standards and 19 objective procedures. 20h, the Department of Local Affairs may promulgate Rules 21A as it deems necessary to update the minimum standards or Model 22 code, utilizing a public hearing and comment process. 23(6), adoption of a model code and minimum standards. A. Number 24 later than June 30, 2025, a subject jurisdiction shall, 25(I), adopt local laws concerning key corridors that 26 satisfy the minimum standards, or 27(2), adopt the model code. 119, 213. 1b, if a subject jurisdiction does not satisfy the 2 requirements of subsection 6a of this section before December 3, 31st, 2025, the model code goes into effect immediately for all eligible parcels and the subject jurisdiction shall not 5 deny or condition approval of an application for a mixed-income 6 multifamily housing project on an eligible parcel on a basis that 7 is inconsistent with the model code, as specified in subsection 4(8) off this section, until Department of Local Affairs determines 9 that the subject jurisdiction has adopted laws that comply with 10 the minimum standards. 11c, if a subject jurisdiction adopts the model code or the 12 model code is otherwise in effect for a subject jurisdiction 13 pursuant to subsection 6b of this section, the decisions of the 14 subject jurisdiction shall be consistent with the model code and 15 the subject jurisdiction shall, 16i, use objective procedures to determine whether a 17 mixed-income multifamily housing project satisfies the model 18 code and, if the subject jurisdiction determines that the project 19 satisfies the model code, the subject jurisdiction shall approve 20 the project, and 21(2), not adopt, enact, or enforce any local laws that 22 contravene the model code. 23(7), subject jurisdiction restrictions. A. Nothing in this part 24(3), the model code, or the minimum standards prevents a subject 25 jurisdiction from, 26(I), requiring parking spaces in accordance with the 27 Federal Americans with Disabilities ACT of 1990, 42 U.S.C. SEC. 120, 213. 112,101 ED Seek, as amended, or otherwise providing parking sign 2 for use by persons experiencing disabilities. 3.2, adopting generally applicable requirements for the payment of impact fees or other similar development charges, in 5 conformance with the requirements of Section 29-20-104.5, or the 6 mitigation of impacts in conformance with the requirements of 7 Part 2 of Article 20 of Title 29. 8.3, applying a local inclusionary zoning ordinance in 9 key corridors in accordance with the requirements of Section 1029-20-104, 1, E.5, and 1, E.7, and subject to Part 2 of Article 2011 of Title 29, 12, for imposing requirements on the short-term rental of 13 housing in key corridors, 14, v, permitting mixed-use development in a key corridor, 15, 6, allowing commercial-only developments in a key 16 corridor, 17, 7, applying the standards and procedures of a historic 18 district to a parcel in a key corridor on which housing is 19 allowed in that historic district, including rules related to 20 demolition, or 21, 8, applying and enforcing locally adopted Building 22 and fire codes. 2329-33-304. Public comment and hearing process. 1. In 24 developing recommendations concerning guidance for the 25 Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs, the 26 Multi-Agency Advisory Committee created in Section 29-33-10327, 1. Rural Resort Area Subcommittee created in Section 29-33-103. 121, 213. 1.8, and the Urban Area Subcommittee created in Section 229-33-103, 9, shall conduct a public comment and hearing 3 process concerning the creation of 4a, a model code for transit-oriented areas pursuant to 5 Section 29-33-302, 3a, I, and 6b, a key corridor model code pursuant to Section 729-33-303, 4a. 8.2. In developing recommendations TO provide to the 9 Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs on each 10 model code, the Multi-Agency Advisory Committee shall, 11a, provide public notice of and hold at least 2 public 12 meetings at which members of the public have an opportunity to 13 comment on the model code, 14b. Allow the submission of written comments on the 15 model code, 16c. Conduct outreach to and solicit feedback from local 17 governments and regional planning agencies, and 18d. Consult with experts INDSABLITYRIGHTS racial equity 19 and homelessness prevention, affordable housing, fair housing. 20 planning, zoning, and related fields. 2129-33-305. Exemption or extension. 1. No later than June 22, 2024, a subject jurisdiction may notify the Department of 23 Local Affairs that an exemption or an extension is necessary 24 from the requirements of Section 29-33-302, 5, or 29-33-303, 6. 25. 2. The notice must demonstrate that the water, sewer, 26 wastewater, or stormwater services are currently deficient in 27 specific geographic areas of the subject jurisdiction or in the 122-213. 1 subject jurisdiction as a whole, or the subject jurisdiction 2 expects such services to become deficient in the next 5 years. 3 as used in this subsection. 2. Deficient means, in reference to for the subject jurisdiction's water supply master plan, water 5 distribution and wastewater collection master plan, 6 wastewater master plan, or stormwater master plan, if 7 applicable, issues concerning 8a, water supply, 9b, wastewater treatment capacity, 10c, water distribution and wastewater collection 11 capacity, or 12d, stormwater management capacity. 13.3. If a subject jurisdiction submits a notice to the 14 Department of Local Affairs pursuant to subsection 2 of this 15 section, the subject jurisdiction may include a plan of action to 16 remedy the deficient water supply, water or wastewater 17 treatment capacity, water distribution and wastewater 18 collection capacity, or stormwater management capacity in the 19 specific areas identified in a capital improvement plan included. 20 in the notice. 21.4. The Department of Local Affairs may adopt rules or 22 promulgate guidance as necessary to implement this section. 23.5. The requirements of this section shall not apply to 24 subject jurisdictions with both a population of less than 25,000 and an annual median household income 26 of less than $55,000, if the subject 27 jurisdiction sends a letter to the Department of Local Affairs in 123-213. 1. A form and manner determined by the Department, indicating 2 that the subject jurisdiction does not intend to comply with this 3 section. 4. 6a. A subject jurisdiction may propose alternative 5 dates in lieu of the deadlines in this Part 3 to the Department of 6 Local Affairs for approval if the proposal demonstrates a Plan 7 for and progress towards achieving compliance with this Part 3. 8. A submitted proposal for alternative dates must include 9i. A description of work already underway, if any, to 10 comply with the minimum standards set forth in this Part 3, and 11. The second, proposed alternative dates for compliance with the 12 minimum standards set forth in this Part 3. 13b. The Department of Local Affairs may issue guidance as 14 necessary to implement this subsection. 6. 15.7. The Department of Local Affairs may grant any 16 extension, exemption, or waiver properly allowed under this 17 Article 33. 1829-33-306. Report. 1a. No later than June 30, 2025, a. 19 subject jurisdiction shall submit to the Department of Local 20 Affairs, in a form and manner determined by the Department, 21 reports demonstrating evidence of compliance with either the 22 model codes required by Sections 29-33-302, 3, and 29-33-303, 4, 23 or the minimum standards set forth in Sections 29-33-302, 4, and 2429-33-303, 5. 25b. Within 90 days of receiving a report described in 26 subsection 1a, off this section, the Department of Local Affairs 27 shall review and approve the submitted report or reject the 124-213. 1 report and provide feedback to a subject jurisdiction. The 2 Department of Local Affairs may grant a subject jurisdiction and 3 additional 120 days to correct the relevant 4 local laws and resubmit a report. 5C. If the Department of Local Affairs rejects a Subject 6 jurisdictions report, the relevant model code goes into effect 7 immediately in the subject jurisdiction until the Department of 8 Local Affairs determines that the subject jurisdiction has 9 adopted laws that comply with the relevant minimum standards. 10.2. The Department of Local Affairs may provide technical 11 assistance or funding to metropolitan planning organizations 12 and subject jurisdictions to adopt minimum standards for 13 transit-oriented areas and key corridors that support regional 14 planning goals. 15 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-32-705, add 8:16 as follows, 1724-32-705. Functions of division. 8. The division shall 18. Consult with the Strategic Growth Committee created in Section 1929-33-103 on factory-built structures and tiny homes created in 20 Section 24-32-3305, 3, to produce a report no later than June 30, 2024, on the opportunities and barriers in current state laws 22 and regulations concerning the building of manufactured 23 homes, modular homes, and tiny homes. 24 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-32-3302, amend 25, 35B, 4, and 35B, V, and add 35B, 6, as follows, 2624-32-3302. Definitions. As used in this Part 33, unless the 27 context otherwise requires. Dash 125, 213. 135B, tiny home, does not include 2, 4, a semi-trailer as defined in Section 42-1-102, 89, or 3V, an intermodal shipping container, or 4, 6, a structure built by a career and technical learning 5 program or workforce development program for donation to a 6 not-for-profit organization and not intended for resale. Such 7 structures are subject to local building codes but are not 8 subject to the provisions of Article 33 of Title 29. 9 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-32-3303, amend 10(1)(c), as follows, 1124-32-3303. Division of Housing, Powers and Duties, Rules. 12.1. The Division has the following powers and duties pursuant to this Part 1333, 14(c), to review and approve quality assurance representatives that 15 intend to perform final construction plan reviews, inspections, and 16 issue insignia of approval pursuant to this Part 33, 17 Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-34-104, add 18, 28, A, 11, as follows. 1924-34-104. General Assembly Review of Regulatory Agencies. 20 and Functions for Repeal, Continuation, or Reestablishment, Legislative 21 Declaration, Repeal. 28A. The following agencies, functions, or 22 both, are scheduled for repeal on September 1, 2027, 23:11. The Legislative Oversight Committee concerning 24 affordable housing and homelessness created in Section 2529-33-116 and the Task Force concerning affordable housing and 26 homelessness created in Section 29-33-117. 27 Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-48.5-101, add 8-126, 213. 1 as follows, 224-48.5-101. Colorado Office of Economic Development, 3 Creation, Duties, Report, Consideration of Strategic Growth for Objectives Required. 8A. The Office of Economic Development 5 shall identify potential grant and incentive resources that may 6 support strategic growth objectives and strategic growth 7 areas. 8B. The Office of Economic Development shall coordinate 9 with the Economic Development Commission, created in Section 1024-46-102, and the Strategic Growth Committee, created IN 11 Section 29-33-103, TO consider the establishment of strategic 12 growth objectives that seek TO align statewide housing, 13. Transportation and Economic Development Goals, and 14C. Subsequently, the Office of Economic Development 15 shall submit a report to the Committee of Reference for Review 16 on or before December 31, 2023. At a minimum, the report must 17 include 18I. Identification of grant and incentive resources that may 19 support strategic growth objectives and strategic growth. 20 areas, 21.2 recommendations developed in coordination the 22 Strategic Growth Committee and the Economic Development 23 Commission that may align incentives and resources with 24 strategic growth objectives and strategic growth areas, and 25.3 additional opportunities to support strategic growth 26 objectives and strategic growth areas across the state. 27 Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-67-105, add 5.5. 127, 213. 1 as follows, 224-67-105. Standards and Conditions for Planned Unit 3 Development, Definitions. 5.5, AS used in this subsection, 5.5, for unless the context otherwise requires. 5.1, accessory dwelling unit has the same meaning as set 6/4 in section 29-33-102, 2. 7.2, key corridors has the same meaning as set forth in 8 section 29-33-303, 1b. 9.3, transit-oriented area has the same meaning as set 10/4 in section 29-33-102, 41. 11b, a planned unit development resolution or ordinance 12 adopted pursuant to this Article 67, if the planned unit 13 development has a residential use, must not restrict the 14 permitting of accessory dwelling units, housing in 15 transit-oriented areas, or housing in key corridors in the 16 jurisdictions and areas to which Article 33 of Title 29 applies in 17 any way that is prohibited by Article 33 of Title 29. 18, c, any provision of a planned unit development approved. 19 prior to the adoption of subsection 5.5, a, of this section, and 20 which fails to conform to the requirements of that subsection 21, 5.5, a, shall be deemed superseded by the adoption of a local 22 law or implementation of a model code pursuant to Article 33 of 23 Title 29. Notwithstanding this subsection, 5.5, b, a local 24 government may adopt conforming amendments to any such 25 planned unit development. 26 Section 9. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 29-20-110 as 27 follows. 128, 213. 129-20-110. Local government residential occupancy limits, 2 definitions. 1. The General Assembly finds and declares that 3 occupancy limits and the increased availability of housing is a matter of mixed statewide and local concern. 5. 2. Beginning January 1, 2024, notwithstanding any other 6 provision to the contrary, a local government shall not enact 7 or enforce residential occupancy limits that differ based on the 8 relationships of the occupants of a dwelling. However, if a 9 municipality has an institution of higher education within its 10 boundaries, and the number of people enrolled in that 11 institution of higher education during the academic year is 12 equal to or greater than 25% of the 13 municipalities' residential population, that municipality may 14th enact or enforce residential occupancy limits on more than 515 unrelated people living in one dwelling. 16.3. Nothing in this section prevents a local government. 17. From establishing residential occupancy limits for dwelling. 18 units for short-term rentals, as defined in section 29-33-102, 35. 19. 4. As used in this section, unless the context otherwise 20 requires. 21. A. Dwelling means any improved real property, or 22 portion thereof, that is used or intended to be used as a 23 residence. 24. B. Local government means a home rule or statutory 25 city, town, territorial city or town, city and county, or county 26 or home rule county. 27. Section 10. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 30-28-106, repeal. 129, 213. 1 and reenact, with amendments, 3a, and add 3a.5, 8, 9, 2, 10, and 11, as follows. 330-28-106. Adoption of Master Plan, Contents. 3a. The 4 Master Plan of a county or region, with the accompanying maps, 5 plats, charts, and descriptive and explanatory matter, must 6 show the County or Regional Planning Commission's 7 recommendations for the development of the territory covered 8 by the plan. The Master Plan of a county or region is an advisory 9 document to guide land development decisions. However, the 10 plan or any part thereof may be made binding by inclusion in the 11 counties or regions adopted. Subdivision, zoning, platting, 12 planned unit development, or other similar land development 13 regulations after satisfying notice, due process, and hearing 14 requirements for legislative or quasi-judicial processes as 15 appropriate. A master plan adopted or amended on or after June 16, 2025, must include 17. Natural and agricultural land priorities in 18. Accordance with the Natural and Agricultural Land Priorities 19 report created in Section 29-33-110, 22, a housing element, 21, 3, for counties with a population of greater than 2,250,000, a strategic growth element that must 23 include, 24, a. The information relevant to the county contained in 25. The Regional Strategic Growth and Housing Mix Analysis 26 conducted pursuant to Section 29-33-105, 8, a, and an analysis 27 of how the county is including this information in the master. 130, 213. 1 Plan, 2b, the identification of additional local strategic 3 growth areas, 4c, the identification of transportation, utility, and 5 other infrastructure gaps and infrastructure projects. That 6 would enable strategic growth areas to be developed or 7 redeveloped, and 8d, the identification of zoning refinements and densities 9 necessary to accommodate the housing needs included in 10 housing needs assessments, and to meet strategic growth 11 objectives for strategic growth areas. 12. 4a. The general location and extent of an adequate 13 and suitable supply of water. 14. b. In completing a water supply element, the Planning 15 Commission shall consult with the entities that supply water for 16 use within the county or region to ensure coordination on water. 17. Supply and facility planning. And the water supply element must 18. Identify water supplies and facilities sufficient to meet the needs. 19. Of the public and private infrastructure reasonably anticipated. 20 or identified in the planning process. 21. C. The water supply element must include water. 22. Conservation policies, to be determined by the county, which may 23rd include goals and actions specified in the State Water Plan. 24. Adopted pursuant to Section 37-60-106.3 and may include policies. 25. To implement water conservation and other State Water Plan 26 goals as a condition of development approvals, including 27 subdivisions, planned unit developments, special use permits, and -131, 213. 1. Zoning changes. 2d. The Department of Local Affairs created in Section 324-1-125 may hire and employ one full-time employee to provide for educational resources and assistance to counties that include 5 water conservation policies in their master plans as described 6 in subsection 3a, 4c of this section. 7. 8.5. After consideration of each of the following, where 8 applicable or appropriate, the master plan may include 9. The general location, character, and extent of 10 existing, proposed, or projected streets or roads, rights-of way, 11 viaducts, bridges, waterways, waterfronts, parkways, 12 highways, mass transit routes and corridors, and any 13 transportation plan prepared by any metropolitan planning 14 organization that covers all or a portion of the county or 15 region, and that the county or region has received notification 16 of, or, if the county or region is not located in an area covered. 17. By a metropolitan planning organization, any transportation. 18. Plan prepared by the Department of Transportation that the 19 county or region has received notification of and that applies to 20 the county or region. 21. 2. The general location of public places or facilities. 22. Including public schools, culturally, historically, or 23. Archaeologically significant buildings, sites, and objects. 24. Playgrounds, forests, reservations, squares, parks, airports. 25. Aviation fields, military installations, and other public ways. 26. Grounds, open spaces, trails, and designated federal, state, and 27 local wildlife areas. For purposes of this section, military. -132, 213. 1 installation has the same meaning as specified in section 229-20-105.6, 2b. 3. The general location and extent of public utilities, for terminals, capital facilities, and transfer facilities, whether 5 publicly or privately owned, for water, light, power, sanitation, 6 transportation, communication, heat, and other purposes, and 7 any proposed or projected needs for capital facilities and 8 utilities, including the priorities, anticipated costs, and funding and 9 proposals for such facilities and utilities. 10. 4. The acceptance, widening, removal, extension. 11. Relocation, narrowing, vacation, abandonment, modification, or 12. Change of use of any of the public ways, rights-of way, including 13. The coordination of such rights-of way with the rights-of way 14 of other counties, regions, or municipalities, grounds, open 15 spaces, buildings, properties, utilities, or terminals, referred to 16 in subsections 1, 8.5, I through 1, 8.5, 4 of this section. 17. V. Methods for assuring access to appropriate conditions. 18. For solar, wind, or other alternative energy sources, including 19. Geothermal energy used for water heating or space heating, or 20. Cooling in a single building, for space heating for more than 121 building through a pipeline network, or for electricity. 22. Generation. 23. 6. The general character, location, and extent of 24 community centers, town sites, housing developments, whether 25 public or private, the existing, proposed, or projected location. 26. Of residential neighborhoods, and sufficient land for future. 27. Housing development for the existing and projected economic. -133, 213. 1. And other needs of all current and anticipated residents of the 2 county or region, and urban conservation or redevelopment. 3 areas. If a county or region has entered into a regional planning 4 agreement, such agreement may be incorporated by reference 5 into the master plan. 6. 7. The general source and extent of forests. 7. Agricultural areas, flood control areas, and open development. 8. Areas for purposes of conservation, food and water supply. 9. Sanitary and drainage facilities, flood control, or the 10. Protection of urban development. 11. 8. A land classification and utilization program. 12. 9. Projections of population growth and housing needs. 13. To accommodate the projected population for specified 14 increments of time. The county or region may base these 15 projections upon data from the Department of Local Affairs and 16 upon the county's or region's local objectives. 17. X. The location of areas containing steep slopes. 18. Geological hazards, endangered or threatened species. 19. Wetlands, floodplains, floodways, and flood risk zones, highly 20. Erodible land or unstable soils, and wildfire hazards. For 21 purposes of determining the location of such areas, the Planning 22 Commission shall consider the following sources for guidance. 23a. The Colorado Geological Survey for defining and 24 mapping geological hazards. 25b. The United States Fish and Wildlife Service of the 26 United States Department of the Interior and the Parks and 27 Wildlife Commission created in Section 33-9-101 for locating. 134, 213. 1. Areas inhabited by endangered or threatened species. 2. C. The United States Army Corps of Engineers and the 3 United States Fish and Wildlife Service National Wetlands 4. Inventory for defining and mapping wetlands. 5. D. The Federal Emergency Management Agency for 6. Defining and mapping floodplains, floodways, and flood risk 7 zones. 8. E. The Natural Resources Conservation Service of the 9 United States Department of Agriculture for defining and 10. Mapping unstable soils and highly erodible land. And 11. F. The Colorado State Forest Service for locating 12 wildfire hazard areas. 13.8. In adopting or amending a master plan, the Commission 14 shall identify, provide notice to, and consult with relevant 15 entities to ensure that the adoption or amending of the Master 16 plan is an inclusive process. 17.18.9. Not less than 60 days prior to adopting or amending 19. The master plan, a county or regional planning commission shall 20. Submit the master plan to the Division of Local Government in 21. The Department of Local Affairs. The Division of Local 22 Government shall review these master plans and may provide 23 comments to the county or commission. The division shall 24 provide comments in writing describing the extent to which the 25 master plan meets or does not meet the requirements of this 26 section. The Department of Local Affairs may hire and employ 27 one full-time employee to provide educational resources and 135, 213. 1. Assistance to ensure compliance with the requirements of this 2 section. 3. 10. No more than 30 days after adopting or amending for the master plan, the Commission shall submit the master plan to 5. The Division of Local Government in the Department of Local 6 Affairs. The Division of Local Government shall review the 7 master plan to ensure the master plan complies with the 8 requirements of this section. The Division of Local Government 9 shall publish and maintain a database of adopted and amended 10 master plans that have been submitted in accordance with this 11 section, and 12. 11. A county subject to this section shall review and, if 13 needed, revise its master plan to ensure the master plan complies 14 with the requirements of this section at least every 10 years. 15. A county may utilize existing planning information and analysis 16 to satisfy the requirements of this subsection. 11. If the 17 information or analysis is not more than 5 years old. 18. Section 11. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 31-15-713, add 19(1)d, as follows, 2031-15-713. Power to sell public works, real property. 1. The 21 governing body of each municipality has the power, 22(d), notwithstanding subsections 1(a) and 1(b) of this 23 section, to sell and dispose of, by ordinance, any public building 24 or real property owned by a municipality that is held for 25 government purposes other than park purposes, if the sale and 26 disposition of the public building or real property is for the 27 purpose of providing property to be used for the development of 136, 213. 1. Affordable housing, as the term is defined in Section 29-33-102, 3. 2. The governing body shall determine the terms and conditions of 3. The sale and disposition at a regular or special meeting, and 4. Shall make these terms and conditions publicly available. 5. Section 12. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 31-23-301, amend 6, 5, B, I, A, and 5, B, I, B, add 5, A, 3, 5, A, 4, 5, A, V, 7, 5, B, I.5, and 5, C, as follows 831-23-301. Grant of power. 5a, as used in this subsection 9, 5, unless the context otherwise requires. 10, 3, manufactured home has the same meaning as said 11 fourth in section 24-32-3302, 20. 12, 4, modular home has the same meaning as set forth in 13 section 24-32-3302, 25. 14, b, I, no municipality may have or enact zoning regulations, 15 subdivision regulations, or any other regulation affecting development 16 that exclude or have the effect of excluding homes from the municipality 17 that are 18a, homes certified by the Division of Housing created in section 1924-32-704 or a party authorized to act on its behalf. The approval 20 processes of modular homes shall be based on Objective 21 standards, as defined in section 29-33-102, 27, and 22 administrative review that are equivalent to that required for 23 site-built homes. Unless a municipality regulates site-built 24 homes through a discretionary review process, as defined in 25 section 29-33-102, 9, in which case a municipality may use an 26 equivalent review process for a modular home. And a site-built 27 home. 137, 213. 1b, homes certified by the United States Department of Housing 2 and Urban Development through its Office of Manufactured Housing 3 programs, a successor agency, or a party authorized to act on its behalf. For the approval processes of manufactured homes shall be based 5 on objective standards and administrative review that are 6 equivalent to that required for site-built homes, unless a 7 municipality regulates site-built homes through a discretionary 8 review process, as defined in section 29-33-102-9, in which case 9 a municipality may use an equivalent review process for a 10 manufactured home and a site-built home. Or 11, b, I.5, a municipality shall not impose more restrictive 12 standards on manufactured and modular homes than those the 13 municipality applies to site-built homes in the same residential 14 zones. Restrictive standards include zoning regulations, 15 subdivision regulations, and any other regulation affecting 16 development such as requirements relating to 17, a, permanent foundations, 18, b, minimum floor space, 19, c, home size or sectional requirements, 20, d, improvement location standards, 21, e, side yard standards, and 22, f, setback standards. 23, c, for purposes of subsection 5, b, of this section, the 24 General Assembly finds and declares that creating additional 25 housing by allowing manufactured homes and modular homes is 26 a matter of mixed statewide and local concern. 27 Section 13. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 31-23-301, add 6. 138, 213. 1 as follows, 231-23-301. Grant of power. 6. Neither a Tier 1 Urban 3 municipality as defined in Section 29-33-102, 33, or a Tier 2-4 Urban municipality as defined in Section 29-33-102, 34, shall 5 impose minimum square footage requirements for residential 6 units in the approval of residential dwelling unit construction 7 permits unless doing so is necessary for health and safety in the 8 urban municipality. 9 Section 14. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 31-23-206, repeal 10 and reenact, with amendments, 1, and add 1.5, 8, 9, 10, and 11, 11, as follows, 1231-23-206. Master Plan. 1. It is the duty of the Commission 13 to make and adopt a master plan for the physical development 14 of the municipality, including any areas outside its boundaries, 15 subject to the approval of the governmental body having 16 jurisdiction thereof, that in the Commission's judgment bear 17 relation to the planning of the municipality. The master plan of 18 a municipality is an advisory document to guide land. 19 development decisions, however, the plan or any part thereof May 20th be made binding by inclusion in the municipality's adopted 21 subdivision, zoning, platting, planned unit development, or other 22 similar land development regulations after satisfying notice, 23 due process, and hearing requirements for legislative or 24 quasi-judicial processes as appropriate. When a Commission 25 decides to adopt a master plan, the Commission shall conduct 26 public hearings. After notice of such public hearings has been 27 published in a newspaper of general circulation in the 139, 213. 1 municipality in a manner sufficient to notify the public of the time, place, and nature of the public hearing, prior to final 3 adoption of a master plan in order to encourage public for participation in and awareness of the development of such plan. 5 and shall accept and consider oral and written public comments. 6 throughout the process of developing the plan. The plan, 7 adopted or amended on or after June 30, 2025, with the 8 accompanying maps, plats, charts, and descriptive matter, must 9 include 10, a housing element that uses best available data, such 11 as the most recent local housing needs plan created pursuant 12-2 Section 29-33-104 or other recent housing analyses. 13, b, natural and agricultural land priorities in 14 accordance with the natural and agricultural land priorities 15 report created in Section 29-33-110, 16, c, a. Strategic growth element that must include, 17, I, the information relevant to the municipality. 18 contained in the regional strategic growth and housing mix. 19 analysis conducted pursuant to Section 29-33-105, 8, c, and 20 analysis of how the municipality is including this information in 21 the master plan, 22, 2, the identification of additional local strategic 23 growth areas, 24, 3, the identification of transportation, utility, and 25 other infrastructure gaps and infrastructure projects that 26 would enable strategic growth areas to be developed or 27 redeveloped, and 140, 213. 1. 4. The identification of zoning refinements and densities too necessary to accommodate the housing needs included in 3 housing needs assessments, and to meet strategic growth 4 objectives for strategic growth areas. 5. D. I. The general location and extent of an adequate 6 and suitable supply of water. 7. 2. In completing the water supply element, the Planning 8 Commission shall consult with the entities that supply water for 9 use within the municipality to ensure coordination on water 10 supply and facility planning. And the water supply element must 11 identify water supplies and facilities sufficient to meet the needs 12 of the public and private infrastructure reasonably anticipated 13 or identified in the planning process. 14. 3. The water supply element must include water 15 conservation policies, to be determined by the municipality, 16 which may include goals and actions specified in the state water 17 plan adopted pursuant to Section 37-60-106.3 and may include 18 policies to implement water conservation and other state water 19 plan goals as a condition of development approvals, including 20 subdivisions, planned unit developments, special use permits, and 21 zoning changes. 22. 4. The Department of Local Affairs created in Section 2324-1-125 may hire and employ one full-time employee to provide 24 educational resources and assistance to municipalities that 25 include water conservation policies in their master plans as 26 described in subsection 1D 3 of this section. 27 v. Nothing in this subsection 1D shall be construed to 141 213. 1. Supersede, abrogate, or otherwise impair the allocation of 2. Water pursuant to the state constitution or laws, the right to 3. Beneficially use water pursuant to decrees, contracts, or other 4. Water use agreements, or the operation, maintenance, repair, 5. Replacement, or use of any water facility. 6. E. The most recent version of the plan required by 7 Section 31-12-105, 1, E, or a similar element analyzing and 8. Making a plan for areas of potential growth within 3 miles 9 of the municipal boundary. 10. 1.5. After consultation on each of the following, where 11 applicable or appropriate, the master plan may include 12. A. The general source, character, and extent of existing, 13 proposed, or projected streets, roads, rights-of-way, bridges, 14 waterways, waterfronts, parkways, highways, mass transit 15 routes and corridors, and any transportation plan prepared by 16 any metropolitan planning organization that covers all or a 17 portion of the municipality and that the municipality has 18. Receive notification of or, if the municipality is not located in 19 an area covered by a metropolitan planning organization, any 20 transportation plan prepared by the Department of 21 Transportation that the municipality has received notification 22 of and that covers all or a portion of the municipality. 23. B. The general location of public places or facilities, 24 including public schools, culturally, historically, or 25 archaeologically significant buildings, sites, and objects. 26 playgrounds, squares, parks, airports, aviation fields, military 27 installations, and other public ways, grounds, open spaces. 142, 213. 1. Trails, and designated federal, state, and local wildlife areas. 2. For purposes of this section, military installation has the same 3 meaning as specified in Section 29-20-105.6, 2b. 4. C. The general location and extent of public utilities 5. Terminals, capital facilities, and transfer facilities, whether 6 publicly or privately owned or operated, for water, light, 7. Sanitation, transportation, communication, power, and other 8 purposes, and any proposed or projected needs for capital 9 facilities and utilities, including the priorities, anticipated 10 costs, and funding proposals for such facilities and utilities. 11. D. The acceptance, removal, relocation, widening. 12. Narrowing, vacating, abandonment, modification, change of use. 13. Or extension of any of the public ways, rights-of-way, including 14. The coordination of such rights-of-way with the rights-of-way 15 of other municipalities, counties, or regions, grounds, open. 16. Spaces, buildings, property, utility, or terminals, referred to in 17 subsections, 1.5, A, through A, of this section and subsection 18, 1, D, of this section, 19, E, a zoning plan for the control of the height, area, bulk, 20 location, and use of buildings and premises. Such a zoning plan may 21st protect and assure access to appropriate conditions for 22 solar, wind, or other alternative energy sources, including 23 geothermal energy used for water heating or space heating or 24 cooling in a single building, for space heating for more than 125 building through a pipeline network, or for electricity 26 generation. However, regulations and restrictions of the height, 27 number of stories, size of buildings and other structures, and 143, 213. 1. The height and location of trees and other vegetation shall not 2 apply to existing buildings, structures, trees, or vegetation 3 except for new growth on such vegetation. 4. F. The general character, location, and extent of 5 community centers, housing developments, whether public or 6 private, the existing, proposed, or projected location of 7 residential neighborhoods and sufficient land for future 8 housing development for the existing and projected economic 9 and other needs of all current and anticipated residents of the 10 municipality, and redevelopment areas. If a municipality has 11 entered into a regional planning agreement, such agreement may 12 be incorporated by reference into the master plan. 13. G. A master plan for the extraction of commercial 14 mineral deposits pursuant to Section 34-1-304. 15. H. A plan for the location and placement of public 16 utilities that facilitates the provision of such utilities to all 17 existing, proposed, or projected developments in the 18 municipality. 19. I. Projections of population growth and housing needs to 20 accommodate the projected population for specified increments 21 of time. The municipality may base these projections upon data 22 from the Department of Local Affairs and upon the municipality's 23 local objectives. 24. J. The areas containing steep slopes, geological hazards, 25 endangered or threatened species, wetlands, FLOODPLNS, 26 FLODWAYS, and flood risk zones, highly erodible land or 27 unstable soils, and wildfire hazards. For purposes of 144, 213. 1. Determining the location of such areas, the Planning Commission 2 shall consider the following sources for guidance. 3. The Colorado Geological Survey for defining and 4 mapping geological hazards. 5. 2. The United States Fish and Wildlife Service of the 6. United States Department of the Interior and the Parks and 7. Wildlife Commission created in Section 33-9-101 for locating 8 areas inhabited by endangered or threatened species. 9. 3. The United States Army Corps of Engineers and the 10 United States Fish and Wildlife Service National Wetlands. 11. Inventory for defining and mapping wetlands. 12. 4. The Federal Emergency Management Agency for 13. Defining and mapping floodplains, floodways, and flood risk. 14. Zones. 15. V. The Natural Resources Conservation Service of the 16. United States Department of Agriculture for defining and 17. Mapping unstable soils and highly erodible land, and 18. 6. The Colorado State Forest Service for locating 19 wildfire hazard areas. 28. In adopting or amending a master plan, the Commission 21 shall identify, provide notice to, and consult with relevant 22 entities to ensure that the adopting or amending of the Master 23 plan is an inclusive process. 24. 9. Not less than 60 days prior to adopting or 25 amending the master plan, the Commission shall submit the 26 master plan to the Division of Local Government in the 27 Department of Local Affairs. The Division of Local Government. 145, 213. 1 shall review these master plans to ensure they comply with the 2 requirements of this section. The division shall provide 3 comments in writing describing the extent to which the Master 4 plan meets or does not meet the requirements of this section. The 5 Department of Local Affairs may hire and employ 1 full-time 6 employee to provide educational resources and assistance to 7 ensure compliance with the requirements of this section. 8. 10. No more than 30 days after adopting or amending 9 the master plan, the Commission shall submit the master plan to 10 the Division of Local Government in the Department of Local 11 Affairs. The Division of Local Government shall review the 12 master plan to ensure it complies with the requirements of this 13 section. The Division of Local Government shall publish and 14 maintain a database of adopted and amended master plans that 15 have been submitted in accordance with this section. 16. 11. An urban municipality, as defined in Section 29-33-102. 17. 40. Subject to this section shall review and, if needed, revise its 18 master plan to ensure the plan complies with the requirements 19 of this section at least every 10 years. An urban municipality may 20th utilize existing planning information and analysis to satisfy 21 the requirements of this subsection. 11. So long as the 22 information or analysis is not more than 5 years old. 23. Section 15. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 38-33.3-106.5, add 24, 3, and 4, as follows, 2538-33.3-106.5. Prohibition contrary to public policy, patriotic, 26 political, or religious express, public rights of way, fire prevention 27, renewable energy generation devices, affordable housing, drought. 146, 213. 1 Prevention measure, child care, definitions. 2, 3a, notwithstanding any provision in the Declaration, 3 bylaws, or rules and regulations of the Association to the 4 contrary, an association shall not prohibit accessory dwelling 5 units, housing in transit-oriented areas, and housing in key 6 corridors in the jurisdictions and areas to which Article 33 of 7 Title 29 applies. Any such prohibition on the permitting of 8 accessory dwelling units, housing in transit-oriented areas, and 9 housing in key corridors is void. American Samoa, a matter of public policy in 10 any way that is prohibited by Article 33 of Title 29. 11. B. As used in this subsection. 3. Unless the context 12 otherwise requires. 13. I. Accessory dwelling unit has the same meaning as set 14 forth in Section 29-33-102. 2. 15. 2. Key corridors has the same meaning as set forth in 16 Section 29-33-303. 1. B. 17. 3. Transit-oriented area has the same meaning as set 18 forth in Section 29-33-102. 41. 19. C. Subsection 3a. Of this section shall not apply to 20 reasonable restrictions on accessory dwelling units. As used in 21 this subsection. 3. C. Reasonable restriction means a 22 restriction that does not unreasonably increase the cost. 23 construct, effectively prohibit the construction of, or 24 extinguish the ability otherwise construct an accessory 25 dwelling unit consistent with the provisions of this section. 26. 4a. Notwithstanding any provision in the Declaration, 27 bylaws, or rules and regulations of the Association to the 147, 213. 1 Contrary, an association shall not enact or enforce residential 2 occupancy limits that differ based on the relationships of the 3 occupants of a dwelling. 4b. Nothing in this section prevents an association from 5 establishing residential occupancy limits for dwelling units for 6 short-term rentals, as defined in Section 29-33-102, 35. 7. C. As used in this subsection. 4. Unless the context 8 otherwise requires, dwelling means any improved real 9 property or portion thereof that is used or intended to be used. 10 as a residence. 11. Section 16. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 43-1-106, amend 12, 15, d, as follows, 1343-1-106. Transportation Commission, Powers and Duties, 14 Rules, Definitions, Efficiency and Accountability Committee. 15. In 15 addition to any other duties required by law, the Commission shall have 16 the following charges. 17. D. To study and make recommendations for existing and future 18 transportation systems in Colorado with a focus of such study and 19 recommendations being a 10-year plan for each mode of transportation. 20 such the 10-year plan must be based on what can be reasonably 21 expected to be implemented with the estimated revenues which are likely 22 to be available and must include prioritization criteria that are 23 consistent with state strategic growth objectives for 24 regionally significant transportation projects. 25 Section 17. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 43-1-113, add 20, 26 as follows, 2743-1-113. Funds, budgets, fiscal year, reports and -148, 213. 1. Publications. 20. Before December 31, 2024, or before the next 2 regional transportation planning cycle begins, the Department 3 shall ensure that the prioritization criteria for any Grant 4 program administered by the Department are consistent with 5 state strategic growth objectives, as determined in Section 629-33-108, so long as doing so does not violate federal law. The 7 state growth objectives must be clearly articulated in A8 projects requirements of prospective funding recipients. 9. Section 18. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 43-1-1103, amend 10, 5, I, and 5, J, and add 2.5 and 5, K, as follows, 1143-1-1103. Transportation Planning. 2.5. Beginning December 12, 31st, 2024, any regional transportation plan that is 13 created or updated must address and ensure consistency with 14 state strategic growth objectives as determined in Section 1529-33-108. 16. 5. The Department shall integrate and consolidate the regional 17 transportation plans for the transportation planning regions into a 18 comprehensive statewide transportation plan. The formation of the State 19 plan shall be accomplished through a statewide planning process set by 20 rules and regulations promulgated by the Commission. The state plan shall 21 address but shall not be limited to the following factors: 22, I, effective, efficient, and safe freight transport, and 23, J, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in a manner 24 sufficient to meet the state's goals, and reduction of near-road 25 air pollution, and 26, K, beginning December 31, 2024, address and ensure 27 consistency with state strategic growth objectives. -149, 213. 1. Section 19. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 43-4-1103, add 2, 2, as follows, 343-4-1103. Multimodal Transportation Options Fund, Creation 4, Revenue Sources for Fund, Use of Fund. 2, Fee revenues from 5. The Multimodal Transportation Options Fund generated on or 6 after January 1, 2025, and other state funds transferred to the 7 Multimodal Transportation Options Fund on or after July 1, 2024. 8 shall only be made for multimodal projects that are selected 9 after July 1, 2024. The Department determines are consistent 10 with state strategic growth objectives, as determined in Section 1129-33-108. The state growth objectives must be clearly 12 articulated in a project's requirements of prospective funding 13 recipients. 14. Section 20. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 43-2-147, amend 15, 4, as follows, 1643-2-147. Access to public highways, definitions. 4a. The 17 Commission shall adopt a state highway access code, by rule and 18 regulation, for the implementation of this section, on or after March 16, 1980. The access code shall address the design and location of driveways 20 and other points of access to public highways. The access code shall be 21 consistent with the authority granted in this section and shall be based 22 upon consideration of existing and projected traffic volumes, the 23 functional classification of public highways, adopted local transportation 24 plans and needs, drainage requirements, the character of lands adjoining 25 the highway, adopted local land use plans and zoning, the type and 26 volume of traffic to use the driveway, other operational aspects of the 27 driveway, the availability of vehicular access from local streets and roads. -150, 213. 1 rather than a state highway, and reasonable access by city streets and 2 county roads. The access code must ensure that access control 3 standards are optimized to support dense housing, walkable and 4 multimodal mixed-use centers, and strategic growth areas, 5 while continuing to ensure that basic safety standards are met. 6b. On or before July 1, 2024, the Commission shall adopt 7 into the State Highway Access Code and Interchange Approval 8 process that conditions approval for certain interchanges on 9 adoption of transportation demand management strategies that 10 reduce the average daily traffic at the on-ramps to the 11 interchanges by a minimum of 3% relative to the 12 baseline average daily traffic, or an alternative methodology 13 that identifies and creates benefits consistent with Strategic 14 growth objectives. The transportation demand management 15 strategies shall be consistent with strategic growth objectives. 16. This subsection, 4b, shall apply, at a minimum, 2 interchanges. 17 that are 18I, new interchanges or interchanges modified with 19 improvements that expand traffic capacity, and 22, within Metropolitan Planning Organization 21 boundaries. 22 Section 21. Appropriation. 1. For the 2023-24 state fiscal 23 year, $15 million is appropriated to the Housing Plans Assistance Fund 24 created in Section 29-33-112, 3A, CRS. This appropriation is from the 25 General Fund. The Department of Local Affairs is responsible for the 26 accounting related to this appropriation. 27. 2. For the 2023-24 state fiscal year, $15 million is appropriated. 151, 213. 1 to the Department of Local Affairs. This appropriation is from 2 reappropriated funds from the Housing Plans Assistance Fund received 3 under subsection 1 of this section. To implement this act, the 4 department may use this appropriation as follows: 5. $65,992 for use by the State Demography Office for Program 6 costs, which amount is based on an assumption that the office will require 7 an additional 0.6 FTE. 8b. $41,136 for use by the Division of Housing for Personal 9 services, which amount is based on an assumption that the office will 10 require an additional 0.5 FTE. 11c. $4,010 General Fund for use by the Division of Housing for 12 operating expenses, and 13d. $14,888,862 for use by the Division of Local Government for 14 the Local Land Use Assistance Program, which amount is based on an 15 assumption that the division will require an additional 10.4 FTE. 16. 3. Any money appropriated in subsection 2 of this section not 17 expended prior to July 1, 2024 is further appropriated for the 2024-25 and 18 2025-26 state fiscal years for the same purpose. 19. 4. For the 2023-24 state fiscal year, $625,109 is appropriated to 20 the Department of Natural Resources. This appropriation consists of $2,184,939 from the General Fund and $540,170 cash funds from the 22 Colorado Water Conservation Board Construction Fund created in Section 2337-60-121, 1, CRS. To implement this act, the department may use 24 this appropriation as follows: 25. $76,919 General Fund for use by the Executive Director's Office 26 for personal services, which amount is based on an assumption that the 27 office will require an additional 1.0 FTE. 152, 213. 1b. $8,020 General Fund for use by the Executive Director's Office 2 for operating expenses, and 3c. $540,170 from the Colorado Water Conservation Board for Construction Fund for use by the Colorado Water Conservation Board for 5 personal services. 6. 5. For the 2023-24 state fiscal year, $29,455 is appropriated to 7 the Office of the Governor for use by the Colorado Energy Office. This aid appropriation is from the General Fund and is based on an assumption that 9 the office will require an additional 0.3 FTE. To implement this act, the 10 office may use this appropriation for program administration. 11. 6. For the 2023-24 state fiscal year, $100,000 is appropriated to 12 the Office of the Governor. This appropriation is from the General Fund. To 13 implement this act, the office may use this appropriation for the Office of 14 Climate Preparedness. 15. 7. For the 2023-24 state fiscal year, $53,896 is appropriated to 16 Legislative Department. This appropriation is from the General Fund. 2. 17 implement this act, the department may use this appropriation as follows: 18a. $26,492 for use by the Legislative Council, which amount is 19 based on an assumption that the Legislative Council will require an 20 additional 0.3 FTE. 21b. $17,202 for use by the Committee on Legal Services, which 22 amount is based on an assumption that the committee will require an 23 additional 0.2 FTE, and 24c. $10,202 for use by the General Assembly. 25-26 Section 22. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds 153, 213. 1 determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 2 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. 154, 213.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Madam Speaker, I would like to make a motion to refer this matter back to the Appropriations Committee, and I'd like to give you a little background, if I may, as to why I think that's important.
Please proceed.
Okay. Madam Speaker, in the Appropriations Committee yesterday morning, I made a substitute motion to lay over this bill And the reason I made that substitute motion was because the night before there were numerous amendments that were made to the bill. And we did have the fiscal analyst who came up to testify, but I wasn't getting some real clear answers to some of the financial questions being asked. At that time, there was a motion made to move the bill forward. I made a substitute motion, which I believe was a legal motion, that the bill be laid over. It was seconded by one of my colleagues. And at that time, the substitute motion was denied. And I believe that that was in violation of our rules and the rules that we use to govern our meetings. So I would like to ask at this time that Senate Bill 213 be referred back to the Appropriations Committee so that we can thoroughly vet the questions that we had in regards to the financials, in regards to the impact of this particular bill.
Representative DeGraff. The question before us is to refer House Senate Bill 213 back to Appropriations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I fully support my colleague's motion because the process is important. Unfortunately, even though we've known this was coming since day one, it has been rushed, and bad things happen when things get rushed. So I will back the motion to return this to Appropriations to be appropriately referred back to Appropriations. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe we use Mason's Rules of Order in our parliamentary procedure. And if not, I know we have a body of rules that we follow. Now, when I did parliamentary procedure, we followed Robert's Rules of Order. But I understand the state General Assembly uses the different body, which I believe is Mason's. But this is one thing I learned, Madam Speaker, that when a proper motion is put forth, that motion cannot be, without proper parliamentary procedure, cannot be just vacated or sent away.
Representative Holtorf, we are speaking to the motion as it has been made to refer Senate Bill 213 back to the Committee on Appropriations.
Yes, ma'am, and I'm going to get to that point.
Excuse me. I am not dismissing the question, so please speak to the question before us. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm speaking to the question, ma'am, because a motion by my colleague was put forth. Now, that motion, under proper procedures, needed to have two things done with it. First and foremost is to discuss it and then vote on it, or ask for the member to withdraw the motion. A vote was not called for on the motion. Now, as I understand the rights of my member, putting a proper motion forth on the floor in Appropriations, Madam Speaker, and the chair should have dealt with that motion properly.
Representative Holtorf, we will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many of you know that a whip's job is to take care of their caucus members, their caucus concerns, and guide and lead their caucus. And I take that role very seriously in trying to represent my caucus members. At this time, based on some discussion and a review of Mason's rules and proper prerogatives of the chair, I am going to I am going to step from the dais, Madam Speaker, and allow for the discussion to continue without my presence. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bockenfeld, this is your second time to speak, and you have 8 minutes and 47 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand from some of our discussions that to refer this measure back would be discretionary. Would like to talk to you about why I think that would be important to refer it back to appropriations at this time. There were some critical decisions we felt we needed some information on to ask some critical fiscal information on. The fiscal note at the time was a little bit stale after all the amendments were done the night before, and we would like to have had it updated. And when we had some discussions with the fiscal analyst, there were some areas that weren't clear. Since that time, a fiscal note was completed, and there was a reduction in the fiscal note of about $2.1 million. I think what's concerning with that reduction was in a category in Department of Natural Resources in the area of the Colorado Water Conservation Board and the reduced efforts that they were going to, apparently financial reduced efforts as to what they were going to start reviewing going forward. And as you know, that water is one of the most critical considerations that must be made when you make land use decisions. And when you cut the water aspect and investigation on water with land use, that becomes a very, very serious issue. So understand that it's discretionary, and I would hope that consideration would be given to refer this matter back to the Appropriations Committee so we could ask further questions.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Members, I'm concerned whether or not we're going to be taking money out of CWCB if they're going to play a critical role in regards to water and water review and those kind of things. Since this bill appears to be mainly for Front Range cities, Trans Mountain diverters, we don't want them getting out over their allotments. We don't want them using more water than what they know that they have coming. And I understand water rights and how those kind of things work. But in reviewing some of these plans that we're going to be changing, it seems that water should have a priority. Sorry for the water joke, but it should have a priority in the discussions, whether we should cut them out and say, well, we don't need them to take a look. I think we're missing the boat. These are the kind of questions that we really need to be asking in regards to growth and how we're going to grow more and more and more. And if we're going to multifamilies and multi-stories, more and more people are going to be in that situation. And 1 acre-foot of water will supply a family of 5 for a year. There are people that will say that there's 2 families can be served by an acre-foot of water in a year, but most of the people in the water business say 1 acre-foot for 5 people. And it's a finite resource. We've talked about that numerous times here in this building. We've talked about it on this floor. In fact, we're talking about it right now this year. So taking CWCB out of the mix, I think, would be a serious mistake. We need to know whether or not the fiscal note is correct, and if it is, how we're going to be making those reviews in regards to water accessibility, water volumes, the way that we're going to try and bring water to this new paradigm that we're talking about by changing all of the zoning and making things more and more people in smaller and small places doesn't mean that they use less water. I think CWCB should be involved. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff. This is your second time to speak on this motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleagues. Taking money out of the, looking at the water when water is one of our most critical, and we don't have the means to make it. We don't have the means to get it here for desalination. We don't have that capacity yet. And what we have in the state then, right now, in existence, is we have what you'd call mathematically a carrying capacity. We've reached that. And we're trying to push past it, and we're going to bring more, and really it seems more the idea is to pack an unsustainable number of taxpayers into a smaller space. We have limited resources. The market does a good job of allocating resources. Government does a horrible job of allocating resources. Are we behind in houses? Maybe. Is this going to fix it? No. But we are going to end up straining our water supplies. We're putting more and more demand, and we're pretending that somehow diverting 1 acre-foot per 5 people by bringing in more people is somehow going to give more resources, water resources, to the ranchers and farmers downstream. I'm not really sure how that math works. And as I would tell my students, the laws of wishful thinking don't apply in calculus. So we have an agency that we've said it is absolutely critical. It is absolutely critical for you to study the water issues that we have. And then we go and say, oh, we're going to take money out of your budget to figure out how to put more people in Colorado by centralizing zoning and making Denver the centralized zoning location for everybody, including the Western Slope. And we're going to, which is going to put more strain on the water resources. Just maybe closer. Maybe we don't need as much pipe to get it to everybody, because the idea is to cram everybody into as small a place as possible, like Rat City or Mouse City it's called, if you look at the psychology studies. Look it up. You can look up Mouse City or Rattopia. What happens when you put too many people or too many organisms in a small area. So we have a limited resource. We have a market that is responding to mostly legislative problems, and we're going to solve it with 154 pages, which has only been read by a machine. I think the citizens of Colorado need to know that their legislators have actually read the entire bill and have looked at the ramifications, because right now we just know 14 million, 3 million, and increased expenditures in the future years, and to knock that down, we took $2.2 million out of the water studies. Increased expenditures, money taken from the water, the most critical resource that we have. There is nothing about this bill that makes sense, and that is certainly one that defies any semblance of logic. So if we're going to be responsible with the resources that we have, with our commitments to Colorado, with our commitments to Coloradans, we need to be, first and foremost, we need to be responsible with the resources that we have, whether that's water or whether that's the money and the ability, because we made a decision why the water fund needed that $2.2 million. So we're just going to say, what are the 2.2 million reasons that they don't need to study that water anymore? Because we need to cram more people into a smaller space? Defies logic. Violates good governance. Absolutely violates good governance. This bill has not even seen, every single page in here has been amended since committee.
And Representative DeGraff, to the question before us, to return it to appropriations. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My point in saying that every page in here, at least according to when I flipped through, that everything has been amended since committee, is that I don't see how we have an accurate look at what the appropriations is for this bill. Have we had the stakeholders in on this bill? No, because the bill that they saw was 100 pages. They haven't seen this bill. It was 100 pages, and those have been changed.
Representative DeGraff, I believe you're speaking to the bill, and we
I'm
will
sorry,
have
ma'am.
time to do that. Right now, we need to speak to the motion before us.
Thank you, ma'am. My point is that there's a lot of information out there about the water, about what we need to do with the water, how we need to treat the water. What are the implications? What are the ramifications for the water that this bill is suddenly more important than? Suddenly more important than these critical life and death decisions of water. And if we overtask this water, and we've cut out the ability, and we've cut out our knowledge of it because we've said, hey, there's $2.2 million that we don't need to study, and we miss a detail, and we overcram our zoning, then we create a really big problem. Because now we've brought all these people in, and they've had this in developments where they've overtasked their water, and all of a sudden they don't have it anymore. Then you have a really big problem. We don't know, well, one, we don't know what this is going to do. There hasn't been a study, but we don't know if what our status is of the water that we have, and now we want to significantly, in theory, increase the demand on that water, on those supplies, on those resources. We're just going to take that money away and say, that looks about right. I think we can get it. It'll be okay. What could possibly go wrong? There's a lot that could go wrong. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, the Colorado Water Board line item was for contracted personal services. This was in J005 that was given to the Appropriations Committee. We were then given J006, thankfully, because the department noticed that it had requested in excess of what the contracts actually cost. It had requested an extra $2.1 million and said, we don't need that, so don't request it. So if you do think that government allocates resources poorly, then you should be okay with them taking out the $2.1 million that the department itself has said they don't need. And this was in J006 before the committee. Colleagues, this bill does an awful lot for water. It requires a water element in comprehensive plans. Local governments will be encouraged to adopt water allocation policies as a housing affordability strategy. A water supply and availability forecast report will take a high-level look at water resources. And why?
Representative Woodrow, thank you. That was to the bill. Keep it to the motion before us. Thank you.
Yeah, this bill doesn't need to go back to approps. Thank you. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is to refer Senate Bill 213 back to the Appropriations Committee. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 46 no, and 0 excused, the motion is lost. Further discussion. Representative DeGraff, we are back to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh, I forgot my timer. All right. I mentioned it before, but I do feel, well, one, this is an incredible usurpation of local zoning, local contracts. This is telling the localities that the work they've done, their capacity in this regard, does somehow not match the 159 pages that were finally cobbled together sometime in the night. And we have $14 million, $3 million increased expenditures into future years. I don't see anything, because I'm pretty sure we don't do anything as far as second order effects as to what this is actually going to do to the economy, other than what? What simulators has this been run through? What models has this been run through? This seems like something that's come through SimCity. And that's not derogatory, that's a very good model. But you can't just put an ADU in your backyard and not run new pipes, and everybody in the neighborhood can't just put an ADU in their backyard without having the infrastructure of the neighborhood upgraded. And so how are you going to do that? Are you going to put there's nothing in here that says you have to, there's nothing in here that I've seen that says you have to modify, like any new development, a new development has all of the infrastructure for probably an average of 5 people in a house. If it's single-family residential, if it's going to be tapped into a multifamily, it's going to have the appropriate plumbing, it's going to have the appropriate slope, it's going to have the appropriate diameter, it's going to have the appropriate amperage. But this isn't going to have that. So are we going to tear up the neighborhoods in advance, the ones that are near transit lines that seem to be the target for this, so we can put people near? And then when we have things like standard exempt parcels as defined on page 31, interested to where those are. When we have what seems to be the special exemptions based on whatever horse trading that at least our side was cut out of. Ultimately, this is a new bill. This is a new bill, and it's been rushed through. The voters haven't seen it. The stakeholders haven't seen it, or at least beyond a certain window of stakeholders hasn't seen it. It's not been to committee. Over half of this bill was added since committee. I'm not even sure what our committee process is for. We're just going to throw 154 pages at it. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen to the market. We know that the localities are clamoring against it. We know that somehow some localities have gotten themselves exemptions. Pretty sure every locality would like an exemption, because if they didn't want an exemption, they could opt into this by themselves. They could do this themselves locally. This is going to override all zoning regulations, and it's going to put them increasingly at Denver. So anybody on the western slope that wants to appeal their zoning board needs to come to Denver. Denver is going to have all kinds of, they're going to have to be a 24/7 business just to deal with these. We talked about the zoning board things where people in the local community, we have local governments set up for these reasons. Now Denver will be the local government, increasingly. How responsive is Denver in the to the urban corridor? Very. How about to the agriculture? How much understanding is here? Probably very little. But we're going to make all decisions come to the centralized area. And it's not the intent of this bill, but centralization leads to central corruption, leads to a single point of failure. That's just facts. You're going to have a board of people that cannot possibly respond. You have a board of people that cannot possibly respond to all of the needs of a local community. And what this bill says is, we know better. A panel appointed, a panel of bureaucrats appointed, knows better than the local government, knows better, has the best interest for the community at heart. Even though they don't live there, possibly have never lived there, maybe never even visited there. Certainly, they don't know enough to get involved deeply. They don't have the history there. This is overriding local government. This is the idea that this is local government is insulting. One thing I noticed that there is a term called subject jurisdiction. And the only thing that it means is municipalities. And the funny thing is, you have a definition that's used to urban municipality. Subject jurisdiction is used to define urban municipality when your urban municipality is a shorter word. But subject, meaning subject to, as in not in charge, not sovereign, a subject. And it seems intentional. These urban municipalities are subjects. 79 matches. A definition used to replace a shorter term. It's just interesting to me because this does override local governance. Affordable just means less than 30%. 25% we've talked about is regulatory. That could be changed. Fuel prices have increased double to triple, and that has increased everything else. An incredibly poorly handled pandemic has caused supply chain shortages. These are the problems that have been created with government that certainly doesn't need 154 pages of government slapped on top of it to try to solve the problem. There is no problem the government can't make worse with a solution. This is 150, I'm sorry, I said 159, I said 154. I meant 154, I don't want to be exaggerating. 154 pages of future problems that we're going to have to legislate because this is not going to do the job. And one thing you can guarantee is that government's never going to go, you know what, those regulations that we put on you and all those restrictions and everything that we did to you that we cannot undo? Yeah, we can't undo those because we've changed the zoning and we've changed it from single-family residential where you have a limited amount of coverage because you want the rain that comes down to get into the ground and soak into the ground to help with the aquifers, and that's why we can't even have more than one rain barrel at risk of violation of the law. So all of these things that have been put in place to try to, and the market right now is telling us like, hey, we need some time to adapt. We need some time. We need some time to figure this out. But nope, government knows better. We need to cram more taxpayers in as fast as possible because taxpayers pay taxes. That's why God made them. And the sooner we get them here, the sooner we can start getting their taxes because we need more money. We want more money. This does not make the lives of the citizens.
Representative DeGraff, you have one more minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This does not make the lives of Coloradans better. This does not improve anybody's life. This is just one more step in the totality of regulation of government. Regulate the air they breathe, regulate their ability for self-defense, regulate how they live. I like how there's in here, it's like things like, well, if you live in a small house, it costs less money. Well, no kidding. That's why people make money. If you want to live in a smaller house, go live in a smaller house. Don't force everybody else to. People that live in smaller houses often aspire. People that live in urban areas also often aspire to go live in the country when they have kids. And this all of a sudden just tells them and says, oh no, we know what's best for you, and what's best for you is to cram you into a little space, put you on inefficient buses, and then ship you around the country, around the city where you don't, and then so you can make more money for the government.
Representative DeGraff, your time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful to serve with you.
I am grateful to serve with you too.
General Assembly 74, I wanted to come down and state some very specific facts about what's happened and what's transpired in the past 48 hours. With this bill specifically, off of all the amendments that have come down the pike, which are over 100, mind you, 55 have been adopted. 10 of those were from the House, second reading. 3 of them were from appropriations. 15 of them passed in the House Transportation, Housing, and Local Government. 17 of them passed on Senate second reading. 2 in Senate Appropriations. 18 in Senate Local Government and Housing. I'll let that sink in for a minute. That is 55 amendments in 48 hours. Let me just say that again. 55 total amendments in a 48-hour period, not including a full strike blow in Senate appropriations. I hope you caught that. That is nonsense. Take a second and think what we're doing here, because it is not right. Too many edits. Why are we rushing this? I spoke at length on this during seconds. Here are the facts, and here I am on thirds. This does not do right for Colorado. If this was your bill, how many edits would you allow to it before you would scrap it? Within a time frame with everything else that we're doing. This is not just one bill we're discussing today. I ask you to take a second and give a pause to it. Do not start pushing through legislation that is not good for your constituents or the entire state. The stakeholdering, the due diligence has not been done. Bring this back to a civil conversation between both parties. In fact, even if you don't involve our party, at least have it with your own. The conversation is not being had. This is a disservice to this state. We have to take into consideration and into account of what we're doing down in this well. Pump the brakes. We have a lot more important bills to get to, including your own. We are wasting time on this one right now. Pull it. Push it back. Pass your good bills. Be done with this. All we are doing is hesitating and waiting and delaying your actual good legislation. I have concern with that. And quite frankly, I think you should too. We have work that needs to be done. We have 3.5 days to do it. And we're sitting here for hours on this? Let's get things done. Stop delaying your own bills. Call it for what it is. It's bad legislation. We cannot rush these types of things that are going to affect masses. Put it back to the committee. Take a time on it. Give it a minute. I urge you, before you hit that button today, you vote no. With the thought in mind that your constituents, your community, your people that you are down here representing will be affected by this for years to come. Let us not do the feel-good bill in 3 months, go home, and not understand the effect of what's going to happen to our citizens. Make your mark today, here and now. Set your standards, set your precedents. We will not rush legislation through these chambers. We will not concur with the Senate. You have an opportunity and a chance to tell Colorado that you care about them. Because I promise you, as I stand here, this will be a problem in the coming years if this passes through. And the people of this good state will be affected tremendously in ways that we do not even want to think of. Pull it back. I urge a no vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill has caused a lot of controversy, and I needed to come up here and stand for our communities. I have gotten more emails over this than the wolves, and that seems quite impossible right now because I got a lot about the wolves. You know, I heard a representative come up and say I, and my, and it's interesting to me because when we come up, we say our communities, our commissioners, our county, municipalities, our. I don't come up here and say I, or my. That was not me. Sorry, God. Or mine. And I think as legislators, are we not looking to see what's best for our state? We've heard 19 of us speak up for different parts of the state. And we've told you that all of the people in our counties and municipalities have said no. They have begged us to beg you to say no. They have asked us, to pleaded with us, begging us to beg you to listen to them. If this is a statewide concern, I think my biggest problem is that we've offered carve-outs for rural communities. I have pieces of rural communities in Douglas County. Why don't they get a carve-out? We've said that everyone got a seat at the table. Did they? Did everyone get a seat at the table? Because I have a lot of respect for my colleague from El Paso that doesn't lie, and she did not get a seat at that table. She got checked off. And that, my friends, is not stakeholdering. When we stakeholder, we bring people to the table that disagree with us. That's responsible stakeholdering. With my bill, I wanted to pass legislation. I'm a big legislator. I know what's right. I can do this. And guess what? People sat me right down and said, you do not know what you're doing, and you're going to hurt our ag community if you do this. And I sat down, I struck below my bill, and I went to the table with the people that I didn't want to listen to because they weren't going to tell me what I wanted to hear. But as a respectful legislator, that's what I did. And it has taken time and effort and a whole lot of work to make sure that everyone is seated at that table. And that, my friends, as 65 legislators, is what we are supposed to do for the constituents of Colorado. It can't just involve a seat at the table with the people that are telling you what you want to hear. Respectful stakeholdering brings everyone in, and then we don't tell mistruths about that. And that's what happened today. In Douglas County, our commissioners participate in private activity bonds and partner with builders to build both affordable housing and affordable housing for seniors. Commissioners, just like my friend from Grand Junction, use their ARPA funds. I can't help it that a lot of ours did not. They took $6.4 million and bought a hotel in Castle Rock and gave it to Wellspring, a provider for intellectually and developmentally disabled folks to live in, independently with on-site supervision. This land bill usurps local control and creates unintended costs for both counties, failing in both fronts, and it won't result in affordable housing. And those are the facts. Douglas County has a website, housing partnership, down payment assistance, 5 steps to home ownership with down payment assistance. They have mitigation, education, rental housing, foreclosure mitigation counseling, and reverse mortgage. My county. We are all concerned with affordable housing. We are all concerned that teachers can't afford to live in the districts they teach. But we're not running out usurping local control to do it. I told you, in Lakewood, where it's pretty affordable to live, they're also being strategic in their affordable housing. In Colorado Springs, I listed examples that they are also trying to come up with solutions for affordable and attainable housing. In Boulder, they have gone from, in just 20 years, 4,000 affordable homes. In Aurora, they have 2 different neighborhoods offering affordable housing. We're working with developers in Douglas County to offer affordable housing. This bill, to me, is telling our county commissioners and our councilmen and women that we run this state and you're just bystanders. You run these local communities, but we're going to tell you what works best, and you're going to listen to it because we're the lawmakers, and that is not right, and that is not fair. You don't get to tell them what works best. My colleagues have already said 99 pages to 154 with 55 amendments. Are you guys okay with going to sleep at night knowing that? Do you all know what is actually in this bill? Because I am so confused. I don't know if I have a pre-amended, pre-engrossed, or the first one that even came out. But this bill is one of the scariest bills I've ever seen for my community. And I just want to read to you what someone so eloquently sent to me. This gentleman's on the Castle Pines City Council. He says, "Dear Representative, I wanted to pass along my position in the recent actions that our Castle Pines City Council took in opposition to 213. On the council, I sit on the CML Policy Committee, and there has not been a single issue more hotly debated and opposed in the past 2 years I've been on the Policy Committee as this one has." Does that not give you guys pause? We're all getting these. That should give you pause. As responsible lawmakers, this should give you pause. The amount of emails we're getting from people that represent all of our districts saying no. CCI, CCAT, CML, they have all said no. They've all said take it back to the drawing board. Most of us have begged to go back to committee. And it has fallen on deaf ears. So the people of Colorado and the people in my community, I have worked hard, we have fought hard, we have offered amendment after amendment, and they have said no. They have said local control is not what we want here, and I hope you remember that. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I assure you will not have to call a recess during this small, short period that I will be talking. Big government, one size fits all. Years ago, I served on the Washington County Planning and Zoning Committee. This is what we did. Discussed those local issues, tried to solve local problems within our local communities. All the years I served, I tried to serve as a responsible citizen appointed by the commissioners, making those recommendations so they could do their jobs and serve the community that I love. I love my hometown, I love my county, I love this state. But I will tell you, everything that is in this bill goes against everything I did those years I served in that committee. Everything. It doesn't seem right to me from my lived experience. It doesn't seem right for Colorado. Now, I know we talk about stakeholdering, but with whom? Members of my caucus who are very knowledgeable and have served in many capacities. I'm talking city mayors, city councilmen. I'm talking county commissioners. I'm talking county attorneys. Were never invited to the table. That's not good governance. The governor's staff should know that's not good governance. The bill sponsors should know that's not good governance. Now, some people just want to hear yes. You're invited to the committee or the meeting or the round table because you are going to say what people want to hear. I don't get invited to those meetings. But true stakeholdering takes the good with the bad. You listen to everybody in the state because you want to be open-minded. You don't come to these things with a predetermined outcome. If you are the kind of leader that Colorado deserves across this state. Now, I don't say that lightly because my colleagues from Grand Junction, the largest city west of the Continental Divide, the largest population center, has sat here and said even the largest city in Colorado west of the Continental Divide was not invited to the table. Think about that. Somebody in these meetings should have said, time out. Bring those people in. Grand Junction, Durango, Alamosa, Trinidad, Lamar, Lyman, Sterling, even Loveland. I'm just kind of going around the circle. Were those communities invited? Were their representatives invited? How about the Economic Development Committee and the committees that represent those regions? Were they all at the table? If the answer is no, we have a fundamental stakeholdering problem. Fundamental. Let me continue, Madam Speaker. These subjects matter experts. Their opinion matters. I hear this saying, and it's kind of in some rhetoric that circles in my community. It says, good enough for thee, but not for me. This is good enough for thee, but not for me. Who is me in this bill? Well, how about all the resort communities that have gotten that exclusion? Why are they special? Well, we know why. And I'm not going to talk about it because it's not a fun thing to talk about. Why do my frontier towns not have an exclusion? Anybody ask that question if you want to close the rural-urban divide? No. Nobody thinks about that. Do they deserve a seat at the table? The little people? I don't know.
I'm here to represent rural Colorado, rural Northeast Colorado, in my little communities. The smallest of the small and a little bigger and not so big. None of my cities are as big as your cities up here. But they also have plans that this bill is going to squash and step all over. I don't understand why the bill sponsors and this process had such disregard for my district and my communities.
Representative Holtorf, please be respectful.
Thank you. Anyway, I'll finish with this. I can't support this bill. It is, as some of my colleagues say, this isn't ready for prime time. We're running this horse so fast around the track that it's not going to last. And we'll be back trying to fix this mess in a few years. Thank you. I'll be a no.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start with a letter from municipal leaders down south. On behalf of the undersigned mayors of the Pikes Peak region and the tens of thousands of citizens we represent, we hereby declare ourselves in fervent opposition of Senate Bill 23-213, a bill purported to address housing concerns, but which will, in fact, increase the cost of development and housing while removing land use decisions from where they are best made, locally. Senate Bill 213 is a sweeping attack on local decision-making authority and an arrogant, unwelcome statement by the state of Colorado that our cities are unable to make quality decisions regarding land use and affordable housing. Indeed, it hinders one of the most important and effective tools that we have to manage urban sprawl, conserve our limited water resources, and manage transportation demands, our land use authority. In addition to being an assault on the home rule authority, it is an unfunded mandate as it requires cities to expand what we believe will be an inordinate amount of funds, expend an more ordinate amount of funds for studies that will not actually solve the problem that the bill purports to address. Our cities and towns will be directly impacted by the components of this staggering legislation by eliminating our ability to zone multifamily housing to locations where the infrastructure is in place to provide the necessary services. Removing our discretion to place criteria on multifamily housing, such as parking, along with other infrastructure improvements necessary for the high-density development envisioned by this bill. Allowing the character of our neighborhoods to be destroyed by forcing incompatible land use directly adjacent to single-family homes. Mandating expensive work relative to housing and water resources, much of which is already duplicated in existing local planning documents. Shifting the burden of responsibility to what have traditionally been local decisions to the state agency, thus removing the local accountability to the voters. The entire bill reflects the state's belief that it knows far more about what's best for our quality of life than our communities do. It removes the decision-making from the people who are impacted by those decisions and shifts to a bureaucratic entity that has no vested interest in our communities. Our families, they have no interest in our communities, our families, or our character. For those reasons, we strongly ask our legislators to reject this state government power grab. The reason I read this particular letter is because it's from 4 municipal leaders from 4 different House districts representing both sides of the aisle here. These leaders were not invited to the table. In fact, they didn't even know about it until, the talk here started about it. So there was no stakeholding with them. Again, like I said, they have representatives on both sides of the aisle. I think this bill has been misleading in a lot of ways. We've heard about how Montana has a similar legislation. But I think the main thing to remember is Montana doesn't have a home rule in their state constitution. We do. That's not right. Montana also has different requirements for different municipalities depending on where they are situated, how many people they are, what the population is, all that stuff. So to compare this to that is silly. My community, this past election, voted in home rule. After much time, effort, and money to get there, to get the right charter that was right for their community, to get what their citizens wanted. Don't think that affordable housing isn't a concern and isn't involved in that charter. We have teachers in our community, we have firefighters, we have police officers, and we are worried about their housing. We are worried that there's not housing for them, and we're working to do what's necessary. Do the people downstairs know that? I doubt it. Do they care? I don't know. We also have a comp plan in my community, as most communities do, that helps decide those things. Another very expensive process, another time-consuming process, and another process that involves a lot of stakeholding. And another bad thing about this bill is it comes too late. If you look at what is currently being developed and what is being developed, by the time this bill takes place, those areas are already going to be built up. My community alone, in the past couple years, went from 2% rental property to 25% over the next 2 years. By the time this bill gets going, it's going to be built out. What's there going to be to do? Except tell the state you have to do it different somehow. Even some of those states or some of those municipalities with those pesky growth cap laws, one of them is at over 90,000 units being developed right now. And yet we're still sitting here going, well, we got to fix this problem, even though we'll be fixing it after the problem's solved. This bill has a lot of issues, and I will say that this letter was sent to me a couple days ago, so they probably don't even know what's in the bill. I don't know how accurate this letter is because of all the changes. It is a shame, and it is poor legislating, poor governments, poor policy to be doing it this way. When you have a bill that you don't want to stakehold with people that disagree with you, or that you don't get the feedback you like, set it aside and continue to work on it. This bill doesn't do that. This bill crams it in with a change on every page just in the last couple days. I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. When I look at this bill, the word that runs through my mind is implementation. Because everything that's passed here is going to have to be implemented. And when I look at this bill, I have a lot of concerns about how this is going to be implemented, because there is so much detail that exists in local land use, local planning, local development, and the way that local communities decide to chart their own growth. Most local communities have some sort of citizen involvement, whether it's a planning commission, a citizen advisory council. Local control and local land use is integrally tied to representative government at the local level. And the reason for that is because local communities are not cookie cutter. Local communities have unique challenges, unique situations. They're faced with unique problems, and they have to have the flexibility to come up with unique solutions. I didn't realize that until I started to have to work a lot in the land use arena for the municipality where I was employed. And I started hearing all of these phrases that I was like, why is everybody all wound up about the impermeable surface of a neighborhood? And then as I looked into the issue further, I realized, oh, well, impermeable surface means when it rains or snows, that means the water can't soak into the ground. That precipitation has to go somewhere. And when you replicate a lot of impermeable surface over a significant part of your neighborhood, guess what? You get situations where you may not have enough permeable surface left to be able to absorb that water. So you have to have storm drains. You have to have ways to be able to capture that. So in the bill, when I read about accessory dwelling units, ADUs, one of the first things that pops into my head is, oh, hey, look, we just increased the impermeable surface of a lot of different parts of our community. We changed the slope, the grade, the drainage of how all of these little micro environments, these different backyards, handle water when it rains or snows. And currently, the local government, with their local knowledge, has the ability to be able to have a say in how that happens. Because you see, when you don't have enough local input, you run into situations that I've seen where either too much water, too much impermeable surface, big snowstorm, big rainstorm, all of a sudden the water starts flowing in weird directions. And the next thing you know, somebody's accessory dwelling unit resulted in somebody else's basement getting flooded. That's why these should be local issues, because the local governments have that knowledge, they have that ability to make those decisions around these very boring, very mundane things that suddenly become very exciting if it happens to be your basement that's the one that's filling up with water because an accessory dwelling unit, some sort of landscaping change, suddenly changed the drainage and the grade of land and sent that water into your basement. So when I read the bill, I think implementation, that's one of the first things that pops into my head. I also think about neighbor disputes. See, sometimes neighbors just don't get along. And one of the biggest things that I've seen cause neighbor disputes is the immediate environment around their home. I've seen ADUs go in the bill. It talks about there can't be restrictions on like the architectural style of that ADU. And unfortunately, that tends to frustrate neighbors. If there's a particular style in that community and an ADU goes in with something totally different, say a bright, shiny tin roof because that was cheaper, that then reflects the sun into somebody's living room or blocks the sun from getting into somebody's living room, these things fester. These things cause tension to rise between neighbors. And that's one of the things that the local control is able to manage and mitigate, is to be able to have certain regulations around how this construction happens so that everyone has the ability to be able to get along in their community without feeling like, oh, hey, I'm going to have a big confrontation with my neighbor because something that my neighbor did in their property is now affecting me and my property. I saw it a lot. Spent a lot of time in my prior career trying to mediate those disputes. So it's not just an abstract conjecture. It's something that I've spent days of my life working on, trying to mediate these disputes. And so when I read this, I unfortunately see a roadmap for more of these disputes to arise. I see disputes arise over parking. There's a lot of language in the bill that restricts the ability of a local community to be able to have rules around parking, particularly off-street parking. So what does that mean when the ADU goes in the backyard? Well, A lot of times that means there's an additional car that's going to be living at that residence. But if there's no off-street parking that can be required for that car, there's going to be on-street parking. And now you have more cars parked on streets. This creates hazards. This creates problems for snow removal. This creates blind spots when kids are playing in the street, chasing their ball out into the sidewalk, or excuse me, off the sidewalk into the street. These are all the second, third, and fourth order effects that I see associated with actually implementing this bill. I expressed on second readings my concern about mass transit. That, oh, well, you know, we want to make sure that people have other transportation options. Well, that might work for some communities. But a lot of the communities that I represent, even if they are currently served by a mass transit authority, have a lot of angst over the fact that they feel they're not getting the service to which they're entitled. 3 hours to DIA for one of my communities that's served. Can't get to Broomfield, can't get to Boulder, is what I was told by my city council, bipartisanly, by the way. And so, if we can't get new cars in, if mass transit doesn't work, how are we going to ensure that we have a transportation solution for this increasing density? I talked about my concerns around fire and the fact that this weakens communities' resilience to fire. Because the way a lot of these communities were built, there was an eye to how far apart structures should be so that fire has a certain amount of time before it spreads from one structure to the next. Well, as more structures start going in, that makes it easier for fire to spread from one building to the next building. I'm concerned about that. All of these are the different implementation challenges that I see. And it's not just me who's saying them, it's my local governments. Right before we came back, I was having a conversation with one of my mayors who's absolutely concerned about this. Unanimous, I guess, opposition from the city council saying we can't handle this. We don't know how to implement this. This is going to radically change how we do business, and we don't see a viable path forward. That has been the bipartisan, and I honestly can't think of any of my local governments that have reached out to me and told me they're in support of this. So it behooves me, as their representative, to stand here and to let you know that I have received effectively unanimous and bipartisan opposition to this from local governments in my community, because they're the ones that are going to be left holding the bag. They're the ones that are going to be left trying to figure out how to implement this. And the concerns that I've relayed to you are their concerns. And so for those reasons, I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So I haven't weighed in on this much. I've sat over there and watched this and listened to this, which is not like me. I think everybody here knows that. But I've been watching this partly because, I mean, we all knew this was coming, right? From the beginning of session, we knew that this was coming and that this was the governor's bill, and that this was important to the governor, right? Which was confusing to me that it came in so late. But I was sitting there watching yesterday what was bizarre to me. From my perspective, I don't think that's legislating. It felt more like a auction than legislating. So I'm watching this and trying to figure out, this is the governor's bill. And we have different ideas. I'm not saying that everybody in the sponsors caucus believes this. I'm saying this bill is not a local municipality-friendly bill. It's a governor's bill. It's from his desk, and that this is what he wants to do. And so I'm watching this and seeing all these amendments flying and all this kind of stuff. I mean,
whether anybody agrees with my opinion on this or not, this isn't legislation. This isn't a legitimate way to do a bill. But here we are. And I began to process this because I would say our caucus, for the most part, would be local control. And this bill is obviously the opposite of that. And I don't think I'm not saying anybody's arguing that this bill is local control. I'm just saying that's the way we're seeing this. And interestingly, one of the things that we discuss in our caucus when we're trying to figure these kind of things out is, okay, what are different things? And everybody's got their opinions and talking points. And I think one of the worst jobs that I think you could personally have right now would be the minority leader's job, because I am one of the minority, and I would hate to be my minority leader. And we are watching this.
To the bill. Just kidding. Please proceed.
You're not my boss. No, I'm just kidding. So, so on our side, we really process this, and then we have this weird thing that happens. We say, but if you vote this way, or you vote this way, or you discuss it this way, and we respect that, right? And I've been processing this as the governor's bill, and I'm a representative, but I'm also a pastor, so when somebody comes to me in confidence, I don't divulge that. That's a 30-plus year responsibility. I've been doing this for a hot second. So the idea that somebody would come to me and say, well, that's not always the way it works in my world or my life, specifically on the governor's bill. I don't know if I make this amendment what happens, or if I do this, or because I have a different view of what land use is. And that's been concerning to me. I was sitting there yesterday watching this and watching all the amendments and realizing why some of these amendments were being pushed was because of some of those conversations that I had. And trying to figure out how do we as a body make a legitimate decision on this kind of land use, this kind of bill, specifically land use, because it is the hottest topic, obviously, that's come in. Again, that's what makes me wonder why it came in at day 116, right? And realizing that that I would enjoy the idea that every single person in this room, and I know in our caucus we discussed this, that every single representative of this room could say, this is the land use bill, do I vote yea or nay? And sometimes wondering how responsible that process is from individual to individual. I would never go to another representative and say, you need to vote this way. I've never said that to any representative of either side of the House. That you should vote this way. Now, I'll say it down here. This is, if you should vote this, I think but I've never gone to somebody individually and tried to convince them or coerce them or anything. I'm not saying that's what's happening, per se, but I would hope that we as an assembly, regardless of your caucus, could say, do I believe in land use or not? Yes or no? Do I believe this is good? Yes or no? What about this amendment? Do I believe this is good? Yes or no? Do I think all these amendments, they're all good? Yes or no? And so my biggest pause and frustration in this land use bill, to the bill itself, I've got so many issues with it. Nobody in this room knows what it says. And that's one issue. But also not knowing what it says, what the expectation is that you've got to do this, or you've got to do this, or you've got to do this. From a caucus member's voting perspective. I think one of the greatest things that we have as an assembly is be able to take a land use bill, this is a major thing, and be able to debate it out. That's why I haven't been in favor of any kind of time limitations, because we need to debate this out, discuss this out. I think it was a representative from Grand Junction that said this. I don't know if anybody's ever paid attention. I will sit over there. I will not leave. I hardly ever leave my chair because I want to know what you have to say. And many of you I disagree strongly with, okay? But you have the right to say it, and I want to sit here and listen to it. Not always want to listen to it, but I will listen to it. And then I'm going to make a decision to vote, and that's not going to be because anybody said anything or the minority leader put pressure on me or any of that. It doesn't work that way in my head, okay? But I want to say, okay, what about land use? Do I believe in this or do I not? And I don't believe in the state control of this. I believe in local control, and I think this is going to do a lot of damage. But I have not been speaking to it specifically because I've been watching what happens when something gets tagged as the governor's bill. And what that means to this house, which this is not the governor's house, right? We know that. We know that on paper, right? This isn't the governor's house, this is the people's house. This is the legislative house. But what that looks like when it actually comes down to where the rubber meets the road, and it comes time to actually vote on something that you feel strongly about, one way or the other, how are you voting? How are you actually voting? And I would assume that all of us have the ability and the freedom to vote how we desire and what our principles are, specifically on something as big as land use. So I do ask for a no vote, but I don't coerce for a no vote. I'm not saying anybody has, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying I ask for a no vote because to me this is not a good bill. And I would hope you would have the freedom to say the same thing.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I just want to read a letter from one of the cities within my district. This letter was sent out to the mayor and council. Starts off with, several amendments were made by the Senate last year which made the bill more agreeable. However, we were disappointed to find out that the sponsors, with the assistance from the governor, are seeking to undo these changes and revert the legislation back to its original inception. As you recall, there are a plethora of concerns we have regarding local land use, our relationship with DOLA, and the removal of the citizens' fundamental right to referendum, to name a few. And this was originally to the members of the House Transportation, Housing, and Local Gov Committee. I'm writing on the behalf of the City of Trinidad and the City Council to express our strong opposition to the adoption of Senate Bill 23-213 to summarize a few key issues we have with the proposed legislation. The bill undermines the city's authority on local land use control and disregards the established public process that enable community members to voice their concerns and contribute to decision-making. The proposed legislation eliminates the right to referendum, setting a dangerous precedent and removing a fundamental right cherished by Colorado voters. The legislation's broad scope fails to consider the unique needs and challenges faced by individual communities. The legislation alters our relationship with DOLA from one of support and cooperation to regulation and potential conflict. In conclusion, the City of Trinidad strongly opposes Senate Bill 23-213 and requests that our current rights in local land use decision-making be preserved. As a home rule municipality, we firmly believe that the most effective decisions for our community should be made at the local level with direct community involvement. Thank you for consideration of this matter. We will continue to monitor the bill and provide updates as we can. Thank you. Steve Ruger, City Manager of Trinidad, Colorado. And I told him that I would get that on the record. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. For about a year now, my husband and I have been looking for a home. And we have had a great deal of problems with finding one, for many of the reasons we've been debating throughout this session. There was one home that we thought we could actually make work. But before moving forward with it, we pulled all of the rules surrounding it. Discovered it was in an HOA, looked at the rules, and said, this home is not for us. We don't want to live subject to these particular requirements. And so we moved on. Now, this isn't the most ideal of situations because presently my husband lives out of state, and it would be most wonderful to live together. But we haven't yet found a place that, because of our particular course of professional decisions, even though we're both quote unquote highly educated, we have a number of letters after our name for whatever that's worth, we chose more of the public service nonprofit route. So the bank account is limited when it comes to purchasing. Why do I bring that up? I too have been trying to grapple with the terms of this bill. And frankly, I haven't figured them out yet. But what has been intriguing to me is the conversation related to property rights. Is this a bill that advances property rights, or is this a bill that undermines property rights? When I think about the way that our system has been developed, to say that the greatest amount of power to impact your greatest amount of day-to-day living is supposed to be with the level of government closest to you. The folks that, as my colleague from El Paso County mentioned, you meet in the grocery store, who can make known their sentiments about your decisions because your decisions have the most direct impact on the way they live day to day, moment by moment. That design to me makes sense. Unfortunately, I think this bill undermines that design. And I don't think that it advances private property rights on the other side. When you move into a rural community, especially those from urban or suburban centers who are used to certain accommodations, who are used to certain amenities, and who are definitely not used to certain smells, you find yourself sometimes at odds with your neighbor. And people in my district who have been long-standing property owners say, you knew when you bought. You knew that this was the type of lifestyle that we lived when you bought that parcel of land. You knew that our covenants or our city land use plan didn't allow for buildings over 5 stories tall. You knew. What gives you the right to come in and buy property and seek to use that property to upend the entire way that we do life? Now, I've heard some in this chamber argue, well, they have just as much a right to that private property to do whatever they want to do with it. But that ignores years of rules related to zoning, years of understanding that our rights are reciprocal in nature. There's a reason why you don't have smelters right next to a school or a residential, right in the middle of a residential area. There's a reason that we have said this type of entity goes here, and this type of entity goes here, and these types of things go here. Because we recognize that, yes, there is an important need to be able to do these varying things in society and in our world, but they don't all have to be done on the same street in the same area. And in fact, to put them in that sense, in that way, will actually minimize the impact, the value, the quiet enjoyment of the use of that property for all. And so we have said we need to have plans. And the way that I have heard this conversation, and if it's wrong, please help me understand better, but the way that I've heard this conversation is that we have a group of people who don't like the way those decisions are being made, don't like the way those plans have been developed. And instead of going and doing the hard work of convincing those communities that there's a better way, convincing them to change course and to change zoning and having those heated discussions, the state just desires to step in and say, we're going to do it our way. We know better. I would really like to find a house. But I will continue to live apart from my husband until we find a house in an area where we feel comfortable. Because we are not the kind of people to go into a place and dictate our own way. Thank you.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Okay, members, we're getting there. But once again, every one of my members came down and talked about a bill. That should be a little bit of a sign that maybe we don't like it. But we did hear from 2 mayors, we heard from 2 county commissioners, we heard from a water guy, we heard from a lot of business folks, and there's a concern about this bill. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't know a lot about what's in this bill because, well, nobody knows what's in this bill. It makes me wonder, what are we fixing? And why are we fixing it? Is it really our role to fix housing just because that would be a nice thing to do? I don't see that in the Constitution anywhere where we need to fix housing for people. It's not part of what we do. This bill needs way more work. And just because the governor didn't get it to us down here in a timely manner does not mean that we, a separate house from the governor, need to be jumping through hoops to try to make something round fit into a square peg. So members, let's just honestly review the journey of this bill. This journey really started with the governor coming down here and telling us that this is his priority. By golly, I'm going to fix housing. Somehow that appeared on his list, and so there we sent off running. Now, the assistant minority leader and I have the opportunity to meet with the governor on a regular basis, and we talked about how this was coming, and this was coming, and we said, that's great. We would like to be part of that conversation. Let us know. I've got 2 mayors, 2 county commissioners, assessor, water guys, business guys. We can help you out. We want to be part of this conversation. We want to make sure that we do what's right for all of Colorado. We were told, oh, yeah, that's going to happen. And then we get down to the last days of session, and boom, here comes a bill, April 18th. April 18th is when the strike below became. So that means we started all over. So let's just go through the journey of this bill. Went into the Senate and Local Government and Housing Committee, 18 amendments, 15 pages. Senate Appropriations, 2 amendments, but they must have been big ones because those are 41 pages. Senate second reading, 17 amendments, 39 pages of changes. Then it's our turn. House Transportation, Housing, Local Government, 15 amendments, 65 pages of changes. That one holds the record, just if anybody's counting. House second reading, 10 amendments, 10 pages. And here's the grand total. 62 amendments. Ready? Drum roll. 219 pages of paper amending this bill. Members, we don't like to take up this time any more than you like for us to take up this time, but we do it because it's our job to let our constituents' voices be heard. And you've heard from my members and what their constituents are saying. They're saying this doesn't work. We're not in a hurry. We don't have to fix this. It's not like we're going to fall off the cliff, Colorado, if we don't fix this today. This bill should have been started in the summer. If this was a big priority, let's give it what it's due. Let's give it the time that's needed. You know, we don't have a governor, so we don't understand how this works on the other side. We don't understand what it's like to have an executive priority shoved on us. We don't know. We still believe that this body stands separate and is the voice of the people and is where the conduit exists between the people on the ground. And I don't know if your emails are broken or what, but we're getting a lot of feedback, and I can't think that we're just special because we're Republicans, that we're getting all this feedback that this bill is not right. Well, once again, I know I don't understand what it's like for us to have a governor, and I don't understand the pressures that go along with that. But I would hope that if we were in that position, we would say, hey, Governor, guess what? The people of the state are saying something different than what you have an idea for. And oh, by the way, you might want to ask some of them to participate in the conversation, even if it's just two of them. We got people who know a lot more about this than I ever will. But we should get some sort of seat at the table when it comes to discussing a massive bill like this that affects every citizen in this state. It needs the time to not be brought to us. Well, now we're 17 days that we've had to work on this bill. I say that because it was a strike blow on April 18th, which means we started over. Members, the world's not going to end if we don't pass this bill. I would encourage a no vote.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I very much want to convey my gratitude for your patience. I know this has been a long day. This bill is not just a housing bill. It's not just a land use bill. It's an environmental bill. It's a housing bill, a water bill, a transportation bill. And I think for me, most importantly, it's a social justice bill.
Members, when you are at the well, you have an opportunity to speak. I will ask you to display respect from your seats. Please proceed, Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But it didn't just end up that way by chance. It's a comprehensive, holistic plan that plans for transit, water, housing, climate, and make sure people can afford to live where they want, where they worship, where they work, where folks can age in place, and young people can actually afford to buy a home, and we don't have to worry about displacement. We've heard about the lack of engagement. I literally had to check again, because up till this afternoon, I thought we were at 125. We're not. This bill is the result of 200 stakeholder meetings over 8 months. Cities, counties, housing, environmental, advocates and proponents. 8 months, over 200 meetings. 200. Why? Because there are so many amendments. And when you have so many amendments, it is the result, the product of 200 meetings. Stakeholder meetings leads to changes. And if there's one complaint we've heard is the lack of engagement. But 200 meetings doesn't seem to be adequate for a 152-page bill. I want to humanize this a little bit, and I told this story a couple times, but not in the well. I have a constituent who's 70 years old. She has lived in her home for over 40 years. She's raised her 4 kids there. She's honored the wishes of her husband to pass away in the home that they built together. The house clearly means a lot to her. But her arthritis is becoming so unmanageable that she cannot live in a 2-story home anymore by herself. She also can't afford to remodel, and she can't afford to find a place that accommodates her new lifestyle because of her health changes. She loves Aurora, and ever since coming to the United States, that's where she's called home. Her friends, her family, her community, her mosque, all there, but she's stuck. And that's not fair. But her story is not exclusive to HD 41, Aurora. No, it is not a Metro District problem. It is a Colorado problem. So I really want to take a moment and remind us what's at the center of this bill, and I want to read what one of our housing experts testified in committee. And he said, as of 2021, 80% of Coloradans live in a county where there is aggregate housing supply shortage and home affordability has plummeted by a staggering 85% since 2015. Today, Colorado ranks as the 8th most unaffordable state for renters in the country. These are not just numbers. They are people struggling to live around us. People like my own constituent. They represent devastating impacts of the number of Coloradans around us, evictions, and have exceeded pre-pandemic levels. Affordable home owning options are not available. Our children are being forced out of the state, and businesses are choosing to locate elsewhere. This is the reality, my friends, and that's what's at the center of this bill. The future of Colorado. It is a crisis for our entire state, and I kindly ask for an aye vote.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I don't speak on thirds. Aside from a technical fix last week, this is my second time in 4 sessions. But this bill is crucial. At the heart of our affordability crisis is a lack of affordable supply. The primary reason, exclusionary zoning. Make no mistake, exclusionary zoning is heavy-handed government interference. It is market manipulation. That it is done locally doesn't make it okay. Legislators in other states know this, and that's why they've gotten this done across party lines. I hear you on process. To be clear, the bill that was introduced in the Senate was the result of months of stakeholder meetings. That work actually began 2 sessions ago with the Affordable Housing Transformational Task Force. It started long before the governor came down and expressed it as a priority. The bill that came over from the Senate, the version that passed, as thoughtful and deliberative as it was, however, unfortunately retained exclusionary zoning. And yes, it just came over last Friday, but everyone has known about it for several weeks. We've been involved for months since before introduction. The bill is reassembled by the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee this past week represents a compromise. It doesn't include everything we wanted in the bill as introduced. It doesn't include, like the initial draft did, middle housing, duplexes to multiplexes. Hyperbole and false assertions are unhelpful. This is a property rights bill. If you want to tell your neighbors what they can build in their own backyard, buy their house. I absolutely agree with that sentiment. Unfortunately, not every city council member provides that answer, and folks know it. So they go and they pressure city council, and the result? stifle development. As my colleague stated, this is a housing bill, a transportation bill, a water bill, an environmental bill, and yes, a social justice bill. We understand some localities are doing the work. This bill honors their efforts by applying the plans they've already developed to the work required under this bill. What this bill does is level the playing field so that the folks who are doing it right aren't forced to continue to shoulder an outsized burden. This bill is sponsored by Conservation Colorado, or supported by Healthier Colorado, the Colorado Hospital Association, the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce, Rocky Mountain NAACP, the Neighborhood Development Collaborative, Gary Ventures, Inc., the League of Women Voters of Colorado. At the end of the day, this bill is the change we need. We had the bill read at length, and if you listened, you heard it was transformative. Thank you. Thank you, everyone who is fighting for affordability in Colorado. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 213 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representatives English, Epps, Garcia, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Herod, Snyder, Wilford Young. Please close the machine. With 37 aye, 28 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 213 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1220.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1220.
House Bill 1220 by Representatives Holtorf and McCormick, also Senators Pelton B. and Pelton R., concerning a study regarding the economic impact of the elimination of large capacity groundwater withdrawal within the Republican River Basin and in connection therewith, requiring the Colorado Water Center to conduct the study and report its findings and conclusions to certain legislative committees and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1220 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1220 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Young. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1220 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1066.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1066.
House Bill 1066 by Representatives Bradley and Velasco, also Senator Priola, concerning authorizing an individual to move between two adjacent parcels of land that touch at the corners and in connection therewith, creating a task force to study the issue of access to public lands that are blocked by privately owned lands and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1066 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1066 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 ayes, 6 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1066 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1048.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1048.
House Bill 1048 by Representatives Luck and Basenecker, also Senators Pelton R. and Janal, concerning delineator posts on a two-lane state highway.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1048 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1048 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 aye, 1 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1048 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1084.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1084.
House Bill 1084 by Representatives Bradfield and Ortiz, also Senator Gardner, concerning the continuation of the income tax deduction for military retirement benefits.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1084 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1084 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 21C, I request to be recused from this vote. Thank you.
Representative Parenti, you will be excused under 21C. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Lindsay. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 2 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1084 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Co-sponsors.
Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1200.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1200.
House Bill 1200 by Representatives Ricks and Bockenfeld, also Senator Mullica, concerning improved outcomes for persons with behavioral health disorders.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1200 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1200 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Catlin Martinez. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 4 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1200 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsors. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1150.
Mr. Schiebel, please close the machine. Now,
Are
Madam
we
Majority
ready?
Leader.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1159 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1159 will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we are going to recess at this time for committees to meet and plan to come back to the floor after Finance and Public Health Committees are finished. So at this time, I move the House stand in recess until later today.
Madam Majority Leader, we have some business to complete first. Thank you. Mr. Schiebel. Signing of, Mr. Schiebel, signing of bills, resolutions, memorials.
The Speaker has signed House Bill.
Signing of bills, resolutions, memorials will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has
Message
passed on
from the
third
Senate
reading.
will be printed in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit
Message
without
from the
comment.
reviser will be printed in the journal. Message from the governor.
Honorable members of the Colorado House of
Message from the
Representatives.
governor will be forever lost in the journal. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 306 by Senators Moreno and Simpson, also Representatives Valdez and Lindsay, concerning state capital assets and in connection therewith, determining office space for the legislative department in the Capitol complex, specifying additional sources of funding, and modifying the time of the funding for certain capital construction projects for state-owned buildings and making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 306 will be assigned to the Committee on Appropriations. Introduction of resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 4 by Senators Bridges and Van Winkle, also Representatives Kipp and Bockenfeld, concerning uniformity among municipalities that locally collect sales and use tax on construction materials, including issuance of building permits.
Senate Joint Resolution 4 will be laid over 1 day under House rules. Announcements. Representative Amabile will replace Representative Doherty on the Judiciary Committee for today only. Representative McLaughlin will replace Representative Doherty on the Finance Committee for today only. Now, Madam Majority Leader. Oh, wait, one more announcement. No.
Okay.
Withdrawn. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House now stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.